If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you If I heard that you
Lately I feel I can't find my feet, pushing closer, my heart skips a beat and now I'm falling deeper than a fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white, it's like I told him. It seems that
This land is calling.
Welcome to the final day of the Esports World Cup. Last chance qualifiers for Overwatch. I'm Avril. With me is Avast to join you one last time. This is the day where it all counts, Avast. This is where we get to finally find out who gets to make it into the Esports World Cup.
Yes, I mean, we don't have a lot of teams remaining, obviously. We've made it through 2 days previously. It is our final day, our third day here of LCQ, and hopefully going to be the most exciting matches yet. Obviously, the favorites that were expected are still here. We'll go over it a little bit longer, but I think more importantly, Avril, is that, you know, the AA duo standing strong still throughout LCQ.
Still energized, still going good, still ready to cast this top 8, and that's exactly where we are. Let's take a look at how we got here and how the format works for this last chance qualifier. Of course, we started out with 14 teams in 4 groups of GSL. Only the top 2 teams progressed, what we spent the last 2 days doing. And now for the final day, we're in phase 2. We're in the top 8 single elim.
Yeah, and with that, that means that from now on, you get a loss, you're done. You're out. It's over. Because single elim means obviously single elimination. And it's obviously going to be everything on the line here, trying to make it to the main event, trying to make it to EWC proper. And that is the goal of the LCQ, right? Is we're going to find one team, see if they can make it on through. And you see here are the quarterfinals. Here's the full list of the teams for today. Zeta Division 4, CFW Bright Future, Team Falcons, Invaders, Vision Esports, and Cold Metal.
Yesterday, we got to take a look at a couple of these teams. Invaders on Group A, Force from Group B made it, and then, of course, looking over towards Group C, was Bright Future taking down Flexible 3-0, another 3-0 Cold Metal will make it in over Lolarius after losing out to TFW in that upper side of the bracket in their own GSL group. TFW will have the higher seed, Cold Metal with a slightly lower seed, which actually means Vision versus Cold Metal is an insane game.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be pretty interesting stakes board for everyone. But let's take a look at the prize pool as well for the event. Because, you know, like we were talking about, it is single elim. So if you go home today, you'll be walking away with $7,000 for your team. Get knocked out in the semis. $8,000. Second place, get a little $10K. And first, of course, biggest prize of all, make it to the main event, to the EWC proper.
That's what we're really here to play for. And we have, I think, at least 2 teams that are very, very strong that probably could have made it to EWC anyway. But just the level of strength in the region of Korea is so high that for Falcons and Zeta, it was just tough for them to be able to actually make it through in their own region. Only a couple spots there anyway. Crazy Kun auto-qualify from winning in Hangzhou. And for the team that actually gets to go into the Esports World Cup, there's so much to play for. Let's have a look at what they will have on board.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigns supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in golden stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
As we saw over the last 2 days, shots of the key on stage for the LCQ. Of course, none of the teams currently have a key, which is what you get for actually participating in the Esports World Cup proper. And, well, to get there, you have to place first place in this LCQ, and then you get your key, and then you get to go to the Esports World Cup. You get to play for the giant trophy and everything else. So a lot there. But also, there's a special new award that we have for this year in 2025 at the Esports World Cup. It's called the Jafonzo Award. It's a special award that is named after the player who last year actually came through the LCQ and then won the Esports World Cup for EAFC. So it is possible. It is possible for a team to go through the entire LCQ, win that, and then go to the Esports World Cup and then win that as well.
For sure. And also just, I mean, making it through there is huge, right? Not just the monetary value, but just the actual bragging rights. We've talked about a lot this weekend so far, just through the event here for LCQ. And, you know, there's a new champion being made like every week in the games here. And that's kind of the point of the EWC. And something to note is that for today, we're also going to be honoring some of those champions. So we are going to have a pause or two during the broadcast today while we do some of the honorifics here in the venue. So just a heads up ahead of time. But obviously, we'll still return. We're going to come on back. The games are going to be finished. We're still going to be here waiting for you at the end of those ceremonies. But the Jafon's Award, obviously, a really cool, unique award here heading into the EWC and for teams that can maybe make it out of the LCQ.
Yep. Moment of silence there. I'm sure the trumpets will be going off as we honor our veteran champions from last year. But no, there will be a totem ceremony at some point during the show today, so look out for that one. But it's not just about the Jafonzo Award or even your individual trophy for your game. It's also about the club championship. That is also a giant prize. Let's take a look at how that works.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
That's right, Avast. We've already got plenty of champions coming through, plenty of winners in the Esports World Cup so far this year, adding to their club's championship points. Last year, Team Falcons took it all in astounding order, 5,650 points, I believe. Nexus team looked at about 2,500, so yeah, completely blew out the rest of the competition. And we do have a Team Falcons in this competition, in fact, in the LCQ right now for Overwatch, trying to make their way through to see if they can be the winners of the Esports World Cup for Overwatch and maybe get themselves a Jafonzo Award while doing so. And playing through Overwatch, we have a giant map pool to look at.
That we do. We have, some tried and true favorites along with a new map here. Atlas here on Morocco, of course, going to be the new Flashpoint map that we're going to be playing. And some maps that we haven't seen quite as much recently. And we've had some pretty interesting maps. I mean, I would say yesterday, Avril, when we were watching, when we were seeing, saw some very interesting Midtown strategies being employed here with some Bastion, some Reinhardt. So always fun to see that one. Obviously, you see some old favorites as well. And for teams like Falcons, teams like Zeta, teams even like some of the more homegrown talent pool like Invaders, everyone's going to have their favorites. We're going to have some options here to kind of move about strategically in terms of what meta comps, what comps they can play.
Really is that Circuit Royale that is still very popular across the board. Haven't seen a Shambali yet, haven't seen a Gibraltar, at least not in the games that we've had on stream. Got our first Atlas yesterday. That's Morocco down there. Don't see as much Esperanza as I would have thought. Most teams have gone for Colosseo so far, which is usually avoided. Typically, the priority for push has been everyone likes Runasapi, then a reasonable amount of times, probably like Esperanza afterwards, and then like a little bit further down, maybe quite a bit further down, that you have the Colosseos and the new Queen Streets of the world. But not otherwise. Other than that, we're seeing at least a little bit more variety on the control side, a little bit more Busan and Oasis. I think we've seen a Li Jung on some of the other groups as well. But no Ilios is certainly going to hurt some of our more dive-favored teams. That's an interesting occlusion.
I still want to see Blizzard World. I'd love to see it. I mean, people have been prioritizing Midtown, obviously, for the hybrid picks, but I really want to see Blizzard World in current day. It's not everyone's necessarily. I think a lot of teams kind of stray away from it, but it's one of those situations where it's just kind of fun to see. And speaking of fun to see, we do have the stage here, by the way, do you know Avril's been here before he comes in? He's been at this stage, if you could believe it or not. You're also on the stage that you haven't seen a lot there on the Falcons side. Is that a someone I see? Is that someone I see over there?
Well, that is a key. That's what's up for grabs. I see a Merit. I see a Proper. I see a Sparkle behind him. I see someone in the middle. Not too sure who it is, but someone is in the middle.
It is someone.
And then there's a fielder and a Chio.
Those are all players. Those are all players. Well done there on the visual pattern recognition test.
Yep.
And it is obviously going to be our first matchup today. There he is.
That's even better.
Maybe public enemy number one for Falcons fans.
Fully
We have to be
pixelated,
careful.
100% pixelated. Still worked them out just on the silhouette. That's how that works.
He's so good at it. He's just so good at it. They gotta have you at Coldplay concerts, so they can have the people, just.
And they wouldn't even need a jumbotron. I'll just use my own eyes. Actually, I got it wrong. There was 8 and 9K. So you know what? Maybe I shouldn't.
Oh well, you know what? Actually, never mind. That was the test you failed.
Never mind.
So
you know what? Maybe 9K walked up, and then last minute he swapped places with 8, and then 8 walked up to bait me. So we don't know that because the camera panned away.
A little
so,
tactical
we actually don't know
bait and
that.
switch there. Very tactical.
Exactly.
Falcons, and it is obviously our first matchup. It is Falcons versus Invaders here for today. Our first match of today. And Invaders, I mean, they've been a team that they've shown a lot of explosiveness. They've been fun to watch for sure. But now they're playing against a team that not only is a juggernaut, but has a huge amount on the line. Obviously, Invaders themselves does too. I mean, they're trying to make it to EWC proper, but for Falcons to not make it to EWC is obviously huge. And so they are going to be going, full speed ahead, guns blazing to make it out.
That'll be quite the upset. That'll be the upset of the year, really. I mean, we thought maybe Crazy Coon losing to Nightmare would have been a potential upset, but this would certainly be the upset of all time. But let's waste no time of ours. Get into game number 1, map number 1 in our single elimination phase. The Esports World Cup last chance qualifiers, and straight away, point about to unlock someone in. He's even playing Winston.
There it is.
Oasis.
Very big stuff here. And by the way, just something to note here, just for the bans, it is going to be Falcons banning Orisa, and Moira has been banned for Invaders, which is rather interesting. I mean, a rather interesting choice, because I really am not going to see Moira getting played too much from Falcons in the past there. But the dive coming out, AbdulAziz going down, Ghost also getting down. So this dive here, it's going to be some classic Falcons dive coming on out, cleaning up here. First fight going away for Falcons.
I mean,
ult's being built.
Really, if you know that someone's in the roster, which I do believe bans, obviously they take place after the roster substitutions are made. He's starting, probably ban out the Winston maybe, but then maybe he goes Hazard. We'll see what else someone can bring to the table here. The Winston's already a little surprising, given that I don't think this is really truly meta right now. Ghost is going to respond anyway, go towards the Diva.
Well, it's someone. You got to play it. You got someone in. You got to play a little Winston, surely, for the fans.
What skin is someone using of ours? I want you to say it.
Well, that's a skin that near and dear to my heart. One that won an Overwatch League Grand Finals. But speaking of winning,
Speaking of winning finals,
I mean, Sock is down. Sock getting caught. AbdulAziz also going down there with the dive. The dive here, looking pretty nasty for Falcons. And this is also a bit of what we were, what we're thinking here to get to these final days, Avril, is that, Falcons, Zeta, they've kind of chewed through a lot of the competition. And even with some of the better homegrown talent like Invaders, it's going to be tough. Even when they're playing maybe what is like not a sub, or rather not a super optimal comp. And also a lot of ults on board here with 5 ults that have come up for Falcons.
What I was referencing is the fact that Falcons are defending world champions from 2024 after they won Stockholm. Even though they had a bit more of a rough run so far this year, they have no issue plowing through the competition in this
Oh, that's what you're referencing, huh?
And Chio's even going to get active, double melee kills, tempo beat, running out Invaders, no response. AbdulAziz at 95, no rush, and an 87%. Oh yeah, a huge stagger. 80. Well, it's not the biggest stagger. There will be some stagger here. The Ghost is going to have to solo spawn here, and by the time he spawns, it's going to be done 90% plus to the cap.
And also still no support ults. Finally, the rush comes up for AbdulAziz. So they're going to have at least the rush make it into this fight, but they still have to play into 3 ults here for Falcons. The juggle, and you have to be worried about the juggle coming out from someone is Suck already down. They can't get the touch proper, marking the tracer there, ensuring that no touch happens, and that's going to be round 1. Going down the way to Falcons, and it's looking relatively expected so far.
This is what the tier gap between teams can look like. I mean, we saw this yesterday. We saw this on day 1 as well. Unfortunately for teams like Zenith, right, which probably on stream at least have sadly looked like the least well-prepared team. And you saw what teams like Force were able to do against teams like Zenith. But then you will see today what the next step up, or the next several steps up beyond that, start to look like as Falcons and Zeta start swinging on by. I mean, we even got to see a Zeta game where at least one fight or a couple of kills were taken over to the opposing team, but largely, for Zeta and Falcons, they're not going to meet too much pressure until they meet the likes of at least the Team Vision or each other.
We'll bring this home.
Yeah, I mean, steps, it has to be like kind of similar to those, like the stairway to heaven steps in China, where it's like 20,000 steps. You have to walk up like 3 hours. Maybe this is the number of steps that we're talking potentially. So a very big hill to climb, or steps to climb for Invaders. As they're playing now with the Casco fall. The Casco is down to fielder there on the off angle from the poke. And there's Proper there, just following up, trying to take some members down to the back line. And really this is just breaking down here for Falcons, as they're just going to clean up the rest of these elims, and a very fast fight for Falcons.
Start doing channel point bets for which Falcons player dies first, if any of them do. That'll be the fun one. Because at this point, it's unclear. Chio does go to half health, Merit even lower than that, but Invaders making a swap to Freya for a Snowfall might actually end up being the play. They have the opportunity to maybe get a double bolt on a player, force a Suzu out at minimum. That's their chance to at least find a player advantage, which they haven't been able to do so far.
See the poke here, Proper. Just poking on the sides, drawing a little attention. Falcons obviously head in. Stark's already down. I mean, kind of blinked into the damage a little bit there, but gonna be fine, because now no Tracer means Proper's gonna run wild. Dive is very possible. You're already down a lot of damage, and Falcon's just gonna come on in and feast. They hear the dinner bells ringing, you know? Dive, it's back on the menus, boys.
Chio's getting really active. This is the highest amount of... Well, Chio died. There it is. Cut him from the team.
Okay.
I'm DMing 9k
Gets
right
3,
now.
but goes down.
I'm going to DM for 9k. I'm sorry. Chio went down. You're going to have to replace this guy with Stalker. Put Stalker on Lucio. I've seen enough from Chio. This is it. Bro's done. He's too washed.
Yeah, I prefer a risk-averse support player. You know, even if they're going up, they're getting 3
If Alpha Yi can do it.
One death.
If Alpha Yi can do it, I'm sure Stalker can too. I'm
That's
sick of this.
true.
Sick of this Chio guy. Hey, look at him dying first. Sick of this guy.
Oh, and Snowfall getting hit with the bolts too, taking a lot of poke, and Proper's just there. I mean, it's just any blood in the water here. Proper is the shark. Proper is the shark. Remember how this guy wasn't playing? You guys remember that? Anyone remember that one?
Now he's gaming incredibly hard. This is so much playing. He's actually just running around the entire enemy team, just one by one collecting every single kill he can find, traversing the high ground, the rooftops, even just finding Abdul Aziz, who thought he had an angle. Nope, Proper's there first.
I mean, not even gonna. Are they even gonna pop us a portal? I guess Kasuga here gonna have the beat at least. Oh my goodness, it was a one man. It was a one man beat, almost an Ajax.
It was nearly an Ajax.
Nearly there. They saved it though. They saved it. So well done. They saved the beat, but this is definitely gonna be map. So Falcons looking pretty dominant here, playing the Winston, which is about what we expected.
Yep. If I don't see all Falcons coaches grouping around Chio's PC right now to sculpt them to that one death, then are they even a real coaching staff? Do they even do any real coaching, or are they just vibe coaching, you know?
Yeah,
at this point,
that's true. I mean,
Chio needs to be reprimanded.
They really need to be all gathered.
Chio needs to be reprimanded for that one death. I'm not satisfied with that.
If they're gonna make it at LCQ, we need to see max amount of sternness. I need to see them no smiles, rulers hitting the palms of their hands, you know, getting ready to smack you like a nun.
I'm about to break out the Christopher coaching copy pasta. Right here.
I'm trying
good.
Which one is this?
Yes, good.
Oh,
well done. Something like that. Whatever that one is.
Okay.
That really nice copy pasta that we all enjoy. Very tasty,
that's a
delicious.
very good. That's a good pasta. That's a very good pasta for sure. I had forgot about that. It was locked away in the vault
talking
of
about
my
the
mind.
Falcons coaches as the three of them get together and say, yes, very good.
Me speaking to the Western audience here to understand the Falcons coaching stuff. Now imagine a Christopher. And just think of that. Or I'll see some highlights coming on through. Obviously, it is just a mega highlight reel. I mean, the Falcons dive, cleaning them up across the board. The Winston he's back. We didn't really see a lot of Winston weren't expected, but it was nice to see him.
At this point, they can just bring Hanbin to play Winston. I think that would work too.
Get some reps.
I think that.
Well, it seems like they're committed into someone. You know, the rumor mill flying around was that they have been just committed to playing with someone now in the starting lineup. Hanbin hasn't been getting quite as much playtime recently since we last saw them in OWCS Korea. So I feel like they don't want to get the reps to Hanbin, because if there's one guy that's gotten plenty of reps, Avril, it's Hanbin. I mean, he's reached max hypertrophy when it comes to Overwatch reps.
I'll tell you what, this is actually a genius move by Falcons. What they've realized is someone's win rate in OWCS Korea in Stage 2 was so poor. They're like, you know, this is what we can do to improve someone's win rate. We'll take him to the EWC. We'll start him on the roster, play every single game. He's going to have a 100% win rate. And then in the Zeta game, they're going to suddenly swap it out for Hanbin to protect someone's perfect 100% win rate at EWC. I think it's a genius idea from Mr. 9000 and the rest of the coaching staff.
Very good stat padding. Very good stat padding idea. It's possible. I feel like though some of our smarter analysts will perhaps look into that. We'll take a look into the underlying securities there, the sub-1 securities, and see like maybe the numbers don't add up with the stats potentially, but that's a future problem for the day traders, not a problem for us because we're the night traders trading at the whatever we're trading in, I guess. Trading in anecdotes, trading in Christopher copy pastas.
Channel points.
One of them. Channel points. Yeah, could be anything of that nature, but it is map 1 obviously going the way of Falcons. If you're just not tuning in, so currently we are in the quarterfinals before we head into obviously the semi, the grands.
Yep.
And right now Falcons up 1-0 over Invaders, so it is going to be loser picks. So we're waiting to see the map pick the bands. We do have a handy little spreadsheet which I can glance and look at this time to see if there's
this guy's talking about trading. Now he's talking about spreadsheets. Look at him go.
Yeah, we got it all.
He's a regular Wall Streeter right here. Look at him go.
It's true. It's very true. And also just something to note too is that right now there's a decent amount of concurrent matches going at the same time. So there are going to be some updates that we give you at the same time because Vision obviously playing against Cold Metal looks like they won their first map too. So obviously several different matches going on there.
Yeah, but before we head into map 2, guys, we're going to take a short break, so we'll see you soon.
This land is calling.
Welcome back, map 2 on the way here, and we'll just get all picks and stuff sorted right now. Circle Royale is going to end up being a choice from Invaders. We'll go through the bands real quickly as well. Symmetra and Lucio gone. It looks like it'll be Symmetra from the Falcon side and Lucio from the Invader side. And you know what? Chio got so active in the kill feed, they want to get rid of that.
They said we had enough. We had enough of Chio, and if there was a potential Han-Bin map alert, it could be Circuit. You know, it could be Circuit, but knowing I feel like how they've been playing so far, someone probably going to say, and obviously a flexible tank in a past life, maybe haven't seen it as much recently, but still a very good pick. And obviously we'll just have to see how Falcons are feeling. I feel like it's especially interesting because I think these bans aren't reflective of anything because like they're going to ban Sim, which is the Falcons a team that can play Sim if they wanted to, but I just don't think it really matters here. This is kind of just, they're in the batting cages right now, Avril. You know, they're in the batting cages. They're hitting the balls. They're trying to do a little bit of flexing for social media comparatively and hope they don't fumble too bad, maybe hit themselves in the face with the bat.
Yeah, and it would be Invaders banning first as well, so they decide to get rid of the Lucio, which says to me, probably not a protect of any kind. I don't think they have a particular style on the sports side that would really indicate that, but sort of removing this sort of Lucio BAP type of composition. Wonder if that's going to necessitate a Juno swap for Chio, or perhaps they're going to go towards a double flex option. But Chio's not really that type of super flexible support player, so I'm not really expecting him to be looking at too many flex support choices. Bapalari is quite popular on this map, but that doesn't really seem like Falcon style. Bap Zen some time ago. There's also Lifeweaver bat, but I don't think I've seen Falcons ever try that. Don't know if that would be their style either, but they would certainly have the hero pools to make it work. Given that someone's in the roster, Hazard would work for them as well, so they wanted to go for that GK Hazard Backweaver style that could actually play into their hands. Low symmetry just means
all the rage.
If we do play a brawl, just not going to deal with any sim. Or we could even be playing Sigma. You could get a classic someone Sigma back. Don't want to deal with the sim there.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just kind of an open door what they want to do. It would be really funny because OWCS Korea, I would say, compared to a lot of the other regions, not that Lifeweaver has been like the most meta pick, but outside of like Jaehong's team, Old Ocean, no one's really playing it. I mean, Falcons also famously the only team I think in Korea to have banned Lifeweaver.
Against,
as far as I'm aware,
against
yeah,
Jaehong?
against Old Ocean,
yeah,
against Jaehong, yeah. But I'm just thinking in general, I don't think Lifeweaver has ever been banned out like in the rest of OWCS Korea outside of Falcons banned it. So it would be really funny if they start picking it up now. But we'll just have to see. I personally think Chio can flex. He's not like I think a notorious flex player in terms of like as that main support role, playing mostly Lucio, Brigida, etc. But Chio has played a little bit of it. I actually think he's pretty decent at it. It's just not something that's really been needed for teams like Falcons with how they played historically. But I mean, kind of just the world's their oyster a little bit and how they want to end up playing this, because I think they can't really do any wrong until they do some wrong, in which case we will freak out.
They should do Mercy Faro with Proper on Faro and Chio and Mercy. Bring that one out to play real quick. Show that one.
That could be good. That could be really good. I think that would be a great choice for Falcons overall. And it's, I mean, well, okay, let's hear it.
What if they just played a Falcons dive? They say, you know what, it's circuit, but we don't care. This is going to be a someone Winston dive. We're going to make it classic. It's going to be Brigana. It's going to be some Soj for Proper. Merritt can... I guess we'll just one trick Freya.
Do anything, really. I mean, Freya, Widow. You could play the Widow and probably fine. You can even pull out the Cat. I mean, pretty much any hit scan you can't go wrong with on circuit. I mean, there's no wrong option here for Falcons. I think they're sort of like they have an abundance of riches necessarily. So there's plenty of options how they want to play. It's just going to depend on what they feel like doing when we get into the map, right? And Circuit has been a map that obviously it's offered some. Yeah, you know, I do want to see Sparkle come in because I'm tired of what he's been. I just have it in my bones. I feel like Sparkle is a big part of the reason they're still playing like Sim Mauga for Falcons. I feel like he is the merchant of death, of cheese. He should come in and play I don't know why, but I think he is. I think he is the reason behind it.
He should bench someone, come in and play the Malga himself, and that'll be cinema right there.
That it would be me seeing the Sparkle Malga. It arrived, opening the box. Whoa, like I can't believe we finally have seen it. But I will just obviously wait to see once we get to the map, because Circuit has been a map where, you know, part of the kind of benefits of the map pool that we have set up right now for the LCQ is that there are some different strategies, some different options you can choose from the comp perspective compared to a lot of, you know, I would say maps that we've seen a lot of in like sort of this more standardization of the meta. So there's a couple of different options for both them and Invaders. We'll just have to see, you know, how are they feeling going into it. I would love to see Sparkle come on in. I think that would be a great time, but I don't think he's going to be entering the server.
So while we're waiting to get into our next map, some updates on how the other score lines are looking, because as you all know, every game in this opening quarterfinal is taking place simultaneously. This is the one that has been streamed. So the Zeta Division of Force game hasn't concluded yet. They're still actively playing on Lijiang Tower right now. The TFW Bright Future game, currently 1-0 to Bright Future. They're in their second round of control on Oasis currently. We just saw Falcons 2-0 Invaders on Oasis. And then in the final game of the quarterfinals, Vision Esports got a 2-0 on Oasis against Cold Metal. And they'll be heading into their second match of Gibraltar very soon.
Yeah, so obviously, you know, there's going to be lots of matches going on at the same time. We're hoping we can see some bangers. You know, my bet was on TFW Bright Future, or rather Cold Metal. Wait, who are they playing? They're playing Bright Future, Cold Metal. Let me remind myself.
TFW Bright Future and Vision Cold Metal.
Yeah, Bright Future. Yes, there we go. Yep, and that would be my choice for like if there's a game that's going to have like the most potential, I think, back and forth. I'm putting my vote on that game. But obviously, we'll just have to see as the series progresses, and as we progress here, we'll keep an eye on it. We'll be your like game meteorologist, but ideally we'll be a little more accurate on the predictions. So I'm gonna be honest, like meteorologist is a hard job. I probably could not predict the weather that well. It's probably pretty hard to do. Maybe, you know, but maybe we've like cloud seeding. We need some match seeding here. Yeah. No, we do some match seeding, not just the seeding for the tournament, but we can like sprinkle in some narrative pellets, throw it into the air. Maybe just generate some more narratives here. Avril, I don't know if you have any you want to seed yourself.
Yeah. I can't predict it, but I can see it from a distance if they're Korean player shaped, even if they're pixelated.
Okay.
So that's what I can do for you guys. Another update, Zeta Division have now finished their 2-0 versus Force on Lijiang Tower. So the only map 1 still going is that TFW versus Bright Future game. As you can see, we have all the teams on stage currently playing through their matches. And actually, if you look in the top right, that is actually the TFW Bright Future game happening in front of our eyes. So,
Wow.
I don't know if you caught that for a second there. They're actually on Oasis. Yep.
His eyes are so special. I mean, Avril, I've been told his eyes kind of look like the Predator's eyes, where he has the heat signatures, but the heat signatures only go off if it's Korean players. Then that's the only time that he gets that heat signature. So
yeah, that's why it doesn't matter if they're pixelated, because I see the heat gradients. You know, that doesn't the pixelation doesn't matter for that one.
That's very fair. And it looks like that we are ready to hop into the map very, very soon, into map number 2 between Invaders and Falcons. We saw them lining up, getting ready, so it should be ready to hop on in very soon. In fact, if not, I'm going to even say like potentially now.
5, 4,
And Hanbin is in. Someone is out.
1.
Want to keep the someone win rate as clean as possible. Falcons, they're going to make these substitutions based on the maps. There is going to be a Farah. It's going to be Sack. But I did say proper Soj, Merit on the Freya. I think that is probably going to be the right call. Chio. River Freya Alari look does not one of Chio's normal heroes, so it'll be interesting to see how he does.
And definitely still a relatively meta backline here. Hanbin obviously coming in for what would be the most, categorical Hanbin map for Circuit is proper. Taking out stock already. Charging up those rails. Now already 1 down for Invaders. Invaders trying to play these very long angles with the Pharah, just try to let them peek a bit, but they don't want to get taken down. As Proper going to take down Abdulaziz as well. So Proper already feasting. I mean, it's obviously, we're not too deep into it yet, Avril, but really, you got to ask. Where has he been?
At home. On the bench. Yeah, that's right, he owns a very large bench at home that he sits on when Falcons don't play him. But right now, he's gaming. Brothers out here. Invaders, they have to play him up against a former MVP, and unfortunately they're finding out what it's like. Proper's last map on the Tracer, dominating them. This map on the Soj, not really letting go of the trigger finger yet.
Yeah, and if you don't have this really good tempo here with this Ramatra Pharah comp too, I mean, he's just so vulnerable to these double hit scans. Possible between the Freya and also, even Chio and Fielder, who can also hit plenty of shots themselves. We now see the engage sort of happening here. Invaders trying to make some space. Going to be close to the Captive Sun, but already Falcons 4 ults on board here. So a long slow fight for Invaders. Maybe try to burn something for this fight. Hopefully try to get a pick, but it's pretty hard, especially when Proper gets picked like that.
Yep, double damage through the window. Forcing an instant disengage. That being said, Abdulaziz really wants to stay in this one to try and get the final shot.
Look at that.
On
Chio frag.
Might have been Proper that actually he got hit by the Captive Sun, but
Chio too
comes through from Fielder, and Chio just continues fragging out, not even on loose. Chio just left clicking his way on the Alari instead, stealing all the kills from Merit and Proper. I don't think Merit's actually got one yet because everyone else has been taking them too quickly.
We will be keeping track of the Chio limb count, final blow count. This is what we've been waiting for.
But if he dies one time, I'm resetting to 0.
Then he's gone. Matter. Yeah, then he's gone. Yeah, that's true. He's playing like the Nuzlocke.
He's playing Iron Man mode
right now.
He gets it's
Iron Man mode, yeah. That is a very good point. But Invaders, though, gonna have 4 ults available. Gonna pop the raid, possess it, pops around the corner, but Terror Surge used. There is the Captain Sun 2. Chio with 1, still an Iron Man, very low. Oh, reset. It's been reset, unfortunately.
I've had enough of this guy. Place him with Sparkle immediately. I've seen enough. I've to get Violet back. Violet's in Saudi Arabia, someone get him back. Put him on Falcons. I've seen enough. At least Violet has the decency to die while holding his ult and not using the ultimate, or using the ultimate and dying before he gets the shot off, or shooting the Captain Sun into a tree and not hitting any players. At least Violet would have the decency to do that.
I mean, Violet knows that it's smarter to just get rid of the ult, lose it, so he can build another one. That way he gets more ults. That's incredibly, incredibly smart from that man. So Invaders still trying to go here to get around this corner, to get close. Overclock gonna be invested for lone. Primal 1 Proper just in front of everybody. Gets caught in the vortex from Ghost, actually. Maybe a little too aggressive now. Falcon's gonna be down 1 as Invaders advance.
Want everyone to know that if Proper dies, it doesn't count, because I'm giving him a free pass.
Oh.
But Ghost is gonna go down to Merit here. I think this is Merit's first couple of final blows coming online now for Team Falcons. As he's just going to blow Invaders out once again. A nice OC coming through from Lone. to at least force positioning. It's the most positioning that Invaders have had so far. Positive low, another Captain Stone alive for Abdul Aziz, because there's been so much healing required. And this is the last 10 seconds, guys. Not a lot left to do here. Lone absolutely needs to find a couple of headshots on this fresh Widow, make a swap to make this effective now. The Falcons have just so many extra ultimates. Final Captain Sun to try and get something done. It does not quite hit, I don't believe.
Not quite. No, not quite. Not quite. Terror Surge invested just to put them all in place. So proper and clean on up. And that's going to be the hold. A full hold that not even able to make it around the corner.
Oh, there he is.
For Invaders. So, yeah.
1K benched Aid and Sparkle. He sent Aid and Sparkle back to the dugout, and he personally came out as the final boss of the team. I respect that. I respect that a lot.
He's the master. He's the master when it comes to benching. He's just the master of getting it done. So Falcons now obviously looking pretty in control of the series Riyadh. So I think it's just kind of living up to expectations. Now, once again, we're going back to the Iron Man mode. I want to see the Chio limbs.
Fun fact. Zeta Division lost A. Now, do I bring up the fact that they had 3 players disconnect and everyone had to respawn and they lost all map control? No, I'm not going to bring that up. I'm just going to say that Zeta lost A.
That's no need. No need. It's part of the agenda. The part of the agenda here is putting out your narrative seeding. Your narrative seeding. That's what you're doing here. You're in your biplane up above the sky, dropping the narrative pellets to be absorbed in the cumulus clouds below.
I don't think they use biplanes anymore, surely, unless you're specifically talking about seeding happening from 50 or 80 years ago, perhaps.
I'm not sure. Surely they're not using like B-52s. So I'm not totally certain. I mean,
I think there are more planes than just biplanes.
No, there's only like two. There's only like two.
There's only two planes. Yep, it's true. Me personally, when I fly around the world, when I go to a new country, it's in one of those 2 planes only. That's true.
One of those. I always cross my fingers because I'm like, please, the B-52, because the small planes are a little unsafe. You know,
there's not a lot of leg room in a biplane, sadly. We'll see how much room Invaders can hold on to, because for Falcons, they don't have to push very far. They don't even have to get to the end. I'm trying to remember how far Invaders actually got past. Definitely towards the final hairpin. There we go. We can see the yellow box right there. So not really even halfway in the hairpin.
I mean, literally just around the corner. It's just actually around the corner. And Hanman already aggressively hits the rock off the poke. I mean, Lone's already down.
How does he do that? How does he just walk up to a Widowmaker and rock the Widow? That's crazy.
Well, he just walked it for free up on the high ground. There was just not enough poke. They already put a little bit of damage. I mean, unfortunately, they just didn't contest Hanman. Walking up on the Sigma here. So Sigma just making a ton of space. Shio also going to get another limb on Ghost. So, I mean, that's it. That's map.
For everyone that wanted to see the TFW Bright Future game, I got good news for you. It's highly likely that we are going to end up jumping into their match if this one finishes as quickly as it seems it will. Oh, boy. This was a quick one, only 2 deaths. I think we had 1 death on map 1. That was Chio going down. This time we had Chio and Proper going down. 3 deaths in total for the team. I wonder, probably by now it's Proper that has the most final blows, but I wonder on map 1 if Chio actually had the most final blows. Because I saw bro get super active on the Lucio. Now,
possible.
One more map to play through.
We can learn the information later. We'll do a comb through. We'll do a comb through there.
We'll get maybe by hand, one by one.
Yeah, we'll just do it by hand. We'll do it by hand. We'll do the analog system.
Planet's not here to save us anymore, so
nope. Maybe we have a couple of the old Wizards Young data entry people around.
Yep.
You can get them on board. We'll just have to see, but that is obviously map 2. Map 2. I have Atlas on the table. Map 3 gonna be coming up as you see some replays. And, you know, it's kind of was the proper show. Just a bit. It was the proper show. He looked really good coming out in. Obviously, he looked good beforehand. But in my opinion, the true talk of the map was Chio. Chio getting some limbs on the Alari. Beating the Lucio allegations. They will be beating the Lucio player-only allegations.
It's good to see. It's good to see Chio flex a little bit. Of course, the real test for me is I'm going to need to see them pull the Alari versus like a Zeta or better team. You know, that will be where it needs to happen there. Let's look at the slide through on the POTM. Up with a big thumbs up. Looking to make his way back to the Esports World Cup. And listen, it's going to be a tough final. You know, eventually I'm looking to the future. It's pixelated, but I can see it. It's going to be a potential Zeta versus Falcons final. And I'll tell you what, man. Proper,
that's bold.
He's got some tough competition ahead of him. This guy, imagine this. Wait, you're not ready for this. This guy has to get through Flora. Oh, that's going to be really tough. That's going to be crazy, man. I don't know what he's going to do against Flora. That's going to be really crazy.
Now you say that, but Flora is going to be like, oh, remember 2017 Overwatch? Yeah, I'm going to play a little Cass. Remember actually release Sojourn? I'm going to play a little Sojourn. And I think that's going to be kind of the play there. It's going to be probably the angle they go for more than likely. And it is a good meta for Zeta. I mean, Bernard obviously getting to come in and get the play. Farmer is no longer with him. They said, we don't need food. We don't need to be farming. We only need Bernard.
We'll just fly a plane and just seed the land via plane, and you don't need that's how you do the farming now. You don't need a singular farmer anymore. But what we also don't need is more of this chit chat, because we're going to head to a break and get ready for map 3. See you soon. It might only be one more map in this opening series in our top 8 here of ours, because Falcons currently speedrunning their way through Invaders, a team that has had to now play through both Zeta and Falcons. So they have certainly got probably the most difficult part of the run in this entire LCQ, because if you remember, in their group stage, they had to fight Zeta in that upper side of the bracket, which we actually casted as well. And now they have to go up against Falcons, and it's not looking good. They actually did look genuinely better against Zeta than they did against Falcons.
Yeah, Falcons, I don't think they're here to play. Well, they're here to play, but not to play around, because obviously they want to make it to the finals and get their chance at LCQ. Be kind of disastrous run if they don't. Obviously for them, I mean, it'd be pretty bad for either of those sort of top teams. For Falcons, I think, considering their performance previously, especially considering this event as a whole and how they won it all, would be especially bad. And also as an update for other games, Vision Esports now up 2-0 over Cold Metal. So they're still advancing at the time, and it looks like, still no other larger updates from Zeta or the Bright Future TFW game, it looks like. Currently.
Yeah, as a recap, Vision 2-0 on Oasis versus Cold Metal, and now they've also won Gibraltar as well, 3-2. Division 3, Cold Metal 2 on Gibraltar. And TFW Bright Future end up, if I'm reading this correctly, Bright Future got 2 on Oasis, although... Yeah, okay, yep. Bright Future 2-0 on Oasis, and they will be playing Colosseo next. And then in the Zeta Force game, Zeta 2-0 on Lijiang against Force, and now they're currently playing Circuit Royale.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for the updates there, Admiral. Again, the more in-depth updates. I'm more of just the overview guy. We bring him in for the hard, on-the-ground reporting with all the in-depth statistics there, so just keep a watch, the Admiral watch overall. But it is going to be, obviously, like we said, the third map of the series here, potentially the final map, Falcons Invaders. Waiting for the map pick to come through. I think we have the map pick. I believe it's going to be New Junk City. Yeah, New Junk City. So, hey, Mauga? Is it time? Is it time, Falcons? I'd bring out the Mauga.
Invaders ban Winston first. Falcons follow through with a May. Given that Winston's been banned, I'm going to assume that Harbin's not even in, because you probably wouldn't ban Winston if Harbin was here. So someone is probably starting, which means likelihood of Malga much lower, although he could just do it too. Winston's gone, which means we're probably just going to see Orisa, because I don't think... Would Falcons be the Hazard team? It's not really their style. I think they're more the Orisa team now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to be them. I mean, also because Sims on board here, right? Because Sims don't get banned, so they have the option to do some Sim strats if they want to, which would, benefit Orisa, Ramatra, things like that, comparatively, and also even, Mauga. But we don't have to wish it into existence. See here, everyone getting into the lobby right now. Can take a look at our nice little, our trophy right there. It's looking real nice.
Very shiny, very gold, and only for one team, the winning team of the entire LCQ. Good to see smiles on the faces of our Invaders players, as it's been a tough road, but top 8 might just be where they end up finishing, and no further than that. Falcons, we talk about playing, they're not even playing with their food. Every single substitution they're making is as if they were playing Crazy Raccoon. The comp choices they're making,
which you need.
All of that kind of stuff, everything they're doing to the standard of, we ain't here to mess around. We're here to finish this as quickly as possible and work our way into the actual main event.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta get a good warm-up here, right? And you want to show up prepared for what is likely gonna be Zeta as your opponent in the finals. So every rep matters. Okay, it's very important there that they are just hitting it properly. They get proper form, and sure, it might be lightweight for them, might be a little lightweight, but the form still matters. Don't get an injury beforehand. Doing a lot of gym posting during this cast today, Avril. So maybe we can find some way to work in creatine or whey protein into the analysis. We'll figure it out. I don't know how I'm going to do it yet.
You're doing 90% of the gym post.
I know. Why? That's what, I'm doing a royal we here, because we're inexorably linked together. We're linked together in this one. So when I'm saying it's all reflecting on us both, which is the joys of casting.
Quick, take a screenshot of Proper's peripheral setup so everyone can copy it. Yep, it was an orange and black keyboard with a large.
That's not helpful at all. That's not an orange and black keyboard. Yep. Is not.
Just Google that one. Google orange.
Do they still have the
database
of pro player sensitivities? Do we still have that?
Yeah, they
around?
do. They do.
Is that still updated?
I don't know if it's updated, but it's there. It exists. Unless players have changed up what they're doing, it's there.
That makes sense. They should put that They should put that file into like a USB flash drive and put it in that seed vault in Norway. Just in case the world ends and we ever need to replicate all the sensitivities that might be lost.
Talking a lot about seeds today. He's workout posting and seed posting a lot. A lot of conversation about workouts and seeds.
I just I can't help it. I mean, because I like things to grow.
Right there it is.
I like things to grow.
There it is.
It's all.
This guy
all
plays a lot
that.
of what is the dill that is the puzzle that all the words that are linked to the same topic. What's that one called again? The one. Connections. This guy plays a lot of connections. He's like, what's the connection between workouts and seeds? He likes growing. There it is. Let's grow into.
30-year-old people love to play puzzle games on stream, and we are in game here. Obviously, it is Falcons up 2-0 versus Invaders. Yeah, now we're in the real game duel here, which is Falcons versus Invaders, and looking to close it out for Falcons, move on out of the quarterfinals. Invaders back against the wall here, trying to keep their tournament life online, because remember, this is an elimination match. It's single elim. So Invaders going in here with everything to lose and also potentially everything to win.
He's going to walk through with a Ghost Junker Queen look right out the gate. Pretty unique.
Someone's on Doom. Look at that.
Who?
Someone.
Who?
Someone's on Doom here with a sim. They're playing Doom Sim. I'm not playing into this bit. Doom Sim is something we do not see a lot of, I feel.
Bro spent a whole year plus with someone on Mayhem and has heard way too much of this bit and doesn't want to play anymore. I respect it. It's fine. The Sim is not a usual pick for Proper, I don't think. It's a bit of a weird one, because even with the Proper Stalker lineup, it's like, well, who really plays the Sim? It's not really a bit of a... I don't see Falcons as a huge Sim team for the most part, although they have played it with the Malga on Harmon before. OWCS going down the field at first and foremost, but a slower start for Falcons, given that every other map so far they've just been plowing through the competition. Speaking of plowing, it's going to be Ghost bringing that axe down, and Shio falls.
I thought you were going to turn that to another seed joke. Speaking of like plowing, you know what you do before you play? You got to plow the fields before putting in the seeds, you know? This one is for the farmers that are watching, not Farmer from Zeta Division, because obviously he's not there anymore. As you see Proper toying with the food a little, he might be watching. I guess he can only be watching. He can't be playing. See Falcons just toying with their food a little bit right now. He said they weren't playing with it. Now they're like, actually, we will. As someone's going for the chase, Sock going to go down there. Lay to limb, 50% already on the board for Falcons. As Falcons looking like they just want to chase down some more limbs.
I pray no one swaps the Reaper, because I'm not going to be able to handle it if you sort of squeeze in a Reaper farming connection there. You know, it'll be too much for me on this broadcast.
Oh, I wasn't even considering that initial angle, but you put it into my brain. There is Ghost. I mean, found the rush. Fielder gets it really early there. Just that supportal advantage from winning the fights. As they're just chasing so incredibly deep here. I mean, not giving a chance for Invaders to maybe make it back. I mean, Merritt's going to go down, though. So they're going to lose one, but I don't think there's going to be a touch happening.
That's 2 total deaths so far. Just in the first point. Falcons getting a little sloppy here. But no touch, as noted. Falcons collecting their ultimates. And ready to deploy them on the second point. Invaders barely kind of even getting out of spawn there. The Falcons with the fast TPs over. They're already on to the next point. Invaders will be slow to the mark here. The Doom actually, funny enough, placed pretty damn well into the Queen. And they didn't even plan this. I don't even think Falcons knew there was going to be a Queen. But get ready for someone just to punch Ghost out of every single ultimate, every single axe swing.
Yeah, I think they just wanted to just maybe get a little funny with it as you see Rush, or rather the beat comes in. After the rush, going to walk on through, clean them up. The Tracer being marked, Stock being marked this entire time, so they're not getting much down. Okay, punch just goes out. You know, Chio with the boop. Not going to find them. Chio going to live. Chio might even get the limb. Chio not going to get the limb. Someone's going to steal it. That's very unfortunate. So first cap goes away for Falcons, and not a lot got him from the Rampage.
They nearly staggered Ghost there as well, which would have been pretty wild. You'd have managed to stagger a Queen. That's not normally something you would see. But just tiptoeing through.
Queens never stagger.
Tiptoeing through the TPs right here to find different angles. Trying to keep Invaders in spawn for as long as they can. And Invaders, this will be really tragic for them if they end up having to use an orbital ray even out of spawn. But you can just see Merritt even basically touching the spawn door off some of these TPs.
And they need a little bit of space, but maybe some space invaders. Maybe become some space invaders here, because right now they do not have anything to work with. I mean, do you see the pressure from the backline? Someone in the punch. They commit the ult here as well. Just keeping so much pressure here on alone, not letting them get out. As Merritt's going to peek on in. And Falcons, I mean, they're just owning all the space, right? There's just nothing that Invaders can do here. They're trying to go for the touch. They're going to make it to the point, but they're losing picks left, right, and center. And it's just going to be a slow loss here.
They're just like the Boomers, who have completely taken over the housing market. They took all the space. They've taken everything. They merited someone. They do fall over, though, so maybe a little bit of space gain here from Invaders. They're forcibly taking the point. In fact, they've even capped the Vast. They've actually got some percentage going for them. Should be flipped pretty soon. It's another 3 extra kills coming through from this fight. This could genuinely be an Invaders fight win. I think they did. I think they've actually won that fight.
I mean, they have in fact done it. I mean, Falcons are still here. They're here. They have a beat. Recall going to get forced really early though from the combo, and with the beat, I mean, Lone just gets chased down, making Falcons going to have to like flinch a little bit, you know, lose some picks, lose the cap. It's that moment where like Captain America almost lifts the hammer for Thor. We're like, whoa, wait a minute, wait a minute there. And however, that's just going to be the end of that point. 2-0 up now for Falcons in the flashpoint. Hold on to the rush. Going to have both DPS holds.
And we might not make it to endgame, but Captain America does in fact lift the hammer, which would be great for Invaders, but with 2-0 on board, yeah, it's not looking too good. However, they did win a fight. They did actually cap. They did actually get percentage points. They got like 3+ kills in that fight as well. We've got like 6 total, maybe even 7 this map so far, which is pretty nasty. Double rushes coming through. Papa drops the wall.
And the wall just able to split all the damage here. You see Lone trying to get off the off angle potentially to find one, but unfortunately not going to find it just yet. Lone built down. There's Possessive for this fight going the way of Falcons. Beautiful wall from Proper there. I mean, it's just such a strong ult. It's why we've seen Sim. We've talked about in the past how she's been a really meta defining hero right now. I mean, just getting the TP, do a good amount of damage, and the wall just to split, mitigate a lot of value from ults. And with that late Tracer pick too, just coming out of spawn, there's no touch possible.
Yeah, means they get to go straight for the cap, which they'll get easily, and they'll continue to rotate very quickly around the map via the TPs. It's going to OC his angle, maybe a little bit awkward, but will find at least some connection on the wrist of Ghost. He's taking a couple of shots of response from Lone. largely merited. Is not quite finding the final blows that he's looking for. Sax Pulsmore also goes wide here. Probably just throws in some right clicks down range. With Fielder going down, it's going to get a little bit tricky. Chio's got a two-man beat going for him.
I mean, they're getting a little silly with it. I'm not gonna lie. You see them losing picks, Fielder over peaking there, but I mean, it's just this mechanical advantage, right? This coordination advantage. They're just so strong for Falcons. Ticking out now to 60% point here for Falcons. Gonna be holding on to the Doom ult.
Hey, nearly one shot.
Okay, Merritt is gonna get caught. Yeah, there it is. Still gonna come on out. They're still gonna stay in spawn.
I think has been the play that has actually gotten the most final blows for Invaders so far, which is quite impressive. Coming through from a flexible player. Fielder knows that he wants some revenge. Someone will finally find his mark, take a few pot shots from the bolts in response, but this is, I think, the final fight. Not a lot of percentage left. It's a Ghost only that's still alive. He's not going to be able to touch an Avast. It's a 3-0 in New Junk City. It's a 3-0 in the series. Things got a little bit wild on that second point with Invaders actually winning a fight and more trades coming back and forth, but once the dust settles, it's back to Falcons. It's back to completely rampaging their way through this quarterfinal.
Yeah, it was what we expected. They definitely got a little loosey-goosey with it at times, but overall, Falcons just plowing through ahead. 3-0, very fast, very clean, looked good with it. Obviously waiting for what they expect to be their opponent in the finals. Zeta. Invaders had a good run. Definitely had some good moments, but unfortunately, sometimes you come up against a real juggernaut, and you're just not able to breach that, or to I guess, close the gap.
Yep.
In this situation. It's just too big of a gap, too insurmountable right now, maybe in the future. So Falcons looking extremely strong, extremely confident.
With that, I believe they're the first teams that have actually won their series. Actually, no, not quite. At the same time, Vision have also beaten Cold Metal 3-0 as well. So after Oasis 2-0 and after Gibraltar 3-2, Vision have then taken Eichenwalde down 2-0, it looks like. I don't think Cold Metal scored a point there. It doesn't appear that they did. So that's another 3-0 as Vision will be meeting Falcons in the semi-final, which will be played later today as well. So look out for that one. It'll be the Violet versus Falcons show. But right now for the Falcons show, man, do they look good here.
Yeah, just taking a look at some of the replays, obviously. Just complete domination coming out for Falcons. Exactly what we expected. Fielder getting a little player of the game there, which is always nice. As we see, getting a little stretchy with it over there, Avril. I see you. He's getting stretched out. I mean, looking brolic as ever. He's got to stay lean, limber for the cast. That's fair. I like to just sit in the chair with the fidget and get like insanely stiff. That way, as soon as I stand up, I just tear every muscle in my body. I think that's the best way to cast.
I mean, I've been on coach streams with you when you talked about some of the chairs you sat on, making you feel a bit stiff. So I understand. I fully get it. I've heard that commentary.
It's happening to the best. Maybe not the best to use your dining room chair sometimes as your chair for a long sit. Don't bust out the great wooden chairs from your families that passed down for generations, maybe for long sessions of watching or playing video games overall. But I mean, in this case, it would have been perfect fit because Falcons obviously just completely bowling over the competition, going through really quick there. Moving on. There is obviously, we do, like we said at the top of the show, there is going to be a break, but I don't know if we're quite there just yet. Yep. Obviously, that ceremony to honor some of the players that we were talking about that have made history so far. But right now, just currently keep an eye on the other matches going on because, like we said, Vision has won. And it seems like we're still just waiting to hear back. But I think most importantly, we got more matches coming up at the end of this break. So we'll see you right on the other side.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Welcome back. We have more games to play through in this quarterfinal. We're still waiting to see some of the other results. We might even get an opportunity to jump into some of these games as well. Currently still playing is Zeta versus Force and TFW versus Bright Future. A little bit of update on their score lines. Zeta 2-0 Force on Lijiang Tower. Zeta 1-0 Force on Circuit Route, which means full hold. And then for the TFW Bright Future game, you have Bright Future 2-0 on Oasis, and then 1-0 on Colosseo, which doesn't really indicate what happened on Colosseo, but that they did win Colosseo, and that's Bright Future and TFW are currently playing New Junk City.
Yeah, so obviously still lots of games going on here as we finish out through the quarterfinals. We're finishing the rest of today. We had 8 teams remaining, trying to make it to get that one remaining spot to go to EWC. So we're currently in the midst of the quarterfinals. Obviously, we just finished up the Falcons game. As Radio Avril just said right there in the radio broadcast, we do have a lot more games currently ongoing that maybe we can get in, get a view of it. But, Avril, in your opinion, of the games that we have still remaining in the quarterfinals, what do you think is likely the one, if there's one to maybe go the distance, is going to be?
I mean, it should be TFW Bright Future, but that's actually 2-0 right now, which is maybe a little concerning for TFW. A team that yesterday, or actually I think it was on day 1, beat Cold Metal. And for Zeta Division Force, I mean, we've seen Force and we were thinking, what can Force get a bit more done here? Versus Zeta, it's not looking good so far. They haven't scored any points in that full hold and Circle Rail. Does look a little bit concerning, but one of those 2 games we might get an opportunity to jump into. Unless, of course, they're too far gone and playing through it to the point where we might not be able to see what's happening anymore. We do see a game currently happening. This is Bright Future on our screens, and behind them, not too sure what team that is, but they're in an Eichenwalde game. And this would be
and there's TFW. Yeah, they've made their round in. Very interesting team. Coming on in for EMEA, looking to play. And, a team that showed up to LCQ just looking to try to make it in, right? And that's the point of an LCQ with an open entry, is like anyone can show up, anyone can play. Potentially you got to take away the spot from Zeta or Falcons. And TFW looking like they want to try to take a shot, right? And it's looking good. It's, I think it's a very big hill to climb, but it's a hill that anyone is open to.
If I was still in Riyadh right now, or I should say several days ago, I'd find myself 4 buddies and enter. Just to fill out the tournament. We had 14 out of 16. There were 2 more spots available. I could have been there. Anyone else could have been there too.
Well, we definitely couldn't do a Plat Chat one because we saw what happened last time Plat Chat tried to play in an organized Overwatch competition.
But Matt barraged the ground, so there's no excuses on that one.
That's true. That's true.
Also, Johnny told me I was benched, and I said I would have been the one holding the vibes together. I would have been the pillar.
I was the vibes guy.
You were the vibes guy. Well, you could have more than one vibes guy. You could have multiple vibes guys.
You can't fix it. Maybe if we had 2 vibes guys, it would be fixed. But we are here in game on New Junk City. It is TFW versus Bright Future. Bright Future currently up 2-0. And Avril, remind us of the bans here.
This is a TFW cast ban into a Bright Future Brig ban. TFW banning first as the losing team currently in the series. So cast into a Brig. TFW cast Bright Future Brig. Now, a bit of background for these teams. Since we haven't seen them on this side of the broadcast, you said they did play on the Group C and D broadcast on day 1, I believe. But Bright Future are a team that actually has some decent history in place, particularly on the tank side. Chaos has played in Saudi E-Leagues. He's been on some reasonable teams in the Saudi E-Leagues. He's been a sub for Alcacy. He's played on Victory Rock Esports. I'm expecting good stuff out of this guy.
See here, a little Lucio Kiriko for both squads, playing a very fast composition here. Just the Ram versus Ramatra, the biggest difference. Obviously, a little bit of a tracer too is possible. It's okay. Mercator going down. Unto though, gets cleaned up in return, gets the dash through. So 1-for-1 trade currently. See Khaled just trying to zone out the tracer there for TFW. Gonna take them out. As we're playing a little bit of a holding pattern right now.
1-for-1, but his Nev's in trouble. Taken down by Ambu and Bright Future. Should be able to rally behind the rest of their players here. Unto not able to really get back into the fight here as Chaos just blocks the entire doorway. Vortex to really put the hurt onto him. A nice little flash in from Khaled. Final bit of damage. Spawn kill into Rare from Ambu as well. This is not looking good for TFW so far.
Yeah, I mean, right now for TFW, I mean, they really need just, when you're playing into this Ram, it's just so hard because Ram, it does a ton of damage. He does a ton of damage. He has insane survivability, similar to the Orisa, but a little bit easier to just like find someone, burst them down a little bit quicker. Hopefully with the Orisa, you're trying to isolate someone, find them with the spear. Because you're playing a pretty similar composition though with Ambu. They have a lot of space. As I say that, goes down, Neofried. Gonna remove Ambu, so no hit scan. DPS off the field. They're all ready for Bright Future. TFW looking to go aggressive.
Nev's still up. Alpha's still in there. D7 MI now dropping in through the rush. Counter rush being brought through by TFW. See who gets the better of this one so far. It's still Nev's a little bit of trouble. Here's the first on kill. Khaled falling down as well. So TFW, despite Nev's being low, they hold on. They got better frags in here. Chaos 99 over towards their annihilation. Doesn't quite find it in time. We're going to get a flip.
So rushes traded. That's a good fight for TFW. Getting the flip, also getting the rushes out of the way. Going to keep the ult bank relatively equivalent between these squads right now. And now they, well, I mean, even better. You just get a reflect kill. Bright Future down a support player. And now TFW going to look to try to find a couple more. Going to reflect the spear too. Nice reflect from Khaled. TFW probably knowing they're not going to get anything else. They're just going to try to back up a little bit.
Yep, this will be Big Blade coming through from Bright Future in the next fight. Untu doesn't quite have one on the TFW side, but Neophyte will at least be able to prevent Khaled from getting too much work done here. And that's if the fight doesn't start a little bit too early from with Picada down. No more beat to come on through. Untu's just going to pull through a pretty late blade, I would say. You've already got 2 deaths on the side of Bright Future, but he'll commit it. He'll get the cleanup here. There should still be barely enough time, depending on how long the stagger on the Chaos is going to be. Not too much longer. But his spawn is delayed enough that this is going to be a tough one for Bright Future to touch into.
Yeah, I mean, Khaled or Facator gonna have to touch. They're gonna have to run on through. There's the only way. See, a little bit of poke coming on through. Khaled gonna have to drop the dash. Oh, gets boot! What a boot! Really good boot from Neofried, and they committed the beat too. So they committed 2 ults for a fight that was already. I mean, it was over. It was over there already, just off the boot. Really good boot from Neofried.
Yeah, I mean, it starts off with a really nice stagger on the Chaos, which stops him from being able to rejoin the team in time to play as a 5-man for the retake. You've got less than 80% to play through. Khaled has to go for the touch, gets booped away, as you mentioned, and then the Beat Blade, despite connecting, even getting some kills, not going to be enough. We'll give them some early positioning advantage on the next point, but given that the next point hasn't unlocked yet, TFW got to be able to find a fight before the point is actually available, and they're going to get an empty pick.
Okay, Kiriko down for Bright Future. They're down a lot of heals. Beat going to be used, however, unfortunately. Athletic Llama still going to go down. Ambu, though. Rush. Uses the beat. Walk to the back line. Going to find one. Annihilation still up for Chaos. Looking to find a couple. We're going to have the TP. Going to have the rush available. Really good spear from Devs there. Take a little pressure off. And with the rush, they should be able to cap the point, but potentially could still go down here. They could lose the long fight.
X7 needs rush to come through 90%. Bright Future looking for their next advantage here in the fight because Chaos is in trouble. Annihilation is gone. Picada's low as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Nev's going down is pretty huge for all Bright Future, but if they can't keep their own tank alive, it might not be anything useful for them at all. Chaos still up though, with Untu falling. TFW are just down far too many members. Bright Future will get the swap. They will be able to get this flip.
Not going to be able to take on Chaos late. So TFW 40% here on the board. Going to have the Terror Surge, have the Pulse soon. That's a classic combo. We've seen a lot. But when there's a Suzu on the field, not a guaranteed combo there at all. I'd love to see get the Suzu get forced potentially for TFW, but we've seen a lot of Terror Surge, Pulse Bomb combos throughout various regions. Sigat's going to come on in here. Bright Future likely going to commit the rush. As Nebs is going for the poke, building the Terror Surge. Going to have it now. They know there's no dash. Could be a great opportunity. But instead, Bright Future looking like they want to go really aggressive here.
The Suzu's been burned here. The Chaos has been pulled a little bit too far forward. He falls, but it's traded. Unto and Nev's gone. Rush being committed by D7 and Bright Future now. Massive player advantage. Kelly with a cleanup. We'll see how late these last couple of players on TFW end up going down. Because Flatik's Llama should be able to survive on the Tracer, stay alive long enough and hide for the touch, which he'll need to go for.
Good dueling there. Very good dueling for Vicator. But okay, Khaled goes a little deep, uses the dash, has no reflex, could go down here. Trying to chase for Fatique's Llama. Nope, not going to get caught just yet, but very, very close. Neophyte going to have the beat, so it's going to be beat for beat. Hoping for the rush blade, maybe just something there for even the beat blade. They have options. I mean, Bright Future, they do have the advantage on that. Looks like they're going to go first, but Khaled already down.
Oh, the beat comes down a little bit too late for Neophyte to save Nevs, but Facada's going to save the rest of his team up against the beat of Facada. Amtu just can't quite get enough damage done until he just slashes a green HP away. Facada's the one that ends up falling, but Ambu gets a little bit better over TFW. Bright Future still optimally traded here. But can they actually get this flip over to commit the 100%? TFW have less members. They don't quite have that last rush. As Riyadh, their Kiriko player, still in spawn. With the final kill to Flatique, no more touches to be coming through from the Tracer. Bright Future end up getting that one done. Despite losing Khaled's blade, Ambu gets it done.
Yeah, Neophyte, I mean, really getting some very, very clutch moments here, but just not quite enough for TFW. Bright Future now still holding on to the Annihilation, coming to this fight. Rare, though. Rush is available. They could go early. Really pressure is, unfortunately, that pulse not going to hit for TFW. There's a rush, but already down 2. I mean, just the ults coming out a little late consistently here for TFW, not able to keep the members alive. And that's just a disastrous situation for TFW because now you've lost the first fight, you've lost the rush, and Bright Future is just going to build more and more in the bank.
They're going to get the first cap as well for Bright Future. I think TFW didn't expect to take a fight there. They realized the fight is going to happen in one of the side rooms, so Kitsune rush through that one. But man, Rhea dies as soon as the Kitsune rush comes through. In fact, 3 members died. And now Bright Future looking pretty damn strong economy-wise, and they got the cap.
Nev's going to be swapping here to the Hazard, so maybe like, okay, I'm done trying to play this mirror into the Ramatra, just go Hazard, play a little more standard dive, but already both DPS down for TFW. The dive coming on out. Nevs is going to take Khaled, but okay, Neophyte going to get the boop too. So there's a trade. There are still ults available though, but and Nev's so low. Can they keep him up? I don't think it's going to be possible. No, the rush committed there just to make sure they'll get the reflip and win this fight. But not a terrible fight for TFW.
Yeah, well, they flipped. They actually got 25% out of that. Nevs opened up with a kill. Neophyte with the boop result to even numbers to a 3v3. And then you get the flip and you force D7MI to pull through a Kitsune rush. That's percentage points gained plus an ultimate down from Bright Future. Huge fight for TFW, honestly.
Problem still is that Chaos holds on to the Annihilation. Khaled close to a Bladificator, also close to the beat. So the bank still very, very strong for Bright Future. Not close to being bankrupted just yet. Interest rates, even with their high point, they're still looking good. There's the dive from TFW. Gonna be used, and this should just be the fight right there.
Nevs is low here as well. Neophyte falling. Rare has to do way too much work, and Chaos, without even having to pop Annihilation, blows by the rest of TFW. Collecting the final couple of kills is going to be Khaled and Ambu. And that's the point gone. Bright Future will collect their second in this map, and they only need one more to win the series.
Okay, really good early pick. So they're not going to have the speed, but I mean, really doesn't quite matter because they're already at the point. Maybe they can find them on the way back as, okay, pause. Going to be happening here. Maybe Ficator DCing there, getting caught. But not a bad situation for TFW to be in there, Avril, because of the fact that, okay, sure, they lost that point, but they removed the beat. They're going to have a blade. They're going to have some ults that they could try to just pop early, knowing that they won't have the beat to counter it just yet. Problem is, obviously, they have to deal with the Annihilation. They have to deal with some of the other banks that are banked up there for Bright Future. But this is an opportunity right now for them to equalize, get the first point control and try to build up that bank, the upcoming flashpoint.
Certainly not over yet. We're certainly seeing enough out of TFW that would make you believe that they can bring this map back and maybe take us to a 4th map. Otherwise, we're basically looking at a 3-0 across the board for all of our opening quarterfinal games. But we are unpaused. We are heading into what could be the final point for Kata going down super
They got him again. They got him again.
Tigslama means... Well, he should be able to respawn in time. I don't know if they're going to get a very clean opening on that next point, but it is unlocking now.
I mean, still, no Lucio with him just yet. Going to be there very soon. 5 ult on board here for TFW. There's the engage going in with the rush. Should be. That's a very good Suzu. The blade used for Khaled in the back, but only finding 1.
3 versus 3 right now. 2-man beat from Neophyte might have been enough, or he goes down now. Now Nevs and Flatique are the only ones alive, and it's just not quite enough. Chaos survives with an Annihilation, barely. He's trying to live. He's on 1 HP. They're hunting this Tracer down. It's just Flatique alive. You can see him in the silhouettes. He's just darting around at the moment, trying to get back to his own team. But what a back and forth trade there. Double DPS ultimates pulled through by Bright Future, and it'll be enough.
Yeah, and really just TFW struggling here in these team fight situations where they need the ults to go off a little bit sooner, a little bit better. The blade invested knowing they don't have the portals just yet, but really good dash away. Everyone's going to survive. They're going to have the wall too to block some damage, and didn't have to commit the rush. I mean, such a good counter dive there from Bright Future, just completely denying the value from the blade. They had the boop, they had the slide, they had everything they needed to prevent the rush. I mean, even Chaos was making sure that despite the wall that comes out from Nevs, just saves the shield, deny a lot of the damage there. And now this is a rough situation, right, for TFW, because you come in, there's double support ult. here for Bright Future.
This is looking very good for Bright Future now. One last fight to play through, and they got the 3-0 in the series. They got the 3-1 on the map. Double support ultimates, as you mentioned here, and for Nevs, just trying to get this downpour into faction, but he falls so quickly. This is the beginning of the end. Bright Future have all but finished this one off. How are you going to fight through double support ultimates here? They haven't got a single trade here. Onto falls as well. Only 3 alive. Now the supports are low HP. Flatique has way too much to do. Khaled's not even going to fall off the map because he's got a wall climb. At least Rare gets a trade. And with Nevs coming back on the Doomfist, can they even touch barely for the last 3 versus 4?
And Doom is here. Nevs, though, not going to find anyone with the initial punch. Neophrite goes down. Rare goes down, so there's no supports available. Nevs last alive, and that's going to be fight, and that's going to be map here, Avril.
It's going to be series. It's Bright Future 3-0, taking away the quarterfinal, earning themselves a spot in the semis now. And with that, all of our quarterfinals have been wrapped up, finished off here. Bright Future 3-1 on New Junk City. Zeta also defeat Coliseo, or defeat Force on Coliseo, I should say. Obviously, that scoreline ends up being 1-0 because you win the push, you get the 1 point, and the other team does not. So Zeta 2-0, Zeta 1-0, Zeta 1-0 on Lijiang Circuit Coliseo. Bright Future 2-0 versus TFW, 1-0 versus TFW, and then 3-1 versus TFW on OWCS Coliseo and New Junk City, respectively. Every single game 3-0 so far in our quarterfinals.
And pretty much expected results, right? I think that's a lot. We're hoping this is going to be one of our more toss-up matches. Bright Future living up to their name, like they have a bright future ahead of them until they hit the semis, and then we'll see how much longer the future goes for. But I'm sure they're feeling really good. Looks like they're feeling good after the win. And I don't think there's really any big upsets for us to talk about here in the quarterfinals. It's just kind of that march, that slow march to see our Zeta Falcons going to meet in the finals like everyone's predicted. It's looking very likely for it to be the case. But as of right now, obviously still undecided.
So end up being Zeta versus Bright Future in the first opening semifinals. Team Falcons versus Team Vision. The second semifinals. Some choice words from Bright Future to Zeta Division.
I don't know what that said. Can you read that? Can you read that?
Arabic translated into Korean.
They're dropping more. Oh,
watch for Overwatch Brain.
Watch for Overwatch Brain.
So
I don't.
Brain,
I'm gonna be honest. I know a lot of guys that have Overwatch Brain. It's not good. It's a bad condition to have.
So there's one
maybe
guy.
That's a person, but
that is a person. There's one guy called Overwatch Brain in the Saudi community. He's a creator and a caster as well, and an analyst. So he's one of the main guys. He's just like us for real. He's a pretty big guy. He's a pretty big personality and community member in the Saudi Arabian scene. I met him last year, actually. I met Brain and a bunch of the other Saudi guys from their community.
Yeah, he's been to every stages. He's met all the guys. Like, what hasn't he done, huh?
Yeah. I've hung out at all the coolest clothes, eating at all the chillest dudes, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, overall, just, obviously a somewhat close series at times, but Bright Future looked, I think in my opinion, most importantly, just way more coordinated in the team fights. TFW have a little bit more improvement to go. Everyone's kind of cleaned up, everyone's making it through. There's still a chance also for, we talked about Zeta, Falcons. Vision's still in this, so could see Violet potentially make it to that grand finals. It's still possible after making it into tier 1 play again in OWCS EMEA. In that region, so a lot of potential possibilities on the line here as we head into the semis. So really, just the world is opening up as we go on forward. I do think that we have a lot of probably the most exciting matches of this tournament coming up here for the LCQ.
Yeah, still a lot to play through for sure. The semifinals and the grand finals will be played today, but you also mentioned this a little bit earlier, Vaz. There is a ceremony through the totem, so we'll be looking over that. But as that happens, we'll be taking quite a bit of a break in the upcoming future. As before we do that, though, just take a final look at how the bracket is going to run through. Of course, everybody 3-0 the quarterfinals. It is Zeta Bright Future, Falcons versus Vision, 4-hour semis, and then, of course, the grand finals, which we'll have to see which teams end up making through that one, but all roads pointing at the very high likelihood that it will be Zeta and Falcons, although Bright Future certainly have something to say about that. They want to make sure they have a good game versus Zeta. And Vision Esports, they got Violet and Choice on that team. They got some heavy hitters. They can do some damage. Looking like their scoreline looked pretty comfortable versus Cold Metal as well. So, yeah.
Life is good if you're a Falcons Zeta fan right now. But like we said earlier, we do have a bit of a longer break coming on up. We're going to do a bit of a ceremony here on the stage, and we will be returning, obviously, with the semifinals after this break. We will see you guys on the other side of it.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base come on, new ones better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base come on, new ones better. Moves like Jagger, this come on, new ones better. We ain't in a mix, no grubber. Them trick bank fraud like scammer. Ex-say me real, that's a real bone capper. Pass don't matter, both strong still, but this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, they ain't back in beef, got the phones out. Watch where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base come on, new ones better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base come on, new ones better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl same cute, but I don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said please never brain me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you through the dark and all my days be. Just never brain me. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss come on, new ones better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss come on, new ones better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel safe now. They see a pretty bird, but I don't want to cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry river shit on dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up, I don't mind up. Ain't lost nothing that ain't mine cause it's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss come on, new ones better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss come on, new ones better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let to shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground, bitches got a ring and feel it's safe now. I see a pretty bird, but I don't want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss come on, new ones better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss come on, new ones better. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. You say it'll get better. How can they know? If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know? Mercy, mercy, none from my head down to my toes. Immobilized, as if my brain completely froze. Colder I go, colder I go. So still, calm like the waters at the sea. Silence as if to save our lives actually peace to some degree. To some degree. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours?
This land is calling.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup last chance qualifier for Overwatch. About to head into the semi-finals. This is, of course, the final day of the competition. Winner takes all. If you win the last chance qualifier, you head to the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some very exciting quarterfinals matches, but now we're getting to the real meat and potatoes, I think, of the event, which is going to be semis. We have some, obviously, probably pretty much the best remaining 4 teams now trying to make their way into EWC. They have 1 slot up for grabs, and it really should just heat up from here.
Zeta Bright Future is the upcoming game. Team Falcons versus Vision is the other semi-final as well. So we'll have a look at where our bracket currently stands. Of course, if you just joined us, we finished up our quarterfinal some time ago, and 3-0s across the board there. No one having too many issues in their quarters, but this is the semis now. This is where things start to get tight.
Yeah, and I think this is going to be pretty exciting because Vision obviously going up against Falcons in the semis, which is going to be fun to see. Violet, Chose1, playing against some of these players they played against here. Bright Future, obviously, pretty much the one, I would say team that is not currently been breaking that sort of tier 1 slot internationally right now, because Vision Esports, obviously, with their qualification to the EMEA and OWCS, is in that tier 1 position. So I think for Zeta, could be a pretty interesting match, but obviously they've been kind of breezing through, through quarterfinals up to this point, which is what we expected. So maybe a chance for Bright Future to kind of put their names on the map here.
Yeah, if we look at some of these results here as well, given that they are all 3-0, Zeta kind of dominated their way 3-4 through Force, 2-0 on the Legion Tower, 1-0 on the Circuit Royale, and then, of course, they won Coliseum. Not too sure where the push distance was on that one, but they won that one regardless. We got to see the end of the Bright Future game, where they did end up dropping one of the points to TFW, but in the other 2 maps they played, they got that one done with 2-0 on Oasis, and then they win Coliseum again. Not too sure where the meterage was, but yeah, they cleaned up those 2 maps.
Yeah, I think Bright Future, I mean, dropping a map to TFW, it's just a little unfortunate, I think, because I think if you're in the situation where you're playing close at points to TFW, probably unlikely that I think you're going to take Zeta to the edge, but maybe this is the chance. They've been hiding strats, they've been sandbagging, whatever copium you're going to throw out there. Like, this is the moment right now to believe. Obviously, Zeta pretty favored in that matchup, and conversely, same thing. I think when you look at the Falcons Visions match for the other side of semifinals, like, they're going to be pretty favored there, but I think a little bit closer comparatively between those 2 squads. But it's just an answer of, is their form going to hold up or looking good? Because obviously these teams, the favorites, Zeta, Falcons, hoping to meet in the grand finals, and this is the last obstacle in the way of Zeta here to make the grand finals right now is Bright Future.
We're going to get ourselves a Legion Tower as well. First map between these 2 teams in our first semi-final is going to be Legion Tower. Bans coming through: Zeta Division, ban Ramatra, Bright Future, ban Tracer. So not going to be any Ram coming through, which is going to move us towards an Orisa probably matchup here. I'm not really considering that Bright Future are going to end up playing too much of Hazard or anything else. The Ram was also a nice target ban for Chaos, and especially because that's kind of what we saw him playing on New Junk City, although not too sure what he was playing on the other 2 maps. I'm sure Orisa is probably well within his wheelhouse, but if you're Zeta Division and you're Burner on the team, you would love for this to just be an Orisa mirror.
For sure, or even Diva at points, right? You'd be happy with any, or just any of the off tanks, you'd be pretty happy with that. I mean, I think for a way, Bright Future are maybe also okay with that, because I think the Tracer ban because they were playing a lot of like Genji Sojourn, as we saw in that map versus TFW. So maybe something they want to keep up with, where they just have like, Khaled playing Genji and just keep the Sojourn up. So potentially something that works for them. But obviously Zeta, even if they don't have a Tracer on the field, I think they're still going to be perfectly fine, matching that Genji Sojourn or matching anything they really want to play, whether it be like Cass as well. They have a lot of options, a lot of potential comps in their wheelhouse. And Lijiang, I think, a very good map to see coming in here. I mean, really, I feel like we haven't seen a lot of Lijiang so far in the LCQ, Avril. I feel like I've been seeing, Busan. I've been seeing a lot of, Oasis. Have not seen any Lijiang.
It's been mostly Oasis and Busan, and mostly Oasis, even between those games, those options. So Lijiang has been a bit more of the rare option come through. And looking at how this is going to go down here, probably Cass for Flora. I would assume that if this ends up in a Ricimer, that's exactly what Flora wants as well. He would like to play the Cass, particularly on some of the more close range rounds of this map as well. You look over towards the control centers, Probably a perfect place of exactly where you want to see that. Really interesting to see if Pelican's going to bring out the Venture again for this map. He might save that for a future map, but Venture I think is pretty strong on a control center as well. Otherwise, you mentioned Genji, another one of Pelican specials. Happy to play into it. But if it is also going to be a mirror, a brawl mirror, a May could be pretty strong in that scenario as well. Pelican, he's got one of our better Mays, but I think our game is roughly ready to go. A last shot of the key as we head on in. It's control center first. It's actually going to be double hazards off the bat.
Okay, 2 hazards on the field. I mean, Hazard, very solid pick here, especially in this sort of divey. Like, you want someone that's also very survivable here when there's a lot of damage. A lot of options also to try to force the Suzu, get to the back line, get on out. You see counter dive, comes on out. Bernard gets caught. I mean, Khaled, they're falling up. They have the wall. The damage there gets a little aggressive. As Onbu here just playing on the side, going to take down Pelican as well. So, picks going the way of Bright Future. Sure, first cap for Zeta Division, but this is a good exchange.
And I think if this ends up being a Hazard matchup, Flora should probably be on the cast as well. Also plays super well into Chaos's Hazard. But given that Onbu was started on this hero, you're already seeing the shutdown on top of Pelican, but that being said as well, Pelican gets his return kill. Khaled maybe going a little bit too far into Zeta Division territory. Working through the 5 versus 4 Zeta Division. Went back, see what they can find off that advantage.
And now with Khaled coming back, they can be very, very aggressive. As Flora, though, goes deep, trying to find Onbu, gets taken down. D7 Mai gonna go down in return, though, as Bernard just chasing for these limbs, spin, and it's on Chaos. So, still, Zeta in control. Khaled gonna make it back, maybe gonna get caught by the wall. I think this should be fine. Look at the ult here for Zeta. Zeta, I mean, about to have double support ult.
I just think it's half a floor to play. And this is one you're going to get booped around. Suzu's going to cost you positioning as well. In terms of, you want to get the Death Blossom in. Suzu comes down. The flashbang. You have the fact that there is deflect as well. Alfie is not quite there for his beat, which means he might go down. He does. Ambu. Nice catch onto that one. Now Khaled has a blade available, but he needs to get some kills fast because Zeta Division have got some
they're stuck in the corner.
kills, and he's got those kills right now. Burner on low HP. Khaled with 3 and Bright Future win their second fight. I mean, this is a team that is here to play in Zeta Division. So far, I mean, they're leading by 45-20, but that was a clean fight for Bright Future.
Definitely the Reaper pick is, I mean, Reaper's strong. You know, you got enclosed space. You have a lot of ability to get into people's faces. But also, I mean, just look at the backline, right, for Bright Future. I mean, Kiriko, Lucio, like, who is Reaper really targeting outside of the Hazard, outside of Onbu here on the cast? So not a ton of great target focus. Obviously, just using it for this rush potential is the beat going to use from LVE. Everyone's going to rush across the point. They're already low. Bright Future just getting ran over here. And this should be the flip for Zeta.
Full team wipe as well. Bright Future don't have a response here, unfortunately. Zeta Division will hold on to their other ultimate, just a single tempo beat, knowing that Alfie was a little bit behind for Kata. Now he needs to be catching up. For the next ult rotation, Zeta barely holding onto the lead wall. Will be able to push through the rest, or push back the rest of the members from Bright Future. They might be able to isolate Chaos just a little bit here. Bit of a trap coming on through Burner. I think he had his own ultimate deflected back into him from Khaled. Stays alive though.
They also Suzu'd, so I mean, they were fine either way, right? So just complete nullification there of the ult. But it did buy some time. Good wall there from Chaos, just trying to make sure they can get on out. They baited the wall. Trying to get through here, though. This choke just proving really difficult as there. Flora gets the Suzu, gets the speed who's going to come on through, and there's the cleanup for Zeta.
Yep. Flora's waiting for his moment. Push in. Use his Death Blossom. I think Khaled eventually deflected, but looked a little late then. He goes down anyway. So final fight now. And it has to be a touch coming through from somebody on Bright Future. For Kata, probably the best to go for it. And they want to try and knock him down before that even happens. And Pelicans has got them locked into a corner. Triple kill in the Tectonic Shock. And now the entirety of Bright Future fall. They want to try and flank around to get into the side to go for that final touch and find the final fight. And Pelican says, ain't no way. Shuts the door on him.
I mean, actually, the perfect situation. I mean, Pelican had to be licking his lips. Just seeing there, they were walled in by Bernard. They were trying to make the cross. The speed boost comes out. There's the Tectonic Shock, and he just catches so much damage there. The AoE in the small room. It's actually perfect. It's actually just a perfect situation there. Now we're going into round 2. Zeta Division versus Bright Future. And as a reminder here, the semifinals, these are single limbs. So whoever loses here is out of the LCQ, does not get the chance to continue forward to grand finals and go potentially earn their spot to the EWC. As we're rolling out of here, I'm seeing a little Hazard. I'm seeing perhaps a Sim TP play. I wonder if Flora stays on it.
Probably not. I don't think it plays very well in the Hazard at all. Sim would probably get cleaned up. He's moving over to the Soj now, a little bit longer sight lines. Amber's doing the same. Probably prefer this over the Reaper in any case. He did get that Death Blossom off, but otherwise the Reaper didn't look like he was doing too much in that last particular round. Bright Future won a couple of fights here, got a decent amount of cap percentage on Control Center, so we're looking for good things out of Bright Future here, but Chaos going down early does mean that Zeta will have the advantage.
Oh, a little bit of a misplay there. I mean, Finn uses the TP to get to house, and Pelican just pressured, looking for heals the whole time. Did not receive an inkling of healing there. Just, I mean, Khaled was able to walk them for free. Really good awareness, but, you know, a very unfortunate position. Is Khaled taking down Alfie. I mean, Khaled here hunting down these picks that are low. Just not getting the heals in time. And Outright Future off these picks should be able to walk in here from Bridge. The wall's already been used from Bernard. They're not really going to be able to contest.
It's got the one-shot combo into him. Speaking of the one-shot Armbu onto Flora, that's another DPS down. Zeta Division, low HP on Bernard. Probably not going to stay alive much longer here. I mean, they're caught onto the side of the map. It's basically caught between a rock and a hard place here, with the rock being the wall itself, and the hard place is falling down off the side of the map, which is essentially where Bernard's body will be lying. Bright Future end up getting first cap.
Well, I'll tell you what's even harder than that hard place is actually just retaking here into Lijiang after losing first point, right? It's a classic situation here on Koth. You're going to be down in the ults. Though, to be fair, Finn has been farming just a bit. Trying to make it across the bridge right now. Zeta poking. Looking to come on in. The wall already been used. So Bernard looking for the counter engages. Okay. Almost getting the boop. Does get the boop. Alfie, yeah, off the map. Yeah. Alfie gets on. And then there's going to be the blade. Or not rather the blade, but just the rest of the engage.
Double melee kill from Khaled here as well. Alfie, we saw him just trying to wall ride inside that little bowl on the fountain or the well, whatever this area where you actually fall into is, and actually die here. But yeah, he couldn't make it back on.
Koi pond.
Little pond. It's a pretty large pond. I'll give it that. Little mini koi lake.
Unfortunately, I mean, you know, Alfie, not originally a sport player, so maybe doesn't have those wall rides down pat
somehow
to save
just
him potentially.
wall rode to his death. Couldn't get back up, and he's gone. So Zeta Division 0-62 now, and big ultimates for Chaos, and the right of first to Bright Future. I think that's an Ajax for Vacator as well.
Is that an Ajax with the wall? Did we just see that properly?
So
I mean,
I think what happened is
legitimate insanity. Did
I
he
think
get
what happened
off the
is
bridge?
Vacator goes in for a beat. Burner drops the wall below Vacator. The wall boops Vacator off the map, and he Ajaxes. I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
Actually might be one of the most tragic and hilarious Ajaxes we have ever seen here. I mean, especially when the stakes are really, really high. Bright Future still holding onto the blade. Gonna have the downpour. Gonna have some options available with LV with the beat. They're just saving that. They don't need to go aggressively. Flora.
Okay.
Goes down. They're still gonna have to save this. Yeah, there it is. Beat gonna be used here. LV gonna hit it there in time, but they are down 4. They're down a lot of damage right now. Now it's just can they maybe set up a downpour, go for the re-engage. Exactly what's gonna happen.
Alpha to be hitting, but Amber pulled through the OC. He got that one shot to Flora. He needs a little bit more now to get chased down by Pelican. Too happy to just to fly into his face after unburrowing with Zeta Division pulling through the extra Casino Rush. Doesn't look like there'll be much more for Future to say here. So Bright Future, only Khaled still alive at this point in time getting out. They're still having to catch up though, man. They're behind 21%.
Yeah, there are no ults here in the bank with Bright Future, and they control the point, so looking pretty good. I mean, they can have a relatively free tectonic shock if necessary. Just playing the bridge, looking for the hold. Khaled trying to go put the flank presence right now, which is so important right now. You need the Genji, you need Khaled just to try to open up a bit of space for you to make it across this bridge. Bernard's not letting them in for free, though. Chaos just playing the off angle, though, has made it to the house. They're not giving up any cap time either, so Khaled just constantly getting pressured out. So really good awareness from Zeta.
Tectonic shock again from Pelican. Not looking like he's finding too many targets this time. It's looking for somebody in the side house, so he'll have to burrow through, losing the rest of his ultimate. Only 1 or 2 shots even pummeled in there. The Zeta Division at this point have at least gotten themselves an advantage on the 85-71. However, with Pelican going down, players are on Bright Future side. Still got to rush the playthrough. They should probably think about using that, given their numbers are getting quite low here. Chaos has fallen. It's only supports alive, and Bright Future have held on to the rush. They can't win this fight. They've at least been able to get the flip, though, to slow things down.
Spectator just playing here. And they moved up by the wall. Probably going to go down pretty late. Yeah, no beat going to be available now for the touch. Can they get it? Oh, what a good find for Pelican. I think Pelican body blocking there at the end. Make sure to come on up there with the tunnel. Body blocking Chaos so that they could not get the touch. And that's going to be Map.
I think they should have used the rush. I think Bright Future should have used the rush at the end then. You still had about 3 to 4 players alive as your final opportunity. You build the rush, keep Chaos alive as long as possible, give a bit more time for Vacator to build the beat. Play your 3-man beat. It's your only way to actually still win the game. Because anything other than that, you're essentially relying on a low HP Vacator to go back for the final touch after the flip comes through again from Zeta. To which you still need to somehow buy a little bit more time for your team to regroup for a full 5 to take a fight. But there was no final fight. Vacator just gets slashed down instantly with Bernard seeing that play. And as you mentioned, Pelican as well, blocking the window, means no further touch to come on through, no further fight to come on through. And Bright Future, nothing left to play there. But they did lead. They did actually lead a genuine.
I mean, that was
on that garden map.
very, very competitive, like legitimately competitive there at points. I mean, that was not like a complete crush. It's not like what we saw with like Force versus Zenith. It was legitimately a pretty competitive series here. I mean, starting out here, as you see in these first fights happening in the control center, Ambu just like anchoring up there on the outside. I mean, this works for them. Khaled on the Genji is definitely scary, in the right place at the right time, hitting some good blades. Now, obviously, this was sort of emphasized by Flora just being on the Reaper a long time, but I do think there's a hope for a very competitive series.
We'll see if it is just opening control shenanigans coming on through for these teams, but if not, then you're right, we could just be seeing quite a decent amount more coming on in. A couple of tragic moments here. Of course, we talk about
I want to see the Vacator Ajax, so we have to see that. I hope we have it.
I don't know if it's going to make the replays here. I don't know if anyone caught it, but this was the final moment, of course, where TSM and MI goes down. Vacator's unable to touch, and then there's just no further fight. Yeah, I think there could have been one more fight there for Bright Future, but they'll have to save that one for second map instead. But as mentioned, Avas, you mentioned it was at least competitive. I think where that really showed is the fact that on Garden, the second round, they genuinely led by like a good 50-60%.
Yeah, and I think they really understand how they're playing their comp a bit. I mean, like, Khaled is legitimately doing what needs to be done there on the Genji, where you're open up the space, you're dashing through those weak targets, you're just trying to put pressure, almost act as the tracer when there is no tracer to a degree. So there is some highlights there for Bright Future. The future, it's bright. The future's bright, but not that bright, because it wasn't that competitive. It was just a relatively competitive match, which is something that we hadn't really seen so much in LCQ so far, especially against a team like Zeta's caliber in general. So I'm kind of excited to see how the rest of the series goes. It's now a question, I think, since the Ramaster's already been banned, right? They've already like, okay, well, we don't have to, we want to be able to just, you just want to be able to like play that and deny that for Zeta, but obviously like they're just going to try to play the Orisa. I wonder if they try to ban the Orisa in the future there. It's just kind of a question of like, is that something that they're interested in? Is that something that they try to like just force? Because they didn't want to play into the Pelican Tracer too much at all.
Well, all those questions will be answered and more right after this break. We'll come back for more.
This land is calling.
I gotta get out. Got to get out of here. Got to get out. Got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. I got to get out. I feel it here inside of me. But you know what just occurred to me, baby? The things ain't what it used to be. And the sound, I just keep on walking. And I won't stop, no. I just can't waste time talking. Gotta save my soul. Gotta get out of here.
Welcome back from the break. Map 2 coming up very soon. Zeta Division versus Bright Future. A reasonable back and forth opening map on the Lijiang. I'll see how we go now with the Bright Future map choice. They have opted to take us to Circuit Royale. The bans are as follows. Bright Future first ban as May. Zeta Division respond with Lucio.
Okay, so Zeta looking at, which makes a lot of sense because Zeta, Alfie's made that swap to support, right? And it's looked pretty good on Lucio and some of those main support picks, but really where he shined is where he gets to play that double flex setup because he can use all of that mechanical ability that when he was a DPS player, and a very good one at that, kind of shines through there in that role swap. I think you don't want to play into the Pelican May, especially because we've seen Zeta play it and it's very, very strong in general. I think it's just, it makes sense as a ban, but obviously leaves a lot of options still open for Zeta, who, like we said, favorites in the series. They have a decent amount of flexibility, especially in this meta in general. But after the last map, some hope for Bright Future.
especially given it is their map choice. And if we think about how this map has gone for Zeta Division in the past, I think we saw that on the first day versus Invaders. Zeta full cap through the map with a pretty giant time back. I believe it was just under 4 minutes, or like 3 minutes 56 or something like that. And if it wasn't for the triple player disconnect, Zeta would have also had the full hold as well there. And one of the really nasty parts of that Zeta lineup was, of course, Pelican looking over towards the Venture. May is banned anyway, to be fair. May does get played on this map and is one of Pelican's better choices, but I think even without the May here, he's proven that he's more than capable.
Yeah, they have plenty of other options in the bank, and yeah, Alpha moving here to the Alari. Lucio being banned. Likely just going to be Alari bat mirrors for large portions of the map. It's been very strong in Circuit Royale. We've seen a lot of teams play it. See some of the early poke right now. Flora on the Freya, which is something that we've talked about. Is like, yeah, he's had like really good moments, but we've typically preferred him on Sojourn, on Cass. So going to be matching here into Onbu. He's had a pretty good hit scan performance, all things considered. I don't know if we personally have seen that much of his Freya just yet. So, well, it's going to be a question to see how they do.
Actually saw it versus Snowfall versus Invaders on day one.
Oh, that's true. Yes,
taking down quite amount, decent amount. So, got to be careful with that one. See if Flora level up for this one. We've seen some really good Freya performances from Flora, and we've also seen some less than what we're expecting Freya performance from Flora as well. But off the opening, no issues here. D7 MI down.
Yeah, just gets tagged a little bit much. Also, they didn't remove the turret, so got a little bit extra tag. So just like one little bolt from Flora. The Bright Future going to back on up here a little bit. Don't want to lose any more picks. Going to have a bit of the window advantage there. The Amp Matrix for Vacator. Bright Future looking to get on in, but still just having to get around the corner. The bullet is charged for Flora. If they want to go in, just try to find one, maybe even force the lamp around this corner as they just play the geography right now.
Opportunity. Flora already has his bowler shot ready to go through. Does a little bit of damage, but doesn't quite finish anybody off. Without all the destructibles, the deployables are gone. Burnout just holding arms in the front lane, holding position. Right Future, though, their opportunity now. Window coming on through. No response for Zeta just yet. Finn so lagging a little bit behind. Allowing Chaos to just move up, try and find a player on the sidelines. They're not able to actually run a player down. It's Khaled and Chaos kind of low at this point. Alpha E's on one. They'll finally get that shot in. But Bright Future, can they get more than that? Because Finn and Flora have a response.
Man, and just not quite there on the focus fire, able to punish Alpi. Alpi was just playing on the off angle for so long with the pylon, and you're gonna hope, okay, maybe we can move them earlier. We know they're so split. They just couldn't find Alpi early enough before the Ant Matrix comes out for Finn and get it cleaned up. And it's just one of those things where just could have seen a little bit faster there in the focus fire. Now they're still stuck here on the corner, looking to come back into the fight.
And of course, because of the Sim TPs, they can also just disengage very quickly as well, reposition themselves. But Alfie playing off his own pylon, as mentioned, around that statue area, very difficult for Bright Future to take down. They took a long time actually walk in and find a player. Now Zeta Division are the ones that are holding the majority of the ultimate, especially with the Chaos on low HP. It's going to be Captive Suns deployed both sides. D7 MI, a little bit of trouble there. It's going to be Alpha Yi that actually gets the final blow onto his opposing Alari with the extra symbol coming through. Too difficult for Bright Future to do any damage.
The Sim, I mean, just so strong here, and we talked about it a bit throughout this event. Real, where playing around these turrets, around this geometry of the map, just a brutal car wash situation. As the blade gets used, okay, bolus used, reflected onto Flora. Khaled still not going to find much else, but I think does enough damage where they can get Bernard too.
Yeah, he got Bernard. I mean, Khaled, he's done enough here. He got the deflect onto Flora, cleans up Bernard as well. That's going to be more than enough to actually cap the point. No disconnected players required. This time a legitimate one. Bright Future will get A cap. Zeta Division are going to have to scramble back for B. As Flora, well, he got marked heavily there. He got checked heavily, and Bright Future get rewarded.
I mean, this is amazing for Bright Future so far, because I mean, this might be one of the most competitive series so far in the LCQ, and it's versus Zeta of all teams, right? A team that was, you know, a potential favorite to win the event here. We thought there was a gigantic gap, but Bright Future, looking at the gap, might not be as big as we expected. They're still going to hold on to Annihilation. They're going to have the Ant Matrix as well as Chaos. Getting pressure, Lamp Force, Annihilation use.
He is still faced up against a window. Finn is dropping in tons of damage from the high ground. A Bright Future. They pumped in, given that Flora is also dropping in some bolts on the side as well. Faketa's also dropped down on his own window, however, not too sure if they're getting enough damage off the back line. Flora wants to go deep here. He's supported at least somewhat from the rest of his team following it through. And with that, Bright Future not going to find too much else. Zeta Division have pushed them back to spawn. Do Zeta, though, want to go for a bit of a spawn camp here? Because they can now.
They can at the very least poke. That's exactly what they look to be doing. Getting a late pick there into Chaos. UCM and I going to have the Captive Sun, Alpha pretty close to themselves. So, I mean, there's still pretty good poke scenario for Zeta Division. I think it just forced this fight on the low ground. Cali going to have to back up just a bit. Bolos available. And you see, oh, really good find there. They have him on off angle. Yeah, Ambu going to go down. Force the lamp 2 off that now. You know, it's just like, okay, we'll trade the ult for a lamp. But remember, the Freya ult, not too expensive.
So we are basically getting a spawn camp at this stage, and Flora easily finding Ambu there. A little bit of supportive Vortex coming through from Burner after marking him with the passive allows you to see the low HP players. And with the sim, it's easy. I mean, all you have to do is really play up against the spawn or Bright Future, and if things get a little bit dicey, you simply TP yourself out. Exactly what they do here.
Yeah, playing it masterfully so far. It's okay. Chaos looking to pressure from there. However, Captive Sun used and Flora already finding Ambu there right off the bat. They're trying to hide from the Captive Sun. And even if they don't end up getting one, which they are going to get one, even if they didn't end up getting one, it just gives them so much space, especially off the pick. And now, Zeta Division chasing here into the spawn.
Oh, I think he's got to be careful, though. He got hit by the bowler. It looks like he'll be okay for now. It's only destructibles or deployables being taken away by Bright Future. With one Alpha E death, though, Zeta Division may have to respect that and actually back out. So, despite Cap and A, it's been a bit of a struggle for Bright Future so far. Alpha E going down should give Bright Future the opportunity to at least walk up. There's only 1 minute left,
They've
though.
gone to the Ana. Look at this. Ana here for Vicator, so they're hoping maybe they can build some nano blades, potentially have that win condition available, which is, on a map like this, I mean, it's not a bad idea if you're doing so well. Okay, Khaled is down, so unfortunately it's not going to matter anyways. The wall is going to get used here from Pelican. I mean, this is just going to be after a retreat situation. They don't have their win con, right? They don't have the nano blade. They don't have Khaled. They're down a player. Zeta just going to play this high ground, maybe going to find some more. Bright Future really don't have to get staggered too bad on this chase.
That's the second time as well. The wall comes down as soon as D7MI wants to go for that Captive Sun. And it basically blocks out entirely. Fakata swap it over to the Ana, as you mentioned. Doesn't quite have the nano until, well, he out of it now. But after that kill into Pelican, that could be a good opportunity for it. Bolostrike's not going to find anything at that stage, but he just might get a couple of good shots on the Khaled instead. It is a nano blade, and with the extra nano damage reduction, Khaled is just so tanky. He's not going down at all. He's taking plenty of damage, but he's dealing far more back. With Chaos also annihilating his way through. Bright Future finally broken off of this blockade that Zeta have set up on B. The problem is they're in OT now, and they still have one more fight to play through.
And that's their win con, right? Annihilation gone, Nanoblade gone. There's going to be Annihilation for Bernard, so they have an option, especially with this really slow backline here, that they could just walk onto them with the Annihilation. Ambu, though, could make the hero play, could hit someone, find a pick early, but I mean, Finn's still holding onto the lamp, so it's going to be a really hard fight here for Bright Future. Ambu going over the top. There's the Bola. Might be flying floor early, and forces the lamp.
And he gets out. Ambu survives as well. Khaled's on low HP here, but Bright Future have a 5 versus 4. Can they get something done with this one? Pelican currently beaming his way down Khaled's HP, and Bernard's low. If Bernard goes down, even despite the annihilation, that's going to be Bright Future still retaining a 1-player advantage here. They just need to be able to walk through, survive against Alpha E's Captive Sun. But Alpha E, he's into the back line. He wants that solo kill onto the opposing Alara. He's got it. And Zeta Division still have more players respawning. Bernard's coming back on towards the Doom. They have player advantage again because they have respawn advantage. Can Bright Future hold on? They need more kills and they're not getting it.
There, they did it. They did it. It was looking a little risky there for a potential C9 because they had to anchor into the Ram, but Alpha E gets those crucial picks in the back. And it's just that situation where they went for that win condition, right, with the Ana, hoping to just Nano Blade win the point outright, but they just didn't have enough gas left in the tank to be able to win it out. Still, not a bad map from Bright Future. They took Zeta, I mean, to the brink there, got the first point, almost were able to get second. But Zeta looking really, really strong here, being able to pull that sim pick.
Zeta spawn camp was a little bit too rough. Multiple minutes being bled down from the timer, unable to really get out of spawn. Would prefer not to have to ult out of spawn as well if you can help it. And then eventually they do win a team fight off the back of Fakata on the Ana, finding a open pick onto Pelican of all players, enabling the 5 versus 4. But then, as you sort of mentioned, they ended up using 3 ults that fight to get the cleanup of the Zeta Division, and Paler was so far back through the spawn camp that they couldn't convert it into meaningful objective until the very end in the OT, where Zeta Division get to come back for one last fight in Bright Future. It's just so hard to be in that position in the OT with a very long respawns, a long run back for the respawns, even if you do get them, to be able to hold on enough and actually win that. They do push the end, which gives them a holdable position. They get to now at least play with the knowledge that they can have the end of B being accessible for the defense.
And so much pressure now on Vicator and Khaled, right? Because they're just playing for these Nano Blade fights. trying to get potentially like a first hold. So they're just putting everything on the back here of like, can we get this combo? Especially when you're playing to the neutral fights. I mean, Finn's going to be building the Ant Matrix really quickly. They're going to have the Lamp to set them up for like really aggressive plays or just get them out of a, get out of jail free card. They don't have that as options. Maybe Vacator can hit some good antes, but I mean, there's not much that can follow up on it besides maybe Khaled into the backline, and they don't have any speed. That's okay. Pelican already made a swap to Venture. Oh yeah, full swaps here. I mean, they're going Juno. They're getting Ana as well.
There's only going to be Flora remaining on his starting hero of the Freya. Everybody else is going to be making that swap over Burner, one of his classic divas. They really want to pressure out this Vacator Ana if possible. That's one way to beat an Ana, to pull through on your own diva. Well, Chaos is not going to get much done there. Put the Matrix on top of his body. Everyone jumping the damage in. Ana can't do any healing in that sort of situation. And despite the anti-landing onto Zeta as well, no impact. Chaos also moving over towards Diva now.
It's a very smart swap because their backline is so squishy, right? You can't really sustain any rushes. You really just have like maybe you hit the sleep, maybe you can hit the Ilari boot, but like you just don't have much to deal with that without a lamp. And so having the speed ring, being able to walk into, you have the Venture too, just burrowing, coming up on top of the Diva. It's just a lot of pressure. As Zeta, they've rounded the corner. They're putting pressure here on the point. However, Nano's up for Vacator. They have the option to just pop it early, maybe send it to... Yeah, there it is. It's going to go directly onto Khaled, trying to fight some of the squishies. But the back out here from Zeta, pretty good.
Bernard's just matrixing the whole thing because he doesn't have the actual blade. He's just going in for dry neutral damage, and all those shurikens...
He didn't even get it. Didn't even get the blade here.
No, he didn't farm the blade either because his damage got entirely eaten up by the Matrix, and now Khaled's gone down finally. Flora's dropped in his ball on top of Armbu. Takes him down half HP, and Bright Future have to just lick their wounds and back on out with whoever's still alive.
Jay's still Zeta Division trying to find Anbu, trying to find a couple more, but Anbu should be able to leave. It's Freya, you're quite mobile. Perhaps you guys have heard of this. Perhaps you guys know that Freya, very mobile character, especially once you start getting those with perks. So now the aggressive hold here for Zeta.
He has to be considerate of the fact that you don't want to dive too deep either. Speaking of nanos, Alpha E deploying onto Pelican here. The nano tectonic shock. Bright Future's instantly going to be forced back. This is just going to prevent them from having any sort of positioning on this B defense at all.
Bernard, a little split, has to make sure to get out, save the mech. No one will have to use a bomb a little early. Blade is available for Khaled. They have a couple ults here on the board with Chaos here on the Diva too. But, I mean, they're going to have to play into the Ray. Going to have to play into the bomb. Khaled immediately taken down with the Ray. Just the damage just focuses them down. There's no nano to protect them.
And the eat on the Captain's Son as well. Burner is all over the show, protecting players, getting the boot kill onto Khaled, preventing the Captain's Son, every single win condition, taken off the board. Bright Future have very little left to play through. Not even a remake available for Chaos. They've used every single ultimate. This is the final fight. They got no tank. It looks like they got no hope absolutely of being able to hold on. Khaled, the only one remaining. It seems like everybody else trying to make their way back in, but as the time falls, the cap is completed. The Zeta Division will not be denied. 2-0 in the series so far. A Circuit Royale that started to look a little bit more competitive after A was capped through, but a failure to cap B means that for Zeta Division, the home ground is there. They'll cap through A and B without too much fanfare, and it's all done and dusted here as there's only one map left to play.
Yeah, I mean, just Circuit, a really good pick for Zeta because they just can flex, they just have the flexibility option, especially for Bright Future where it feels like they're so dependent at times with Khaled. Just getting those Genji cleanups, even trying to put Vacator onto the Ana to just give them another win condition, right? And the problem is then you're vulnerable to swaps like that, where, okay, you get a Juno, you get the Ana of your own, you get a Venture, and you're just going to run over that backline. And so you're just stuck in this race against time to maybe get the Nano Blade, which they just never got. And so it's just a tough situation for Bright Future here, where it feels like they really want to rely on the Genji, but then it opens up a lot of weaknesses in terms of, okay, what are the rest of our comps? What's our backline going to be? Zeta can exploit that just constantly here. And Circuit was a really good map to take them there, to know it's going to put a little bit of pressure on their weaknesses, just overall.
It's hard for Khaled to get much more done there in a situation where you're in a heavy poking phase on A. You're just throwing shurikens for the most part. So your Ana is going to outpace you on Nano Charge. The Ana is going to get your Nano first. You don't have a blade yet. Then the question becomes, well, how do you want to play this Nano? Really, for me, probably by default, Nano on the tank makes a little bit more sense there, but they wanted to put the dry Nano onto Khaled, who couldn't get anything done. He's diving in, trying to get some shuriken damage in there. Bernard just eats the entire thing, and he doesn't even farm a blade off the back of the Nano. And then finally, when Khaled has a blade...
Also, how did that orb possibly hit? How did that orb... I'm just looking at the Symmetra orb. Or Symmetra orb, like, hits hitbox is kind of crazy, because I feel like Khaled was not that close to Pelican, but that's fine. But yeah, definitely right on all fronts there, Avril. And it was still a pretty valiant map coming out there for Bright Future. I mean, it's not an insane stomp. It is close at points. This is probably one of the more, I think, disadvantaged maps. If you look at like how Bright Future are playing so far, when you get to like Circuit Royale and you just deal with the overall flexibility of Zeta comparatively. So maybe a different map, work out a bit better. It is loser picks, so they're going to have some options there to choose from. And overall, Zeta still looking like a pretty clear favorite, but Bright Future putting a bit better performance expected.
Certainly more competitive than most would have given them credit for. I think Zeta is on maybe a little bit surprised at how competitive that particular second map was. But even the first map, again, we talk about the fact that they led on Garden by a good 50-60% before Zeta Division were able to bring it back. So to even put Zeta into a position where they had to make a quote-unquote comeback on Lijiang Tower is saying a decent amount. But we are at a 2-0 point now. Bright Future can be happy with the fact that they at least got their single point, but they need a lot more to actually beat Zeta or have the chance of beating Zeta. You need more than just singular points. Probably need some map completions in here, take us to an actual time bank, be able to win a map in this series at some point to show that you have the capability of taking down Zeta a notch, because currently it's not looking like Zeta are going to drop a map in the series, and it doesn't look like Zeta will drop a single map in the entire tournament until they get to the finals, and while they're only one map away from getting that finals.
Yeah, you definitely need to win maps to win a series. So once again, there's some hard-hitting analysis coming from us too, internal, but we will do some more hard-hitting analysis and take a look more at the beginning to the third map of the series on the other side of this break. So we'll see you soon.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Zeta Division on the victory warpath here in the EWC Last Chance qualifiers. Our first semi-finals, currently 2-0. And looking like it'll be another 3-0 here as the 3-0 train doesn't look to be ending anytime soon.
No, it is chugging along, and it's got one stop remaining potentially here on the final map of the series. Bright Future, they're doing their best to do kind of just like the Spider-Man meme standing in front of it, like, no, but unfortunately, Zeta, I think, overpowering the local heroes here just a bit. But Bright Future still has a chance. They put up a fight so far. As going to the third and potentially final map. And remember, whoever loses this, they're going home. It's over for them. They're not going to be continuing to the grand finals, not have a chance to get into the EWC proper. Bright Future saying, oh yeah, we got a map 5. Don't worry, we got a map 5 over our sleeve. I'm like, I'm going to believe it if we see it. As Zeta obviously looking just to close it out.
Let's talk about map 3 here. New Junk City is the choice for Bright Future. Their first ban is going to be onto Sims. Their division responds within Orisa. It looks like Zeta is going to be mostly staying away from Orisa today. They didn't play it on map 1. Didn't play it on map 2. It was Hazard and then into Ram. And now not going to be played on map 3 either. A no Orisa day for Bernard.
maybe just gonna be playing some potentially, you know, like you said, like staying away from that, playing a lot of Hazard here, Diva. I mean, we've even seen some Zarya come out on New Junk City. Hey, you know what?
Ready for the Malga.
The Malga. The Malga. I'm here. Do you hear that? Do you hear that? Do you hear the thundering footsteps? It's arriving, but no, it is looking like it's going to be Hazard here. Little Hazard venture with Flora going onto the Tracer. It's interesting because, like, you know, you prefer Pelican be on the Tracer, I think, for this team. But if you're going to play the venture comp, I mean, Flora is going to be the one that has to play that if that's what they want to play.
Yeah, I do remember Flora kind of got wiped a little bit on that day one game versus Invaders on this map, if I remember correctly. It was one of the maps that they played where the Flora Tracer wasn't quite up to scratch, so we'll see what happens a little bit later on. He ended up stopping Soj. Cast might not even be that bad, considering you have a Genji to play into. Probably not that useful into the annihilating Ram, however, and Ambu, well, he'll just get taken down by Pelican straight away.
Okay, get a trade there, but Khaled also going down, so there's no DPS left for Bright Future here. Chaos as well. Getting cleaned up here, and there's just the strength of this venture comp, right? Is that you're just able to put so much pressure into the backline, especially when you have a hit scan. Just getting to the back there. And when you're playing that Ram comp, you're not able to just reflexively turn around and deal with it. You can put up some shields, you can put up a vortex, right? But you're not able to, you know, move, put a wall down to stop the aggression, to stop the venture. And instead, Chaos going over to the Hazard, saying, I would love to have a wall of my own. I would also like to terraform the world around me.
Oh, he'd like to be able to support Khaled in some way. At least you have a tank diving with one of the DPS to try and make that work. Support's equal on both sides in terms of what they're playing, but it's Fakeda leading the way in terms of ult charge here. His team taking a little bit more damage. With Khaled going down, though, this is where Bright Future need to be able to pick up the paces. Chaos and Ambu need to find a trade somewhere, somehow. It's not looking like it's happening. Bernard maybe caught a little bit in the open here, but the support will come through the rest of Zeta Division. And in fact, they're going to wall off the retreating members and look for some final picks.
No, not quite able to get him. There's just, I mean, zero trading happening, right? Like, it's Overwatch League all over again. There's no trades. Like, we're not seeing that. Downpour going to get used. Forcing the beat. Bernard, very low, but now just going to use this wall. They should be able to fight. Oh, they don't get Fakeda early, but they're going to get the trade there. Alfie going to commit the beat. And it gets a little messy, but this should probably deny the chance. So Khaled making a beeline for the touch. Yeah, going to get it.
He has to. No one else can get the touch at this point. That means the Zeta defense will have to come on through to respond, but it's only a single member here. Surely they're not going to have too much trouble taking down Khaled. Can Khaled buy enough time for the rest of his team to come on in? It's not looking...
He did?
Well, maybe it is, actually. Ambu's got the shot into Alfie, and now the rest of Bright Future popping the Kitsuna Rush with an extra touch. They might be able to do something against Zeta here. Finn has to respond with his own Kitsuna Rush, but once an initial touch comes on through from Bright Future on the Kitsuna Rush, no further members of Bright Future are able to get too much done. Zeta Division still lock in and lock up that first round.
I think just an unfortunate situation there for Bright Future where, yeah, they get the touch, they get a pick, but the rush used up on the high ground, but all the members of Bright Future were rotating back to the low ground because of the damage. And so they just were not in a good prime position to actually deal with the point, to utilize the high ground advantage in any way. They just got boxed in as now another engage happens. Ambu going to commit the overclock, going to get stuck. No saving. There's the trade chaos. About to have the downpour, but it looks like the support's, yeah, the entirety of the back line is just going to go down here for Bright Future.
Decent couple of kills coming through for Flora, especially the big shutdown pulse bomb onto Ambu, who was OCing as well. And you thought Bright Future, they started out well, they got Pelican down nice and early, but Flora just responded. And now Bright Future will be late to the party a little bit in terms of Zeta capping first. And getting a lot of value on that first ult as well.
So now Zeta going to be holding aggressively on the choke, trying to deny Bright Future the entry. The blade is up and available along with the downpours. And there's no support ults for Zeta here. Nothing, but okay, Khaled down. The downpour gets used, and they're already down the blade, so they have no option. They are getting some trades here for Bright Future, so there's a chance they'll try to make it on in. Backline's alive, Chaos is alive, but it's pretty much just a Hazard and two supports for both squads here. They're just going to be looking at each other on the point here.
I'm too sure who Chaos actually caught there, but yeah, Pelican and Flora end up going down, so those may have been the members. Zeta 3 versus 3 until all of the rest of the members from both sides start to regroup on the point, but it's still Zeta in command, 60% and counting. Bright Future, only a blade to play through. At least there's no response. If Kelly wants a blade, assuming he gets a little bit of healing coming on through, there's nothing to really respond to him. Here he goes now. Big opportunity. Alfie already on half HP. Pelican already on half HP, but Khaled, he's only slashing at the tank. He's only got Bernard in front of him, and now Finn's responded.
Rush used. Khaled solo goes down. Chaos low as well. Fakeda down. The beat already used. The cleanups here for Zeta. This point definitely going away as Zeta Division. And you wouldn't know it. You wouldn't think it sometimes, but Alfie playing some masterful Lucio there, completely breaking the ankles of Khaled there, just dodging the blade. Didn't even have the beat up just yet. And despite the aggression going in, I mean, Chaos used the wall, trying to trap them in. And he says, nope, I'm going to slip on out. Alfie here with the support swap still paying dividends for Zeta.
And
now,
winning.
really, if he wants to fill the Violet shoes, he's still got to hit the Ajax, though.
And I was going to say, winning without even having to use the sound barrier. And, well, if they actually do win this last point, and they can do it via Ajaxing, that'll be pretty Zeta-pilled of them. The Kate is going to go down a little too early for Bright Future, though, which is going to cause some problems. Point is about to unlock, and Bright Future need to disengage as fast as possible.
Flora, railed there. Platonic Shock is going to be used right now. Trying to find a couple. Gonna find one. Chaos down. Pressure's still there. So decent trades for Zeta. See the pressure from Pelican still looking to find some more.
Not even
Gonna be
capping.
finding some more. Yeah, I mean, they've already... no one is capping. They're just saying, actually, we're chasing for our limbs here. We're going for a KD kind of game.
They'll get the cap eventually as Bright Future wait for the respawns. The Zeta Division wanted to commit for that fight. They see Bright Future members trying to retreat, knowing that they don't have any speed boost to retreat out of it. They can just speed on into them themselves. Bright Future will get to come back in now for the next engage. Bernard's already in there. Alfie probably wants to go for a sound barrier here, but just has to wait for the wall to fade first. Chaos, downpour, hits a couple members, gets a free shot onto Finn, and there's also a kill to Flora there as well to follow through. Bright Future, they should have enough players down here to actually get the advantage, to get the flip. Chaos just needs to stay alive. There's no more support for Zeta Division. All the damage is permanent, but they don't have a tank now. Bright Future, where the DPS is, got to be counted on the pulse one. Doesn't quite hit that one. Ambu next has to be the player to make his mark found. Bernard's just cleaning up the entirety of the rest of Bright Future. So despite losing Alfie and Finn, Zeta don't fall over.
Yeah, I mean, just not able to remove the raid boss, Bernard. I mean, there was really good downpour from Chaos, just knowing that they could maybe catch him there, especially Flora wasn't there. But now the rush aggressively into spawn. They're taking the doors. Ambu already down.
80%.
I mean, this could be match. This could be match right here. 90% here on the cap. Bright Future, they have to touch. They have double support ult. They have some potential options to keep them alive, but they need to get the touch. They need to get a test. It is going to happen. Chaos here on the Doom does get that touch.
Khaled's there as well somewhere. Flora with the wall pulse. Maybe he's trying to predict that Khaled's going to blink into him, but isn't going to take the pulse anyway. Ambu getting shut down here. This is where it all ends. No more OC, no tank, no Casino Rush, nothing left to play through. Khaled's gone as well. Fakeda was the last one at 99%. Would have loved to have seen him just hit the one-man solo beat to finish things out. But for Zeta, they're more than happy with that result. Happy with a 3-0 on New Junction City and happy with the 3-0 in this series as well. Zeta Division will find themselves in the LCQ Esports World Cup Grand Finals.
And that's about where we expected them. You know, they've ended up exactly where we thought they were going to be, playing a slightly closer game than I think either of us probably predicted coming into this versus Bright Future. And even with Flora putting up a masterclass on Tracer, by masterclass I mean not quite his best Tracer performance again there on New Junk City, and it still was more than enough. I do think for Bright Future, though, you can hang your head a little high. I think you can, you know, put your chin up, King, because I do think this was a decent game, a pretty solid game against a world-class opponent like Zeta for Bright Future. And for someone that's a mainly like domestic Saudi Arabian team here, this is a really decent performance. I think it's one of the best games we've seen yet at LCQ. Obviously, there's been a lot of stomps, but really a pretty high note for them.
Certainly would have preferred if they were able to get themselves at least a point in New Junk City, but they got a couple of good fights in there. They made sure that it was a bit of back and forth, as Zeta wasn't just going to blow them over. Circa Rail in particular was well played, given that they managed to legitimately cap that first point, win some very important fights, score themselves on the scoreboard, so you're not going to get a 0-point lockout. And they look over towards the Legion Tower, had a reasonable lead on the Garden, but just failed to kind of close that one out. You can sort of see where some of the bright spots on this Bright Future team are. Still a young team, still a young squad, still young early days for the Saudi team. Would be very interesting to see how they go in future events like ESL Challenge in Saudi Arabia and also Saudi E-League, because, you know, that is typically where the experience is gained for a lot of these domestic players in Saudi.
I mean, yeah, I mean, you get some world-class talent coming out of those leagues. I mean, there was a little-known player just made it on through. Violet, maybe you heard of him. Came on through, Saudi E-League. So, definitely a lot of opportunity to be found there. But Zeta, of course, making it to the Grand Finals, which is pretty much what we expected. And I do think that they still look very, very good right now. So a team that you could still root for to potentially win the whole thing in LCQ, make it to EWC. But Falcons, Vision, they're still alive. Take a look at the bracket right now. Obviously, we just finished one match of the semifinals, and we got another one remaining. Team Falcons versus Vision Esports to determine who the opponent is going to be for versus Zeta in the grand finals.
Going to finish it all today. Every single game to be played through today. Another BO5 coming up next. Falcons Vision, as mentioned, and then the winner of that taking on Zeta Division in the grand final, where you have it all to play for. The winning team of that final is a team that will actually advance to the mid-season championship, the Esports World Cup for Overwatch, and everybody else will be looking for the next flight home, unless of course their domestic team in Saudi. They're basically already home, but for the likes of Zeta Division, from some of the players on Vision as well, it'll be a bit of a break for them. If they, well, it's a bit of a break for the players that don't make it through between Falcons Vision and Zeta Division that don't make it to the Esports World Cup. They'll have to wait for stage 3 of the OWCS, of which all 3 teams will be playing in. Vision, of course, did actually qualify into stage 3 through promotion and relegation. But that will do it for us, guys. That will do it for Avast and I on this broadcast. And, well, still 2 more games to play through, so make sure you guys don't go anywhere. You have the semi-final and the grand final right after this break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep. Step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was bossing up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Now I'm shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round This one over here is very rare.
swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are.
Welcome back to the Last Chance Qualifier. It's final days. My name is Commander X, and I am joined by Unter, and we are going to be bringing you all of the action for this final day because there is a key up for grabs, Max.
There's a key on the line, and we are about to witness two teams fight, not for the key, but for their chance to eventually play for said key. We're going to have the privilege of watching Falcons versus Vision Esports, and now we're really starting to separate the wheat from the chaff, Xavier.
It's all to play for now. We've only really got, well, the three teams that I think most people would have put as our top three teams left. We just saw Zeta Division close out their match against Bright Future. 3-0 in the end. Maybe a bit of a rocky start for Zeta Division, but it got cleaner the longer it went on, and they are waiting in the grand final for the winner of our next series.
Our next series will be Falcons versus Team Vision, but perhaps we can touch a little bit more on that Zeta Division match that we just witnessed before we get too stuck into it. Zeta Division, we were expecting them to really come out swinging in that match. We were expecting a very strong performance, and is that what we saw on map 1?
Not at all, really. It was a Hazard Mirror, and historically, this has been a pretty strong comp for Zeta Division. Banar, really one of the best hazards in the world. We had Pelican on the venture, and to be fair to Pelican, as he so often does, he was delivering on this big occasion. But the rest of the team, a little bit dodgy in areas, problems dealing with Khaled's Genji, and really a lot closer than they would have liked if it wasn't for some crucial fumbles by Bright Future, and that map 1 actually could have gone very differently for Zeta.
Yeah, Bright Future really put on something of a frontline masterclass there between Chaos and Khaled, really clutching up on so many different occasions. And you would expect to see results like that from a Champ 3 Genji, from a Saudi E-League storied tank player early on in the piece. But as we get deeper into the bracket, as you start to go up against international superstars like the roster of Zeta Division, it was a little bit of a surprise to see such a dogfight early on in the series. This is when Zeta Division must take their matches completely seriously. Obviously, they have won the match 3-0. They have punched their ticket to the grand final to fight for that key to the Esports World Cup. But still, signs of life for Bright Future and a little bit of a concern for Zeta Division, in my opinion.
Definitely something to be worried about, and the final game, where whoever it is versus Vision or versus Falcons, is going to be their toughest one yet. Zeta Division, a team that have been plagued by close but no cigar in their quest to qualify for a lot of these major tournaments. In this one, especially the Esports World Cup, when there are 16 spots available, missing out here would be devastating for Zeta Division or Falcons.
Exactly right, Xavier. Even a team like Vision, this is a roster that has gone and imported superstar caliber players. We see Violet on the screen right now. This is somebody that has won the Overwatch League twice, that ran deep, top 4 at the Esports World Cup last year. This is a well and truly international caliber player. For a player like Violet, there is no expectation other than to win as much as you possibly can. So Falcons, of course, they are world champs, but so is Violet. And Team Vision, they would come into a tournament like this with very high expectations as well.
They came all the way through that ESL Saudi challenge, won that one. Well, didn't win that one, but the teams above them also qualified directly, so they got the ticket through, they got their opportunity. And if I'm Vision Esports, I'm actually probably slightly happier about playing Falcons first rather than Zeta Division. Falcons, in terms of recent form, have been in some of the worst form in their history, honestly. So coming into this, Falcons, all the pressure is on them. Vision are on the underdog. They can use that to their advantage. And really, at some point, we're going to see it in a series, maybe not on map 1, but they do have a significant advantage, especially if we go to a double flex support type composition.
A double flex matchup really could favor them, and it looks like we might just be getting into the game already, Xavier. As we roll out, we're here on Oasis Gardens, and we see the venture pick coming out from Team Falcons. We saw the Korean team seem to really like this venture pick. Proper over to the venture, perhaps a little bit of a surprise. Not entirely sure that I expected to see him on that so early on. But other than that, Lucio Moira from Falcons? What is this all about, Xavier?
Some of it must be motivated by that Kiriko ban that has been instilled by Falcons. Want to play the Moira instead, and Proper's going to dive immediately onto Alba, finish that one off, pressure now onto Tama, forcing him back, half HP already, desperate pocket from Violet. Choi has found a trade in the backfire, and someone, has he gone too far? Saved by Proper? No, not saved by Proper. That's their tank down, and Vision have a chance to repush this quickly.
Vision getting straight back into it off the back of this kill. Tama's going to actually catch Proper, and Fielder goes down as well. Falcons only good for 14% here in the first fight before Vision snap right back into it. If you eye off the support ultimates right now as well, you can see Violet 95% to a window. Merit has been picked early by Choice A1. Falcons already a little bit of a rocky start to say the least.
Flip side of that ban situation was Kiriko banned from Falcons, Tracer banned from Vision in response, hence why we're seeing Venture and Sombra and some different looks. Have to say though, Troy's getting really close as EMP, and if he can get that one up, it's going to be a huge swing factor. Falcons want to retake through the inside area. They are worried about that Sombra behind. Choi is looking for another assassination. Pressure onto Merit, taking a lot of tension and just slowing Falcons down at the moment.
Just a rough fight for Vision already, though. You know, Violet did invest the window. High Noon on the high ground from Slowdive. He's got so many skulls on his screen. Fielder takes so much damage, but will not fall, and someone's going to take him down. That's 2 kills for Falcons, and Falcons, they will survive this one. They will secure the retake. Vision, it really looked like they had an opportunity there with that High Noon. So close to securing the kill on Fielder, but someone body blocking a bit of that damage from the High Noon, preventing Fielder from going down. Violet's window was also kited out as Choi couldn't quite get the pinch, but Falcons, they're not out of the woods yet. They have to play into Choice A1's EMP next turn. That is always a brutal ultimate to play.
So difficult. All eyes on Chio to try and line of sight this one. Can't afford to get caught in the EMP himself. You see Fielder backing up to Chio's position now as Falcons want to try and hold it. It's actually an aggressive beat push. They try and out-tempo it. Alpha's going to match it though, but now a chance for Troy after this. Tectonic shot comes in. There's the EMP. Merrick finds one with the overclock, but it's traded. A Ramatra trade as well. Tama's popped the annihilation here. Player advantage. Tama converts one with that annihilation. Eyes on the back line. Slow forces for fade out. Chio is now separated from Fielder, but Proper still in the back, still finding value, but Tama, he's got the theme, he's got the form. Another kill for Tama. He's coming back to help Troy on point now. Violet is tucking himself in this corner. Chio and Proper, they are coming for him. Half HP, no cooldown. Venture underneath him. Proper gets one. The flashbang comes through. And Alba and Slowdive, they can clean that one up. But the point is getting flipped back by Falcons.
The flip back and forth, losing Violet is such a rough trade to suffer as Violet needs to heal up Tama. Choice A1 up on the high ground. He's applying pressure to Merrick, forcing him back into a corner. But Falcons, they're happy to sit into a corner for a couple of seconds. They've got the cap. Someone now, he throws down his slow inside. He's going deep. He actually so disciplined. Won't push too far. Violet throws up the window and someone's playing for the kite. Annihilation will be forced out. Chio's going to fall though. Slowdive with the opening pick. Tama punching away on the point once again. Shades of Iron Mike, but he's cleaned house. He's killed the entire backline of Vision Esports, and Falcons, they've come in swinging here. Someone putting an absolute clinic on the Ramatra.
Attempt at a quick reset now from Vision to get one more touch. They've got a High Noon very soon. They've nearly got an EMP, but the touch is the primary concern. And just no one able to get it. Alba was going as fast as he could, but really well played by someone. You saw Violet trying to window aggressively, put someone immediately down on low HP, but someone disciplined, bides his time, keeps blocking, wait until he is topped up, has his team with him, then pushes through that window, and once a Ramatra gets through that window, it is feasting season.
And someone is well and truly eating right now. Should we talk a little bit about how we weren't entirely sure leading into this tournament whether we were going to be seeing someone or Hanbin in play. Traditionally, Falcons, they lean into having Hanbin play these ground tanks, play these off tanks. But someone, he is a very competent Ramatra, and due to the depth of his hero pool, the level of flexibility, it's nice to see him being reintegrated back into the lineup. Falcons, they're going to roll out with more of the same here on University. It's going to be another Venture versus Sombra matchup.
Immediately onto the high ground Falcons, and they don't want any of that Vision. They want to play a slightly wider angle, a bit more space for Violet, a chance for Choi to set up some kind of pincer. You can see in primarily, Merit and Chio are taking responsibility for trying to keep eyes on the flank. Proper, very much tunneled in, finding his own setups, but he's going to get hacked out here, forced underneath, trying to peek it, but Troy just wins that one-on-one. Another good assassination from Troy. He's found a few of those already in the series.
Very tough opening for Proper. You can see Tama stepping forward as well, wants to apply a little bit more pressure, but someone with the block, so good to survive. Proper back in spawn, actually moving over to the Torbjorn, not happy with his venture chops apparently. Tama needs to step forward and take some space for it, because right now it's someone that's in control of the point in a lot of ways. Stepping over towards the backline, forcing Tama now to retreat. Fielder throwing in the damage orbs as well. And Vision Esports, they had a 5 versus 4 situation, but it feels as if they're very much on the back foot right now. Proper's already back in the fight, popping the overload and doing so much damage. Huge slow from Tama in response, though no chance the fight has been decided yet.
Back on point, Tama trying to not give the flip over, but there's a swing through the flank from Merit, looking for it. Violet's had his lamp for force, and he is very low, so close to the four, but Vision need him right now. Tama's got a lot with the slow, but he's so weak, he gets taken down just in the nick of time as well. Window on point, Violet thinks it's winnable. EMP over the top as well. Fielder, so low, but not dead. Someone's going to get another form up. They need these kills. Troy trying to heal his teammates through it, and somehow, some way, Falcons live through that window.
Such a good kite from Falcons. Violet, he pops the window in response to the pressure on the point, but then eventually he has to push off the window. He has to keep up with Choi. He TP'd in. Choi's now made the move over to the May. He's not happy on the Sombra now that Proper's playing Torb. A game of swaps constantly taking place here as Vision and Falcons jockey to outposition each other in the hero select screen. Now we've got Slow Dive up on the high ground. This is a safe position, but we need more from both sides right now as Tama steps up onto the point. He's ready for an annihilation, but it seems that he's just going to take it slow early on.
Troy now trying to fight the flank a little bit. Form comes through from Tama, just using it to clear the turret, looking a little bit for the tour, but Coalescence comes through. Lots of healing going on to someone. He gets to another form timing. Fielder's half HP, but Vision seemed good for the kite.
Already an easy kite here for Vision. They've got to be happy with this one. Beat from Alba invested. Merit popped the clock. Better beat from Chio now a little bit later. Slow Dive, a huge snare inside. That's got to be doing so much damage. Tama pops the annihilation. He's cleaving with it, but it looks like most of Falcons have slipped away from him. He catches Merit in the end. He's on top of Fielder. He's touching the point. He wants to leverage the flip, but he doesn't know whether he's pushing or kiting. He's looking back and forth. Now he turns over to someone, and it does look like Vision. They closed this one out. Fielder has escaped, but someone is going to go down late here.
Oh, Chio jumping in front of him, saves the president. Someone will manage to keep his life there. Vision Esports, a little bit of a scary moment where they were split in that late fight. Managed to get back together and get the flip. Molten Core now available for Proper on this retake as Fielder also makes his way onto the Baptiste. Window early from Violet though. Pressure comes out, but Falcons, they're quite far back. They will be okay. Next engage though, Troy has the Blizzard. So difficult for someone in this situation.
Falcons have been rock solid with these kites. That's 2 windows for Violet, kited in both instances. Someone, the tip of the spear, escaping in every situation. You can see now Tama holding that main choke. He goes for the slow on Cheer. He's pushing deep for the kill, but he can't quite secure it. The Blizzard from Troy looks good. Has caught up Proper. Merit, he has a full flank. He has an unbelievable angle in the back right now. He's pressuring Violet, but Troy, he just keeps on pushing. He freezes up someone who has now been taken completely out of the fight. Slow Dive has gone and thrown himself into the breach. Gonna go head-to-head with someone and lose that exchange, but still 1 player advantage right now for Vision as Fielder flanks behind.
Fielder and Merit still on the high ground. Chio is awfully low as well. Vision, they need to go deal with these players on the high ground. They have to take them, otherwise Falcons will be coming straight back into this. Molten Core from Proper, yeah, Falcons want to fight. Trying to take the Bat Jewel from a distance, Violet. Killing that turret on the high ground, cleans that one up. Trying to pocket the left-hand side. Beat comes through from Alba. Not in time for Choi, though. Tama trying to go with the Annihilation. He has it to keep going if he wants. He's trying to push all the way in. Pressure on the back line, but they're losing their own players. Tama now coming back to point. He's going to save that one for the next fight.
Brutal one there for Vision. You could see Choi won. He had no ice block. He needed that beat from Alba, and it just came out half a second too late. Just too slow to save Choi's life. Vision Esports now, they get to come back into it. They have 3 ultimates to play with. The Clock, the Annihilation, and the Window. Front, back, and center. Everybody has an ultimate right now. Team Falcons, they have ultimates to respond, though. The beat from Chio is going to be so crucial. Keep eyes on him. See whether he can get it off in good condition. Merit opens up the fight with the Clock. An opportunity for Vision to kite, perhaps.
Deep push coming in from Chio now. Violet with a window, but Slow Dive's going to get taken down. Annihilation, they're so low, but the extra support ult goes so far. Chio's beat makes all the difference there. Falcons, they knew they had the advantage. They knew they could take that fight aggressively. Alba is trying to live. He cannot live, and this will be no touch. Falcons close out map number 1.
Falcons winning by such a slim margin there, even down to the very final fight. You could see Vision, they tried to kite out that early layer of ultimates. The overclock came out from Merit and everybody tried to backstep, but that's actually a deceptively difficult place to kite because Merit over on the wide side, even if you kite through the initial choke, Merit, he can swing wide and just keep pumping in damage. The beat difference from Chio was so crucial, and you could see Slow Dive from his own position, he did not have the ideal angle to pop his own clock. Actually went down with it in the end, just trying to play that ult economy game a little bit too much.
All business from Falcons. Chio even refusing the fist bump at the end there from Sparkle, the assistant coach. When we were watching some of the games earlier, we started with Falcons versus Invaders. Now, really, on paper, should have been a cakewalk for Falcons, but even in that series, Falcons looked completely locked in, all business. They know how important this game is. An org with the reputation of Falcons, the quality of roster that Falcons have, they can't afford not to make a major. It would be simply inexcusable for a team with this amount of quality and this amount of history.
Worthy of note, that was the Tracer ban map from Vision Esports, and we all know Proper got to be one of the best, if not single-handedly the best Tracer in the world. So it did feel like a lot of trouble for Falcons on this first map was, what is Proper going to play? He's on Venture, having a hard time, back and forth, struggling. But it does seem as if now that Tracer is going to be unlocked for them, the tides could turn a little bit for Falcons. Proper is going to be unleashed.
Also, the Kiriko Lucio might be on the cards as well. Now, it was the Kiriko ban, which in theory does limit a lot of what Vision want to do. As we've watched Vision both in this tournament itself and before it, it's become very obvious that their clear strength is when they can play that double flex support. And really for Falcons, that's actually one of their weaknesses. If they can force Chio into some of these positions where he has to play heroes he's less comfortable on, it's going to be a potentially difficult situation for Falcons.
A very difficult situation for Falcons, but we're going to have to wait and see. Going to throw to a quick break, and we'll be back with the action very shortly.
This land is calling.
Welcome back. It is time for map number 2. Vision Esports choice here, Max.
It's Vision Esports choice, and perhaps as no surprise to anybody, we are going to be heading to Circuit Royale. This is a classic pick when you have a double flex support lineup, Xavier. How's about you tell the audience why?
Simply because it's such a narrow map. In reality, it's quite hard to take a lot of this wide space that you would often play with maybe like a Lucio or Genji type flank. Instead, it's just going to be a very narrow one where the tanks are just going to neutralize each other quite a lot. And there's this opportunity for a backline to just play these greedier heroes. That would normally be too vulnerable in some other maps where they can get flanked and surrounded. But on a map like this, you can just stand at the back of a map and just take your shots, see what you can hit. And for Vision Esports, they have 2 flex support players, so we very much expect to see one entering the lineup here and them leaning into that.
Exactly right. Not only are the angles quite narrow, allowing you to play these greedy heroes that can play far away, the only solution that is really possible for that situation is to play a speed character, something like a Lucio or a Juno. And we're just getting reports now that the first ban coming out from Vision Esports is going to be the Lucio, which means it's not going to be possible for Falcons to play the ideal fast comp pushing into this double flex support backline for Team Vision.
It's very much something we've seen from, it was actually Zeta Division last year when we saw Violet lean into lots of the Illari, something that he is now doing for Vision Esports. And this forces Chio into a situation where he might just mirror, but you want to talk about strength on individual heroes. Illari, Violet versus Chio. It's not really a contest, Max. Violet's got a clear advantage in this matchup.
Absolutely. Chio, he's known as a relatively flexible main support, but there is a significant difference between being a flexible main support and being Violet on Illari. We saw earlier in the last chance qualifier monstrous clutch moments coming out from Violet playing the Illari on Circuit Royale. This guy can aim like nobody else in the game. He is an absolute monster. Looking over at the Falcons lineup right now, you can also see Hanbin has been subbed into the lineup. This is a classic because not only do teams often play the Ramatra, but they also play Sigma, Diva, just all of Hanbin's classic characters here on Circuit.
Very much expect him to be leaning into something like that. Orisa, Ramatra, all viable options as well. It's interesting that we've actually got a Mei ban in response. We saw a little bit on Oasis when Choi swapped for Mei when he had the opportunity. And when that Mei gets fully perked up and can just start freezing people through her left click, it is so hard for the Ramatra in a lot of these situations. Doesn't have a Fortify or something like Orisa to get themselves out of dodge. So I wonder if we're also going to see teams potentially try and use the Ramatra more now without a Mei available. That hero's one of that hero's best counters, not on the field.
I do think seeing the Mei ban come out from Falcons, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Diva and a Juno combo, because Mei really shuts down Diva. It does look like, you know, from hovering over a player's shoulder right now, though, we actually are going to be seeing an Orisa, an Ana, and an Illari in the server. Not sure whether we're already in the game and just getting ready to throw into it, or whether this is the pre-game, but it does look like Falcons on the defense are playing the Orisa, and they are already backing up. This got to be pre-game. I see an emote in Spawn. Like, it's not happening.
Yeah, I think we're in the waiting, just getting all the players ready and loaded, making sure everything's correct. Looks like we're maybe still waiting on a couple of the Vision players before we get this one underway. But this is really important for Vision. We talk a lot about the strength of the power of picking a mode, picking a map, picking the first ban, and Vision are a team with a clear strength in the form of that double flex support. So they have to capitalize on these type of maps. If they can't beat Falcons on these type of maps, these type of comps, then they've got no hope in this series.
Exactly right. The problem with a roster like Falcons is that there's so much depth. When you're playing against an EMEA roster, there's a little bit less depth than an elite world champion caliber roster. The thing about Falcons is they go to a map like Circuit Royale and they may not have two flex supports in the lineup. There may be some semblance of inflexibility to be exploited with Chio. But in the same breath, the fact that Hanbin can be subbed in, they can continue to play Diva Juno comps. They can ban out the Mei in response. They always have an option. They're never going to be completely boxed into a corner with nothing to play. This Falcons roster is pound for pound one of the most flexible rosters in the entire world. And when you're this flexible, you are about as close as you can get to being ban-proof, Xavier.
Exactly, and even with some plays, you might talk about Hambin's limitations, maybe on certain dive maps or with Diva taken away, but on a map like Circuit Royale, none of that comes into play, especially with no tank ban on the field as well. Hambin can play all of his best heroes, he can swap between them for whatever suits the team. They can play a slower style with Ramatra, they can play a faster style with a Diva Juno. If, you know, maybe we see an Ana come out or something like that, there's multiple options here for Falcons in terms of how they solve a problem. And this is going to be important for them, not just in this series, but if Falcons keep up their streak, they get through to the grand final, this is the sort of comp that Zeta Division could run against them as well. So really interested to see how Falcons are going to try and solve this problem. Do they match it, fire with fire, or do they have a Diva Juno type, maybe close to a counter comp in mind?
It's really difficult to call is the thing, because Falcons have been known to do a little bit of both. They really do play a wide variety, and at times we've seen them pull out the Diva. In other weeks, they pull out more ground tank orientated matchups. So it's honestly just a gamble to call. If we wanted to go for an absolutely outrageous, wild prediction, the fact that, you know, we've got Hambin sitting in spawn, hovering near Orisa in the pregame, maybe that's the opposite of a tell. He's not going to show what he's actually going to pick. So maybe he is not going to roll out on a ground tank. Maybe he's subtly foreshadowing the fact that he doesn't want to play that, because everybody can see the hero that he's selected now. But at this point, we're entering the realm of outrageous conjecture, because it is just too difficult to call. It's so hard to telegraph what comp you're going to play when you are a roster like Falcons, when you have so many different options.
We would do this on London all the time. It would always be, if we were in this situation where we're going to load in for a second, always pick the wrong heroes. Get in their head, bit of misdirection, keep them guessing.
You want to keep them guessing, and I mean, this is a classic on many of my teams, perhaps due to a lack of top-down direction and actually telling the players what they should be doing. But we would quite simply load into the server and say, once we were already in the server, well, what are we going to play now? Because coach did not tell them in advance what to do. Not sure whose responsibility that was. I would refuse to put my hand up for such a thing, but maybe that's what's going on here with Falcons as well. They do have Sparkle in the back, who has, you know, the aura of more of a vibes-based coach compared to some of the former Falcons coaching staff. You know, if it was Hell in a Cell and we had a fight between Sparkle and Junkbuck for who is more prescriptive, I suspect Junkbuck would take the cake there.
He would take every last crumb of that cake, I think, in that matchup. Though, someone has been talking in his Discord, and he has been telling everyone he's not been outside in a couple of weeks. He has done nothing but scrim. He does recommend, obviously, to all his fans that you should go outside. It is good for you. But the most important thing for him and Team Falcons right now is the practice, the quality of their gameplay. It's the Esports World Cup, and they're not even there yet. They still need to qualify.
Still fighting for qualification right now. Still fighting for a slot in the grand finals, in fact. Remember, this is an elimination game right here, and the winner of this game is not going to be collecting a key. They're going to be collecting the privilege of going up against Zeta Division for the final slot. Looks as if we're surely just about ready to get into the game. I saw a little reset on the player characters earlier on, so I think we are just around the corner right now. You can see one is looking incredibly locked in, incredibly prepared to give us a double flex support masterclass with his support duo Violet.
As for two of them nearest to your camera right now, this is the key for Vision. The key to get him the key in many ways. It needs two players, they need to have impact, they need to get Violet onto a carry role, and that's what the map pick has done, that's what the bans have done. The rest now, up to the players in the server, up to Violet.
It's all up to the players right now. It seems that we are having some continued technical issues, though, as people continue to scramble around the players' desks. Looks like a player at the end of the desk is still not seated and ready to rumble, so we might have a little bit more time on our hands, Xavier, and there's only so many different ways that we can slice the notion that one team is going to play double flex here, and another team is quite likely to either match or play a Diva speed comp.
Yeah, it looks like Slowdive has settled down into his chair now. Little nod to the mods, and that does seem like a good omen as we are ready for this. Vision Esports can't afford for it to go wrong. Thumbs up to both sides of the desks here. Looks like the players are ready. We're getting the unpause, and now Vision with a chance to respond to their one map deficit.
All smiles right now for the Falcons squad, perhaps just happy to be getting into the game. I think that Hambin might have downgraded his mousepad size a little bit. I seem to remember Hambin having a monstrously large mousepad, but now he has something a little bit more sensible in play. He's adjusting his setup year on year from the looks of things. One final look at the key here as we are going to be heading into the game though, Xavier. Let's get a look at the comps.
Looking at it now, and it's going to be that brick actually from Falcons with the Venture, with the Orisa. I do really like the Venture actually on Circuit Royale. I think it's one of the best maps for the Venture, but Vision Esports are going to try and respond, counter-comp a little bit. They have gone Freya, Farah. This is going to be very hard for Proper to find connects with.
Oh, I think that Vision's choices here are absolutely perfect right now. Choice A1, moving over to the Farah. That's going to make it so difficult to play both the Brigida and the Venture for Team Falcons. A fantastic set of counter swaps. As we see, it's so hard for Falcons to hold the space. Harman's taking an absolute beating up in main. No. Spin forced, fortify forced. Vision getting ready to swing the corner already. Updraft is not available for slow dive though, and they might want to wait for that one before they swing.
Oh. Fielder had window so quickly, but they get a pick on slow dive, which means they might not need the window. Chio now trying to get involved with that Orisa, but needs a little bit of help from his own Orisa. Lamp is forced again from Fielder, and you can just see the raw damage coming out from Vision in this. It's building Fielder's window so quickly, it's forcing his Lamp all the time, but Falcons, thanks to that opening pick, are able to stabilize and slow it back down.
Can't help but feel that there was a little bit of greed there for the side. We have wandered into a pause right now, by the way, but I can't help but feel that there was a little bit of greed there from Slow Dive. We saw such a firm neutral win for the side of Vision Esports. They were doing so much damage. Everybody from Falcons had to back right off. But Slow Dive, he'd already invested the updraft. He started to take a little bit of damage and he just kept swinging. They could afford to play it slow, play a little bit front to back, let your tank push the card around the corner, but instead continually trying to scrap, trying to keep that pressure up just a little bit too much, and what felt like a hugely advantaged situation for Team Vision has turned into them spending more than a minute, and now they're going to have to be slowly wiped.
It's important to get your timing right. You don't want to miss your opportunities to push advantages, and they clearly had advantage there. They forced out the Lamp, they forced out a lot of cooldowns, but you have to factor in your own cooldowns as well. If anything, Vision can look at that and how easy it was for them just to win the spam fight due to the nature of their comp. They can just keep doing that on repeat, keep forcing them to be low on cooldowns, and then use that as their time to be aggressive. Important Vision don't get ahead of themselves here, but now lots of ults on the board, Max.
So many ults online. Eyes on Violet because he has a fantastic answer to the window from Fielder. If Fielder pops that window and Violet drops a Captive Sun into the window, could be disastrous. But Harman, he's used his Terror Surge incredibly early. Sucks a grand total of 0 players. One swings wide, throws down the window. Tama's going to take down Fielder with the spear. Window will be matched by Violet's Captive Sun in the end, but it's looking like almost entirely Vision Esports cleaning up the feed right now. Chio going to die a little bit late, but Falcons almost certainly not going to be able to recontest this first point.
This is the danger of holding so far back. We see a lot of teams do it now where they hold the back corner, but the danger is if the cart's allowed to move a little bit during the fight, you won't get a recontest. So Tamo with an important kill. Hanbin is having a look, but they've not touched in time, so now Hanbin has to get himself back up this staircase, regroup with his team and look to play again. But Vision Esports, they've still got plenty of more ults.
Lots of ultimates online for Vision Esports. They actually managed to cap that first point using only sub ults. And the fact that Falcons matched, Proper's actually gone back to spawn and swapped to Sojourn only now, as we see another pause coming in. Lots of time to think about how they're going to approach this next ult fight for the side of Vision Esports. If you look at the ult situation right now, though, 3 for Vision, 1 for Falcons. That's a really difficult situation for Falcons to be in.
Really hard. The Sojourn in theory does match up better for Proper individually, but I have to look at the Brig in all of this and wonder now with these comp swaps, what is the Brig's purpose in this composition? A Brig fighting into a Farah, fighting into a Freya, and then Lari? How is Chio going to close the gap in a meaningful way without just exposing himself to getting traded by Tamo or something like that, or the Farah? It's so hard, I think, for Chio to play in this matchup. In theory, what you would normally do if you were playing this type of composition is you could maybe use your Brig to hard pocket one of your DPS, try and win through the flanks. But as we mentioned at the start of the map, what flanks are there on Circuit Royale to take?
There are no flanks is the problem, and the fact that Vision have leaned into such a spam-heavy comp, the Farah pickup from Choice A1, essentially makes it impossible for Chio to push anymore. This is a prime example, as you mentioned earlier, of Chio's hero pool being exploited a little bit. That Lucio ban comes out. I was really expecting to see him play the Juno here. I thought that that would have been a suitable option. We've got Tama, who's not necessarily known for their diva, and Juno can just sit towards the back, pocket everybody, throw some speed in for Hanbin to want to go aggressively, but for Chio, he has to play a game of life and death on the Brigitte, as we've actually got Hanbin hiding under his desk in the middle of the game. A controversial...
We can see you, Hanbin. He's trying to hide, trying to take some IRL cover right now, but very much still in vision of Vision Esports here. 9K standing behind, waiting. I think it is maybe a headset change. Hanbin going to take care of it, make sure he can hear everything.
Hanbin, he does have the gift of vision right now, but under the desk, unfortunately. Not sure about the sound. I think he's kept his headset on for this one as we go back and forth underneath the desk. There's been quite a lot of pauses on this map. It looks like he's fiddling about with some setting on the computer, but surely should be good to get this underway quite soon. Was that a Falcons branded hand warmer that I see? No.
Maybe. It matches the jersey color at least.
Yeah, they could be
Where
KSA hand warmers as well, but
that could be true.
Can we get eyes on those hand warmers, please? If we could get any cameraman pointing at the hand warmers, that would be fantastic. Looks like we're right back into the action though, and remember, 3 ultimates to 1 right now. Ult advantage for Vision Esports, and Proper, he's still behind. He just swapped to Sojin.
Just swap to Sojin, trying to get back into position, but Slow Dive wins the duel with Merit. Opening pick, chance for Vision to be aggressive. Ebola, Terror Surge combo, they've got all the ingredients to maybe just finish this snowball right now. Falcons are trying to hold their ground. They've got a rally, but a rally versus a barrage. It's not enough shield. Hanbin, low on HP. Get back under the desk, Hanbin. He's got no HP. The shield will have to do for now, but barrage finishes him off. Choi with the combo, huge opening. Window back from Fielder, but Violet takes his head off. This rally is getting nothing done. They have no choice but to die and reset here. And Vision nail the snowball.
The snowball is rolling right now. Vision Esports, all they had to do was invest their DPS ultimates. Falcons, they altered into the fight. Fielder, Chio, both popped everything that they had. Chio now conceding defeat, matching Violet on the Alari. But there is a psychological game at play right now. There's a reason Chio wasn't starting on the Alari, and it's because he knows that Violet, that is his signature character. Vision Esports now, they're rolling through. They continue to have an ultimate advantage. They've still got the Terror Surge for Tama and both support ultimates at play, and they're just free pushing the cart. Team Falcons, they're not even trying to contest early on.
They're playing really slow, so Falcons are in real danger of just getting one fight out of this third point. Hanbin again losing this HP trade massively. Doesn't want to invest for Fortify, but Vision Esports, they're getting closer and closer. Captive Sun from Violet. Tama trying to set that one up. Violet might just go for his own play, looking for Fielder, trying to find the trigger, but he dies going for that one. Window in main from 1, still trying to turn the fight, but Hanbin, he's got himself behind a corner. Master of cover, both in and out of game, and now Falcons can push back up in this window.
This is a crucial fight win for Falcons. Stemming the bleed while at an ult deficit, exactly what they needed in this situation. And now the ult swing is really coming online for Falcons. You can see Merit and Proper, the 2 hit scans, they've both got their ultimates online. Hanbin with his own Terror Surge to respond to any aggression from Vision Esports. Vision, they need to take top right now, and you can see they're all swinging up onto the high ground. Falcons a little bit late on the rotation. They've already conceded the choke early on, but Vision, they don't have the ultimates to really muscle forward in a head-to-head fight.
Tama close with the Terror Surge, the only ultimate that Vision have right now. They can invest it. Bola just behind if they want to go for that. Proper is trying to contest point right now, but Tricky versus a Genji. Trying to keep him on the back foot. Hanbin now being forced back as Tama takes a little bit of space. Still battling out from this high ground. Trying to keep pressure on the point. Proper swap to a more defensive angle. Bola over the top, looking for him as well. Lamp comes out to save Proper's life. 5 ultimates available for Falcons. They're going to start investing now. Looking for Violet. Puts him into a corner. It's a trade, though. Terror Surge invested by Tama, but he gets taken down by Proper during all of that. Choi is still battling away on point. There's a lot of trades on high ground. Not quite out of the woods yet. Chio is really low. Jump back to spawn. Choi is right there, hiding in a corner. No escape from Choi. And Choi's got pocket, but they've not got the numbers to back this up, Vision.
That was a stellar attack from Vision, considering the old scenario. Slow Dive really popping off, clutching up in that turn, but a masterclass positionally from Falcons. They play from behind, they play wide, spread out angles, and they continually secure trades. 1-for-1 trades are not good enough, but Team Falcons, they actually have to touch the point. There's only 2 meters remaining. Captain Sun comes out from Violet window, reinforcing that in main. Choice A1 pulls the blade. There's already 1 kill advantage. Choice A1 cleans up a second, make that a third as 1 takes down Proper and Hanbin. And Vision, they've secured a clean wipe. A minute 49 on the clock.
The power of trades there. You saw Falcons come up to all 5 of their ultimates at once, but because of the trades that were found, because Slow Dive found a couple of important kills, Tama did as well, and all of a sudden, Falcons, they invest 4 ultimates to just scrap that fight over the line, meaning then as they come back in, They've only got one ultimate to face up the 3 of Vision's, and again we see Vision doing the right thing on this third point, prioritizing that high ground, getting themselves in that strong position, and once you have control of the high ground, it is so easy just to win the fight on point through all the angles that the poor Orisa on point really can't do anything about.
Vision taking us to Circuit Royale here. This is something that we heard from many EMEA teams leading into this last chance qualifier tournament. We were told that Vision was a top tier, potentially world-class team at the double flex on Circuit Royale. And we're really seeing why here, as Vision are being completely picked up. Well, they are completely picking apart Team Falcons with their composition. I would really like to see a change of pace from Falcons right now. I would like to see them utilize the fact that Harmon can play the Diva. I find it quite interesting that Falcons, they banned out the Mei. Their draft actually signaled that they were going to play Diva. They enabled Diva by banning Mei, but I've seen no Diva and no Juno from Chio. Instead, they've banned out Mei to just square up in an honest poke mirror.
It's a bit odd, because even if they wanted to play the Ramattra, you can still play the Juno with this. It's not quite the same as with the Lucio, but it's a pretty good side grade as far as things go. This allows them to change up the matchup, maybe get more situations where they can put more pressure on Violet and One, and just make those duels in the back a little bit easier. But Builder and Chio just going to go toe-to-toe now. Is Orisa Sim in play, but Hanbin into the Sim actually will match up pretty reasonably here on the Ramattra, and already we see Vision, they're just holding this back corner, going to play nice and slow, try and play for their angles.
Falcons have very good heroes to match up into Choice 01 Sim. You can see Choi playing the wide angle, but TPing out, not over-committing to it. Swing from Merit up on the high ground right now. A few bolts go wide. Harmon, though, he gets a bit too aggressive, gets speared up at the wrong timing by Tama. Lamp comes out just a second too late, and Harmon's going to fall early on. No momentum for Falcons right now.
Normally when you see teams hold this position that Vision Esports are in right now, they hold quite wide, far over to coast. But versus the Venture, that can be a very scary position to hold. So we see Vision actually play a more contracted formation, have their DPS and their supports play a little bit closer to each other. This gives Proper no clear target, forces them just to play front to back, and when they play front to back, Vision have more damage.
Vision have all of the damage to just continually poke out Falcons. If they can't get close, if they can't get value from Proper on the Venture, it's so tough. Boulder Shot comes out in response. Double window and Captive Sun from Vision Esports. You can see Merit has been hit by that Captive Sun, but Violet, he can't finish the kill. So it's a huge old trade. Eventually Merit will go down. Heroics from Slow Dive to close that one out. Captive Sun from Chio now. He wants to turn it. Proper trades Violet, but will be taken down by Choi. It's a 3 versus 3 right now. Tama pops the Terror Surge on the objective, but he's fighting into a window. So it's incredibly dangerous. Chio will find the kill. It's Slow Dive and Choi remaining, but they are going to win this exchange.
Scrap it out. Slow Dive getting through so much work on this Circuit Royale so far. Winning a lot of these crucial fights, winning these important duels, and it's just making everything more difficult for Falcons. Now, going into the next fight, it's going to be Annihilation and Tectonic Shock very soon for Falcons to push with. But if Choi can get up to this Sim Wall, he can use this Sim Wall to counter out one, if not both of them.
Simwall is so powerful. Slow burn, but once it's online, it will make it incredibly difficult for Falcons' backline to do anything in the fight. They'll be completely split out. Slow Dive goes for an early bowler shot, but he's the victim of his own bowler. Goes down to Proper straight away. Proper really nice opening pick here. Still, ultimates available for both sides. Simwall comes online from Chose 1, just keeping them in it. Harmon speared back into the wall. Pops the Annihilation now, holding up his hands on the cart, just blocking through. And Proper good for a second kill. The superstar. Merit traded out by Chose 1. He doesn't want to let it go easy with Falcons. They've got the lead and Proper finds a third.
Proper taking over on the Venture now. Got into a deeper position playing this off angle. Tama is trying to hold the line, but running out of cooldown. Spirit's good though. Converts that kill onto Proper. Tama maybe not out of it yet. Window from Violet. He turns around and kills Hanbin as well. And Tama will hold the line. Now he can push forward and clean up these supports. And Vision hold again.
Oh, Tama, the Sentinel, stays alive for so long, then hits a crucial spear to take down Proper. Proper was single-handedly dragging his team, kicking and screaming over the line with kill after kill. But Tama, he shuts down Proper, and he shuts down Falcons in kind. Now, there's one last opportunity for Falcons right now. They've got the Tectonic Shock, they've got the window, they're closing on the Captive Sun. Harmon is finally on the Diva, but Vision have ultimates too, Zav.
Lots to throw into this. Terra Surge Bowler combo. Captive Sun soon for Violet as well. Hamburg can obviously eat a lot of these, but it's difficult. But Proper's done it again. An opening pick, a Tectonic Shock in the back. Proper is diving in deep for more. Slowdive needs to try and get out of there, but he doesn't have cooldowns yet. Proper's looking for it. Bowler comes out. Sunstrike even. It turns the kill. Violet's dealt with Proper. Now they have to get back on point, but they don't have Tammer. Violet's going to try and step on. Bowler from Slowdive converts a kill. Looking for it, but they're attack disadvantage. Slowdive. He's all alone. He just accepts his fate. Now it's just a Baptiste on point. The cap's gone through. They'll stall this Baptiste out as long as possible, but one is on point. And Falcons, they extend it for now.
Huge performance from Proper with that opening pick onto Choice A1. You can see Choi, now that he's going up against the bench, he doesn't want to be on the Sim anymore. He's going to move over to the Genji. And Harmbin, finally he's on the Diva. And you can see he's getting value right away. Chopping up squishies, getting on top of them and killing backliners fast. You can see a swap coming out from One as well. He's over to the Juno, wants to be a little bit more slippery. But Falcons, they're getting lots of free card push right now. If Vision keep letting the cart roll, it's going to be a 1-fight second point. And they don't have any ultimates to throw in. They play slow, but they're not going to have an ult anytime soon, Zav.
Tammer's managed to stop them at the top of this hill, but like you said, no ults to go with, so they're just going to have to try and build up their next set of ults. It's Falcons who are going to get the first swing through this window, through this bowler, maybe even a self-destruct to allow Hambin to go deeper. Hambin with pressure, but he has been forced back. Lamp actually has to come out from Fielder, but now the bomb, now the window is available. They're going to go through Fielder with the one shot, traded both Choi into the back. Tammer's going to walk forward, wants to kill the baby, can't kill the baby. Hambin gets the remake, back inside, window up now from Fielder, should just be taken over. Hambin can zone everyone at the choke, and Falcons might just be a clean snowball.
Masterclass performance from Harmbin, but doesn't want to let it go. Violet swings through the choke with the Captive Sun. In Harmbin's face, he secures a kill. 1-for-1 exchanges. Chio will pop his own Captive Sun. Take down Violet. Good for a kill onto One as well. He throws the pylon up onto the wall. You can see Tammer swinging out, looking for a kill on the pylon, but Tammer's used all of his skills. He's going to take so much damage. Harmbin's on his case. Harmbin is now on top of Choice A1. He takes him down as well. And Falcons, they are clutching this one out. Second point, 2 minutes on the clock. A masterclass performance from Harmbin and Chio here.
Just in time for them as well, because look at Vision Esports. If that fight had gone a little bit longer, it was about to be a 4 ult swing in their favor. If that Rain, that Terra Surge were there, Vision really could have just got the hold. The Falcons get it done in the nick of time. They managed to get an even trade on that Captive Sun coming out for choke. Violet forced to make a high-risk move with no tank available. Now Falcons, they still have a chance to complete the map. Need to do that too. But now the ults are low. Window, Tectonic Shock. These should be no match for a Ray. Powerful ultimates like this. Falcons trying to get what meters they can, but Tammer has stalled it out. But Proper again looking, playing to carry.
We need eyes on Proper right now. He's flanking and he could turn the tide with this one. Vision Esports, it's so hard to push with some of their ultimates, but Proper, his flank has been scouted. The Orbital Ray comes out from One as well. We're going to see Tammer pop the Terra Surge in main. Proper, he ulted into that one, but there's no kills converted. Vision Esports, they spent very heavily though. Bowler, Orbital Ray, and Terra Surge all coming out. So a 3-for-1 trade, they've given Falcons a real opportunity to come back into the next turn and potentially swing the economy in their favor all the way through to the end of the map.
Really expensive for Vision. I think 2, I mean, honestly, even 2 for nothing feels expensive. Maybe just for Ray on its own would have been enough. Proper's going to match for Genji now. 50 seconds only for Falcons. They've got support ults and a self-destruct with which to do it. Troy has the blade and he is marking this right-hand side early. Looking for his opportunity. Hambin with a bit of an off angle. Half HP already. Hambin is trying to live. He's going to have to bomb early. Can they use this to take a little bit of space? Captive Sun from Chio pushing for more. Looking for it. Does get the trigger. Can he convert any kills off it? No, the kite has been attempted now. Violet has his own Captive Sun to turn, but they've lost Tammer. And I think Vision, they might just let this one go, play for a recontest.
Chio doing so much damage with the Captive Sun, even if the Sun itself didn't connect perfectly. All of the shots that followed, they were so potent to weaken Vision Esports, to soften them up. Falcons now, they've got a Bowler shot to catch Squishy in a corner. They've got Fielder's window up in the back. He's up on the high ground right now, flanking right top with Merit, with Chio. But already you can see Vision Esports, they're trying to take positioning behind. They are fighting for the payload. Somebody needs to touch. The Captive Sun comes out from Violet. It might have missed completely. Bowler shot comes out in main. Merit will take down Slowdive, exchange with Violet. Violet's good for 2. Chio answers back. It's a 3 versus 3 right now, but Falcons, their health bars, they're hopelessly low. It's only a Baby Diva and Fielder left standing as Falcons, they fail to convert the final fight. Monstrous clutch from Violet as per usual on the Alawi. And Vision, they even up the score 1-1.
Really sensible decision from Vision there to not invest the ults in the fight before. Knew they would get a recontest with plenty of time based on cart position, and then could just force out a couple of ults from Falcons and take that last fight with significant ult advantage. It wasn't the cleanest last fight from Vision. Still kind of needed Violet to clutch, you know. He didn't hit the Captive Sun, but does it matter that much if you just shoot everyone in the face anyway? It can all work out. So they get the hold. Vision, they successfully maintain the map that they picked, and they have tied this series up 1-1. Not an easy one for Falcons.
On the topic of one, you can see him rolling up his mousepad and stepping off the stage. His specialty map is over. His job is done for the moment. We are going to see Alba move back into the lineup, presumably, as we anticipate more Lucio matchups coming through. I would be interested to see whether or not Falcons have any interest in targeting out the Lucio. Alba's been subbed in, and we saw the targeting Alba on the Lucio with the bans was an effective strategy earlier on in the LCQ. I want to say it was Bright Future that targeted out the Lucio and were able to take an early map win versus Vision Esports. This Lucio ban is available. Alba is being moved back into the server, potentially an option here for the side of Falcons, because Chio, he has a world-class Juno and a world-class Brigitte, so there are real options for him if they want to ban out the Lucio and put Alba somewhere where he's a little bit less comfortable.
Yeah, it's important to note that we talked about Falcons' flexibility versus Vision-specific strengths, but the nature of it is Falcons have flexibility built into a lot of their lineup, whereas Vision's flexibility comes from their roster, basically their bench players. They're able to sub in players to change the strengths of their lineup. Whereas Falcons, they can adapt a little bit more on the fly, and real high potential now they can, in fact, target Alba and all of that. Though I think we should give some props to Chio. Even though they didn't win that map, I felt he actually held his own on the Alari there. Few key moments for him that actually helped his team out. If anything, maybe the bigger problem on that map felt a little bit more like some of Falcons' choices of compositions. Starting on the Brig didn't really seem to go anywhere for them. The Venture did kind of work out, but it felt a little bit maybe jumbled and confused from Falcons at times. Like they kept changing it and weren't sure what they actually wanted the solution to be in the end.
Completely agree with you there, Xavier. I was saying that Chio is, feeling like he's going to get gapped by Violet on the Alari. But when push came to shove, that really wasn't the case. Chio was more than just holding his own. He was cleaning up fights. He was carrying fights. Second point, third point. Again and again, really, Chio was performing on the Alari. It did feel like the biggest problem was perhaps Harbin's tank pick being a little bit incompatible with some of the support line choices. A few key fights where they just didn't win the scrap. Trades coming through as Tama gets a clutch spear off. Things like this that eventually cost them as the time bank was so low for them after first point. They spent so long to cap it. That was overtime first point cap, right?
It was, yeah. And I think in many ways it comes back to that. You look at some of the clutches that Tama was able to hit there, some of the crucial trades that Violet found, even Slowdive. I think, you go back and watch that again, I think you'll come out and say Slowdive actually got the better of the Freya in all of that as well. So certainly some problems for Falcons to solve. Is going to be their choice of map when we come back from this break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Tied up 1-1 in this semi-final here, Max, but it is now Falcons' chance to respond with their own map pick.
Falcons' chance to respond with their map pick, and they've decided to go with Eichenwald. So they're not taking us straight to some of the faster paced maps, not taking it to perhaps a flashpoint or a push, but instead hybrid. A little bit of combination. You can play fast, you can play slow. Opportunity for the enemy team to play double flex or to play fast comps with the Lucio. They've actually gone with a ban of a Baptiste, and I'd say that this is probably a support protect, Xavier, because I don't think Violet wants to play Baptiste in a rush mirror.
Yeah, no, I think ultimately both teams are just going to take the Kiri Lucio mirror. I think as much as Vision Esports prefer to play the other type of compositions, they do kind of understand that inevitably on some of these maps, it will just be the best one, so they will have to lean into it. Hence why we did see one standing up so quickly at the end of that series and then coming back and to make space for Alba. On the other side of things, we've had a Sojourn ban in response from Vision here. We touched on it right before the break, just about the idea that actually it feels like on the Freya, Slowdive's starting to get the better, and seems like they actually want to lean into that even more, force Merit to keep taking that Freya duel.
I love this move from the side of Vision Esports. So difficult to ban against the tank line and the DPS line in a lot of ways, but at the end of the day, if it feels like Slowdive is clutching up, which he really was on the Freya, so many solid performances, so many fights dragged over the finish line by Slowdive, getting crucial picks, pre-fight picks onto Falcons' players, just keep that matchup going. We know that Merit is so comfortable on the Sojourn. This is an Overwatch League champion playing heroes like Sojourn. So make him play the new heroes, throw him onto a DLC character and challenge him that little bit more.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I also have to give Falcons some credit in this draft, though, because we talk often about how certain teams will just lean into their strongest map of their comp immediately. You know, if you want to play the Kiri Lucio like Falcons do, just play push, just play flashpoint, really good modes for that type of composition. What you do sometimes if you pick those maps immediately is you leave open these scary maps. If you're playing against a double flex support team, you leave open the Escort, the hybrid. We saw what Vision were able to do on that Escort on Circuit Royale. So Falcons coming in and picking the hybrid immediately when they got the option to, really like this, because now this is an awkward situation, big picture in the series. Obviously, Falcons just need to make sure they do actually win that Kiri Lucio matchup.
I really do like this move from the Falcons coaching staff. It makes sense to back yourselves in the Kiri Lucio matchup when you know you have a world-class Kiri and a world-class Lucio, and their coaches, they are engaged in the nitty-gritty of it, Xavier. They understand the big picture. They understand that Vision, any opportunity that they get to play the double flex support, they will take Falcons to that map type. They will ban to enable it. You best beat them to the punch and force a matchup where they cannot play the double flex. Classic nitty-gritty theory coming out from the Falcons side.
Making the most of their opportunity here, as it seems like just watching a little bit of a replay there. Don't get too locked up in the past. It's about the future. You won that map. Don't worry about it. Focus on this next one, because when we get to the nitty-gritty itself of Eichenwald, this is a pretty awkward map, I think, for a team like Vision, because first point, third point, very ground tank centric. If Tama wants to play the Orisa or if Tama wants to play the Ramattra, seems quite reasonable and they can play around that. But once we get onto the second point in particular, there's always a chance to swap dive. If you remember back, it was a while ago now, back in Korea playoffs, we would see certain teams, a lot of the Korean teams, especially with dive options available, say on Midtown second or an Eichenwald type second, they'd start on a ground type comp and then swap quite dramatically over to a dive type comp for the rest of the map, or at least for the second point here. And this is an option that I think is way more available for Falcons than it is for Team Vision.
Yeah, it is truly the beauty of having a versatile lineup, and it's one of the reasons why we saw someone worked into this lineup is because he has the reputation as being the Jote, the most flexible of all, the ultimate hyper flex tank player. And if you sub somebody like that into your lineup, they become impossible to ban against. They become immune to any sort of map archetype, any sort of map architecture, any ban scenario, because someone can just play so many different heroes to suit the situation that he's in. That being said, his reputation, admittedly, he won the Overwatch League showcasing that flexibility, but then when he actually came into the Falcons lineup in Stage 2 of Korean OWCS, I'm not entirely sure that he lived up to that reputation on some of the newer characters.
No, particular one that comes to mind is, of course, the Hazard. So in many ways, I don't know if there was actually a space here for, instead of targeting Merit and trying to force him into a Freya duel, was there a way to force a Hazard mirror? Is there a way to get Tama up in that? Because we saw him, and we actually saw, if you remember, it was when Violet was starting a lot of the fights, flanking with Kiri, when they were playing Kiri, Lucio, Hazard, and Violet was just taking over. Admittedly, a weaker team compared to Falcons, but they clearly had some success with that. So I wonder if actually getting some kind of Hazard matchup, it's not great for Hanbin, it's not great for someone, there's maybe legs in that available for Team Vision at some point. Maybe they're going to save it for later in the series, or maybe they're just going to try and play it here anyway and just think that, you know, Hazard versus Orisa on Icon World is probably one of the more reasonable ones to try and take that matchup.
I'm a real believer in someone's Hazard at the end of the day. I think that when he started playing Hazard in OWCS Korea, he actually just needed reps. He'd spent a bit of the year in timeout, taking a bit of a break at the beginning of the competition year. And I think really all someone actually needed on the Hazard, it's not that he can't play it, he just needed a little bit of time to catch up to everybody else. I honestly believe that he's one of the most mechanically skilled, highest level tank players in the game. And I refuse to believe that given enough time, he won't be able to play the Hazard to a top tier level. He's a young, talented player known for that mechanical skill and flexibility. But enough about someone, we're rolling into the map.
Going to be Kiri Lucio as expected from Vision, but Falcons starting with Kiri Briggs, something we've seen really mostly in Korea more than any other region here. The nature of a Kiriko and a Brig competition means there's a lot of support for the flank. Proper and Merit, they can just get pocketed around on all these side angles while someone just sort of plays an anchor position in the middle. So a chance for the flanks of Falcons to play very aggressively here, while Vision Esports, they are much more, they're a speed competition. They want to find chances to move their group into an aggressive position. But for now, getting Tama over onto the Ramatra actually instead before they take this first fight.
I love this Ram swap from Vision Esports. You see the Brigitte, that is a vulnerable target against the Ram. Alba and Tama together, they're going to want to push over to Chio and Merit's side, take them down. You can see right now a big exchange of skills in main right now. Proper's already forced out the recall from Choice A1. And Fielder, he catches Slow Dive, quick little haircut for Slow Dive, taking him down early on in the piece. Alba's hooning towards a beat drop of Vision. They're not going to close out this point. They are going down one by one.
You see some of the theory there for Falcons in terms of how they want to play in this comp. Vision rotate into the room, then they have Proper on the high ground, Merit on the other side, and then someone just plays just to block the door, keep him inside, and eventually you're getting peppered from all sides. A stray kunai or something will connect, you lose a play, and you have to reset. But all that damage means slightly quick support ults, so a chance actually to go quickly. Violet's going to draw that Kitsune Rush immediately. Fielder doesn't have it yet, but someone does have the Terror Surge. They're just trying to kite and run now. Fielder nearly has an ultra response with Terror Surge comes through first. They back out of that one. Tamarin's awfully low. The beat is not in time for Tama. Kitsune Rush out from Fielder now. Choi looking for this pulse bomb, but he's javelined away. And Vision Esports, they're not going to invest anymore. They're just going to reset.
So close for Vision there. They flipped around to the point. Icon Mode first point, it's the fastest capping hybrid point in Overwatch. And as a result, because the point was capping so incredibly quickly, Falcons, they had to respond with an ultimate. They had to run right in. Someone popping that Terror Surge just to stay alive. Slow Dive, he's got a high noon for the retake, but it's going to be incredibly difficult to actually use it. Chio has a rally which can be used to bash and cancel the ultimate. Someone can spear him out of it, and everybody else can just go for gold dealing damage. So it's going to be so hard for Vision to use these current ultimates to win a fight. You can see they're stepping up right now, but where is their opening?
Tama had to use the form so early there just to live, so they have to wait for Tama's next form timing now. Still all these ults in the back pocket for Falcons. Proper's going to regroup with the team. Heinen to create a bit of space for Slow Dive. Just TPing it for now, though. Slow Dive trying to go wide. Here comes the rally. Chio's going to bash it. One shot Slow Dive with the back of that. Looking for the trade, though. Pulse Bomb is out, and Merit. Savata with the roll.
Oh, already now Chio Choi traded out. Merit taking names. He takes down Violet as well. Alba's incredibly low. Merit good for another kill. Tama doesn't want to let this go. And that is just a little bit of greed, a little bit of a mistake there from Tama. As using the Annihilation, can't afford to give away these ultimates. You can see now Vision's ult bank has been absolutely drained. 4 players with less than 10% ult charge right now. It's all coming down to Alba's beat drop, but Falcons, they have answers aplenty.
Yeah, it's going to be a second beat for Alba. Troy's going to be on the Farah, which will match up a little bit nicer. Can get a free angle, especially on this icon world first, but they have so many ults to worry about. You can see someone just begging them to push him aggressively. He has the Terror Surge if any squishies get close. Vision, they know they need that beat, so they're just going to play it slow until Alba has this ult ready to go.
Beat is the only tool for Vision to take this fight. You can see Choi Se-Wan swinging wide right now. Slow dive on the opposite end, but Choi, he's been caught out. Fielder catches him, not even pinched with Proper. Beat comes out from Alba. It's desperation time, but Proper is already hooting in from behind. Slow dive, he finds the kill, actually. He will take down Proper. Vision, they need to touch the point. They need to be very concerned with the touch as Tama goes down. Alba runs on for the tap, but Fielder, he had a Kitsune rush on the objective. There's no way for Vision to close this. Violet finds one, but they don't get the cap.
That's a real big problem. We talk about how easy or how quickly Icon World caps. It's going to be so tricky now for Vision to hold on to this. There's really no room for error. And you just saw on multiple occasions they struggle to get in. And then you lose a couple of fights for cheap. Just someone picked before the fight, or you don't get in properly and you have to keep resetting. Then the other team, Falcons in this case, they get ult advantage, and then they're able to snowball that ult advantage a bit. And then, worst of all, when you finally are getting to your ult swing, the chance that happens, naturally in Overwatch, eventually you will have ult advantage, but when you waste your ult in the previous fight, so you don't even have that ult swing at any point, I mean, those are all the steps to a full hold.
I mean, we saw the reason that Vision was having so much success on Circuit Royale is because they would roll into the second point with a wealth of ultimates, with an advantage that they could then continue to snowball with. Meanwhile, on Oasis, it was the opposite. It was where Violet was throwing out windows and going down. No kills converted. Kites from Falcons. Vision this time around, they just kept pushing with ultimates but never finding the kills. Trying to pull back lost fights, never giving themselves the swing that they needed. Falcons now, they're sitting in spawn with someone on Diva. No commitment to the comp as of yet. They are the attackers. They do have the luxury of scouting out Vision's comp and then picking heroes to walk out on. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw someone roll out on the Ramatra here, as Alba is now playing the Brigadier. You can see Vision, they're taking a leaf out of Falcon's book, but really lots of options for Falcons right now.
Interested to see what they pick. Vision going to try and use the same comp that Falcons did against them. Falcons, though, what are they going to pick? It's going to be Ramatra, it's going to be Lucio Kiri. Very similar approach that Vision took, give or take the hit scan as well. They're trying to find a little bit of space, clearness, high ground for his team to walk in. Now he's taken a lot of damage already. I think he's going to have to use the form now. Defensive form more than anything. So Falcons, they've got Merit into a good position, but they need to wait for someone's next form timing.
Someone's next form timing is just around the corner, but before it can even come up, Tama's going to go down Proper. It's like he does 7 damage per shot on the Tracer. The guy is just a demon. He blinks into Alba's face, gives him a little pistol on the chin, and that's going to be an easy wipe here. Falcons, they've got bodies on the point, 3 capping, and they are just going to close this map out in the blink of an eye. Falcons making it look easy here on Icon World. It's going to be tough for Vision to pull back from as well. Falcons seeing the big picture, being engaged in the nitty-gritty, and taking away the only other opportunity to play double flex. Now, they actually need to win with Lucio.
This time, Sparkle is able to get a bit of a love and appreciation here after that win. 2-1 up in the series, and Falcons are in the driving seat for now. I think really, in many ways, you can sort of look at how Falcons approach that first point just in the fact, as we try and get eyes on these hand warmers. I'm trying to see what the logo is.
Would love a top-down view of those hand warmers, because a custom hand warmer, that is something that I need eyes on. You see staple white hand warmers over on the side of Vision Esports, but Falcons, they have spared no expense stylistically and with the quality and depth of their roster. Vision right now, they are staring down the barrel of a very difficult return in this series. You can see Sparkle actually having a bit of a heart-to-heart with Proper as well, down on his knees, talking to him soulfully as we prepare for Map 4. Players might be taking a little bit of a break, though. I saw some people departing the stage, so could be in for a little bit of time here.
Have to come back just for how Falcons cracked that point open. You saw as soon as Falcons swung that initial choke, they didn't all go left like Vision did. They went right-hand side, they got Proper behind, they got Merit onto the high ground, and all of a sudden, once you get in these wide positions, you start to be able to control the map a lot more, and once you have control of the map, you have angles, you have damage. This is how Tama died. I mean, realistically, your Orisa shouldn't still be able to go down before the fight like that, but that's how they put Tama under pressure, and even if Tama doesn't die in that moment, moment, there is still a lot of space for Falcons to work with. They've opened up the map, and that's how you want to play these type of compositions. You know, get your Tracer, get your Freya into meaningful positions, and then take a fight from there.
I do think that the biggest difference between Oasis and the Icon World, it's proper on the Tracer. Tracer ban spent on map 1. On map 3, you see proper, he's such a presence in the server. One fight where Slowdive manages to rip off his head, but beyond that, just constant pressure. Backliners incapable of walking because they have proper chipping away at them from behind, dealing so much damage and then blinking into effective range and killing them before they have even got time to respond. Proper on the Tracer is by far one of the most challenging players in the game to play against, and you can see why as we see that Icon World, a dominant performance for Falcons.
Completely dominated for Falcons. Does feel like it's a potential momentum swing. Takes away a lot of the good options. Now, really, we would have seen Vision like to pick in their next map. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll find out what Vision's backup plan is.
This land is calling. Falcons in the lead, but Vision get to pick the next map. Obviously, they've had that hybrid taken away from their maps, but instead Vision going to take us to push, and they want to go to Colosseo here.
Ultimately, they can no longer avoid these Lucio maps. They can no longer avoid the push-pull scrap of a fast rush comp. What they can do, though, is change up the composition just a little bit. You see, they've come in with a Kiriko ban, and I really like the Kiriko ban. Kiriko is a character that is so good at fighting on the side, flanking with heroes like Tracer. If Tracer is giving you a huge amount of trouble, a Kiriko ban can implicitly make it a little bit more easy to play into the Tracer because there's no longer somebody fighting on the side with that Tracer.
The nature of Colosseo as well, especially the first fight and where a lot of the fights happen, is a big long straight corridor. So if you ban Spakiri, you ban or one of Valkyrie or Lucio, obviously they've already used the Lucio one, so they have to use the Kiriko one here, you can make some of these faster comps a little bit scarier, a little bit harder, and then there's maybe a chance to play a greedier backline, whether that's in the form of a Bat-Kiri, a Juno-Kiri even, or some kind of variation, maybe even an Alari if you're feeling particularly greedy. So really curious to see if Vision are going to lean into that, or if they're just going to go toe-to-toe in this Kiri Lucio mirror, or not Kiri Lucio, or in some type of Lucio mirror again.
Yeah, I think we saw the Moira coming out on map 1, but maybe Baptiste a little bit more appropriate for Colosseo. Nice long angles, high grounds that can be jumped up and down from quite easily for the Baptiste as well. I think if we were going to see a Lucio Bap map mirror, it would probably be here on Colosseo. Still lots of opportunities for the Tracer to carry those. Still a reasonable chance for this to be Proper's playground, because you can have Lucio and Tracer fighting in the side instead of with the Kiri, and Chio obviously going to be more than comfortable fighting the side on Lucio. This is his signature champ after all.
Very much so. Again, trying to get my eyesight's just not good enough to see what that logo is. We're about to go into Colosseo though, and worth noting it's been an Orisa ban coming out in response from Falcons as well. Obviously, it really does feel like Tama's had his best performances in this series on Orisa, so trying to force up the Ram side of things. And it looks like both teams just going to go Bap Lucio in all of this, square up in the mirror.
Yeah, I quite like that ban, actually, as someone, perhaps one of his Rika tanks is the Orisa, so getting it into a round mirror, wise choice from Falcons. Full mirror right now, with the exception of the hit scans. Merits over to his Sojin, a classic for him. Slow dive, sticking to the comfort of the Freya, where he was dominating on Circuit Royale. Slow neutral right now, as everybody is just trying to fight for the side, look for their angle to engage. Tama is very invested right now, though, and you can see someone, he pops the faster form and bullies Tama out of the scene. Everybody from Vision on the back foot right now.
Half HP for Violet, he has to concede a bit of space as well. Team Falcons looking for their opportunity, but no kills with their initial HB trade. Now they're going to wait for their next form timing, try and negotiate another advantage, but the nature of taking more damage is he gets to do more healing, so Violet's got a quicker window in all of this.
A window available for Violet, and that could be their swing timing. They just need to be careful that someone can't push over that window. Someone, typically not the player to go over the window, more about kiting them out though. You can see he's playing far behind right now. It seems that he knows the situation with the window. He doesn't want to get caught out in the open, so Falcons, wise play from them right now, just backing it up a little bit. But now they've got double support ultimate Vision. It's time to go.
Vision should be completely aware of this. You can press tab and get an exact read on what ult charge you have. They should know they have advantage now. They force Proper's recall out behind. Window comes through. Windows will be exchanged. Shadow at 1 from Builder, but beat over the top. Chio doesn't have the beat yet. Still needs 3%. But someone, he's soaking up all this aggro. And Faith Falcons, they're just going to live.
Slow dive.
Slow dive's found Filter. An opening pick. Chio's going to beat back now. They are all over Slow Dive, but the lamp is perfect from Violet. Violet comes out and Slow Dive lives. The lamp, the annihilation, he will fall eventually, but Falcons have to spend so much to get so little. It's just turned into a scrap now. Low players on both sides. Merit assisting from the high ground as Proper is behind. And Vision Esports, they need to be careful here. They're trying to regroup, but Merit's now swinging more aggressively.
An unbelievable first fight. Tracer one, he's pulsed Proper. Unbelievable stuff coming out from both sides here. Falcons, the Bap, and the Sojin hiding up on the high ground. Again and again, these disciplined kites. Vision answering back with their own signature aggression. And now Vision, they're swinging the corner. They've gained the lead. Overclock comes out from Merit, but Tama's on his case. On top of him, he looks for the kill. The lamp is pixel perfect from Fielder. Slow Dive is taken down by Proper. Elsewhere on the screen, Pulse with a Pulse onto Alba. Unbelievable. He takes down Violet as well. It's the Proper show in the kill feed right now as Falcons, they kept right back into this one, Xavier.
It really felt like Vision were winning the exchange of those ultimates there. Merit stuck. Worst case, Overclock in a Ramatra with Annihilation's face. But what if Proper just kills the entire backline? It has been known to happen. Many such cases, and this allows Falcons to try and get a slender lead, but there's nothing in this Colosseo so far, and it's looking like a full neutral as we go into this next one. Merit's got a rail, takes a take aim bolt, takes a second take aim bolt, lots of pocket coming through, but Tama's the one with the most damage. Violet responds with window, needs to pocket Tama, needs to keep him alive during all of this, but that Tracer is behind again. Look at someone, where is he going? He's 1 HP behind, but it's Proper he finds the first kill. How on earth has someone got to another form timing? Someone somehow lives. Merit with a little dink. Now onto the high ground. Merit taking natural. Tama cleans up one in the back. Choi and Violet will win their respective duels. It's an absolute brawl, but Proper is still alive, as is someone. Finally, someone falls. Seems absolutely criminal, but Proper is still here scrapping away, trying to regroup with Chio now. Realize they've not got the numbers for this fight, and they will back it up.
This is an incredibly even matchup we're witnessing right now, Xavier. Less than 30 meters for either team after 4 minutes of Colosseo. such an intense back and forth. Nobody can seem to kill Proper unless it's Choi Se-wan delivering a pulse bomb to his chin right now. He is just staying alive in every situation and constantly being a nuisance to the backline of Vision Esports. They're going to swing back into this next turn, closing on a beat, slow dive with the boulder shot again, but it's going to be a slow neutral to open things up. This is what we've seen a few fights in a row now. Window comes out from Fielder, big damage onto Tama, but he's not going to go down easy. He's blocking and he is trying to kite this one out. Might be a bit of a waste for Fielder.
Doesn't force anything out either. Albert now has the beat very soon to respond if Falcons want to keep being aggressive. Annihilations are neck and neck as well, so a big ult trade on the horizon. Tamad pops the form, doesn't have the annihilation yet. Bowler out, and Chio's dead! That's no beating the fight. Albert is low as well, fighting for his life in the back. Boop away onto Proper. He can beat forward if he wants now, because someone has dropped this annihilation. Albert drops the beat, it hits everyone. This is their time to push. Pulse bomb is saved, someone from a lamp, but it's not enough. Someone still falls. Proper is in the back looking for trades. Trades are so important here now for Falcons if they can find it, but Proper has been repelled for once.
Vision Esports, they close that one out, and they don't have to burn the whole bank for it as well. Someone, he wanted to turn the fight, he pops the annihilation, he gets nothing done, but Violet! He's caught straight lining! Merritt catches him from the high ground, and now there's a humongous advantage for the side of Falcons. Lead has been conceded, though. Choi Se-wan flanking behind. He's on Merritt's case. He's shot him to half, but you can see Fielder jumps up into the sky. He will pocket his hit scan out of dodge, and it looks like the card has been pushed back into main at the same timing. Choi Se-wan, he needs to run back into Falcons' spawn now. Be careful not to go down.
It's a disaster for Vision. It was going to be a tough ult situation for them to win, but the fact that they lose Violet so early means they don't even force any ults out. So now Falcons, overclock to start, window to start, beat to follow it up as well. Vision Esports, they need to make this one messy. They need to find trades. Choi is in the back, Fielder's down to half HP. Slow is good, pressure on. Beat comes out from Chio. Tama has the annihilation in front of that window, but Merritt connects, looks for one, gets two, will get taken down by slow diving with fade away. Tama's annihilation, though, he's got nowhere to go. He gets to one more form. Him and someone are both so low, but Tama, he's got the support. Little boot from Albert to try and get him back out, but it's not enough. And Falcons now an opportunity for the cap.
Falcons, they secure the lead now and they pressure the checkpoint too. Vision Esports, they're not going to have Tama for the touch. You can see he's used his form and spawn just to run back faster. Choi Se-wan, he's considering blinking on for the touch, but he doesn't have his recall, and Violet's been slowed up on the high ground. Choi, he's contesting, but there's no way for Vision to really fight this one effectively. Tama's on the cart, but slow dive goes down first. Too many skills invested, just desperately trying to touch, and it's going to cost Vision heavy unless Alba can turn with the beat, but there's no timing for it. Choi goes for a pulse, but everybody is dead for Vision.
So many times Albert's going to have these opportunities with a beat, but Proper is just on his case. Alba and Violet having to fight for their lives in this backline here. And Proper now doing it all. Kills the backline, then looks for the gap onto Choi. Recall has been traded. Choi's going to get forced further and further behind. I think that's going to be the cue for Proper to go back into the front line with this pulse bomb. Annihilation from someone. Albert's going to beat back in response. Proper dives into the back, looking for the Sojourn. Beat health is fading, and Fielder's killed Choi from behind. They're trying to regroup on the low ground, Falcons. Think they might still be, Proper might still be stuck in. Wait, where are we going? Slow dive, disaster. Opening for Falcons to come back in now. Player advantage. Tama with the form, desperate for a kill. Albert does find a trade, only on the Lucio though. Tama's desperate for this Baptiste kill, but Lamp is there though, and Falcons, it's all coming together.
It's really falling apart now for Vision Esports. Such discipline earlier on in the map, so close for so long, but now that Falcons have pressed the advantage, they're not letting up. Choi Se-wan blinking about in main, but Merritt's already marking him out. Choi off on the side, Merritt dueling with Choi, but Proper's there to help him out. Kite comes out as window from Violet, will be immediately disengaged. Falcons, they're so good at these disengages. Time and time again, they go for it. Violet once again being slipped past, and Merritt finds a kill onto Alba. Fielder will be traded, so it's a 4 versus 4. It's a good trade for Vision here, but Proper catches slow dive and spawn.
They push him aggressively there, Merritt and Proper. They confirm the kill, but Lamp has been forced up top by Chio as well. Merritt's coming to help out. Violet, no! Alba's there in time. They trade it out. They still get the kill. Proper's come to finish the job. Now he turns his attention onto Tama, who does have the annihilation. Choi is behind as well. These trades do mean that Falcons would be wise not to invest. But Chio and Proper, they are still killing everyone. Might get a few more meters out of this if they really want.
Joy dead.
Look at this, Proper continuing to chop through Vision even after all of this time, even after all of these trades. Proper continues to be a nuisance. Tama finally taking down the Titan, but ultimately Vision Esports, there's such a huge mountain to climb from this point onwards. 40 seconds on the clock, almost 100 meters that they need, checkpoint included. This is going to be a huge ask. If they lose a fight here, it's essentially the map already wrapped up, Xavier.
Problem for Vision as well, if they need these fights to be clean, they need to win multiple fights in a row, so you need to stop Proper trading anyone. It's been an impossible task so far, but they have no option to keep themselves alive in this last chance qualify. They have to find a way. Form comes out from someone, window to back that one up, someone wants to keep walking forward. Overclock now from Merit over the top, Slowdive finds the kill onto Proper, that'll help a lot. They need to avoid the rest of Merit's overclock. Choi has the off-angle pulse bomb, it's good! Stick there, the lamp is out from Fielder. Merit will live now, the advantage. Someone still has the annihilation, so they have to be cautious as they walk forward here. But here comes the form timing. Someone's trying to regroup. Proper back in the fight soon.
Overtime now burning, cannot leave the payload anymore. Vision Esports, you can see they have so many ultimates online. Choice ones have the recall force. Slowdive, he pops the clock, he swings. The beat comes in from Chio, the better beat from Albert. There's a window in main from Violet, but no kills have been converted yet. Merit swinging on the coast, he's dangerously low. Someone did pop the annihilation in all of this. Vision, they flipped over to the payload, but Choi is the first to fall. Violet soon to follow. You can see Vision, they're being dragged onto two separate sides. There's only two members left standing. Make that one as Tama is left alone on the payload, and Falcons come in to clean up the kill, clean up the map, clean up the series, and collect their ticket to the grand final.
Really smart play from Falcons at the end. They know that Vision have to stay attached to payload. It's overtime. They literally can't afford to leave it. So they take the fight in main. They take this big ult trade. But poor Tama, he's been allowed to move the cart forward, but every inch he gains is actually doing more harm than good because it's getting further and further away from the fight. Then Falcons, they just have a 5v4 in main. They're able to convert that, and then as we saw at the end, everyone comes back to deal with Tama and simply nothing he can do. Expected result, but Falcons made to work a little bit more than we saw from Zeta on the other side of a bracket.
Real signs of life from Vision Esports there. The first 4-5 minutes of this map were absolutely tooth and nail. Incredibly close. Wasn't a 3-0. We saw Vision Esports when they were able to play to their strengths, when they were able to pull out the double flex, they were able to take a map from Falcons, from a championship caliber roster. So really a respectable performance from Vision Esports. No surprises with the end result, but a very solid match from Vision that they have to be happy with, despite the fact that their aspiration would ultimately be to punch their ticket to the Esports World Cup, and now they're going to be going home with nothing but a handful of prize money.
A lot of credit for Vision though should be had, because it's a growing list of teams that Vision Esports have built on Circuit Royale, and Falcons are a pretty big name to add to that list. So really just speak to some of the key strengths of that Vision Esports roster, who will be competing in OWCS Stage 3, and I think they're going to cause a lot of problems for a lot of the more established top teams in that region. So in many ways for Vision, it was always going to be difficult, right? You've got to take on Zeta, you've got to take on Falcons. Really hard to win this tournament. I think they probably ultimately delivered towards expectations, which after their match against Bright Future felt like redemption today. Even though they don't proceed in the bracket, felt like redemption for me.
Ultimately now we need to cast our eyes forward to the match that is coming up. We do have our grand final fixture coming up next, and it is going to be, perhaps to the surprise of nobody at all, Team Falcons versus Zeta Division for all of the marbles. It is going to be an absolute Barney of a series, as both of these teams have traveled across the world. Full Korean teams coming out from the lowest seeds of OWCS Korea. Both teams perhaps expected early on in the year to qualify for an event like the Esports World Cup, and a huge surprise to see them needing to qualify through the last chance qualifier. Little highlights.
Glad they put that in the highlight reel. Yeah. Cheers, cheers, slow dive.
Slow dive, slow fall.
I mean, in many ways, it actually, watching these highlights now, it feels like that moment when Merit killed Violet from the high ground to low ground on Falcon side of the map really felt like the turning point for what was just a really back and forth series, or really back and forth map, before we got any deeper. But yeah, Falcons versus Zeta Division, the match we all expected, a match that has happened multiple times in all of this.
We can take a look at the brackets here as well to see exactly how both teams got here, as we've lost a lot of teams along the way. Falcons eliminating Invaders at the start of the day, then Vision Esports. Zeta Division on the other side, eliminate Force, eliminate Bright Future. We've also lost TFW, Cold Metal falling in the way of all of this too.
Exactly right. And now all that remains is our Zeta versus Falcons final. The winner will advance to the main event. They'll collect their key and punch their ticket to the Esports World Cup proper. But only one of these teams gets to qualify. Even though we are witnessing two top-tier Korean teams scrapping it out, we are only going to see one of them actually make it to the Esports World Cup. Going to be a very competitive match, no doubt, and huge expectations, huge stakes.
This is the series everyone has been waiting for, and for good reason. These teams have a long history of playing each other. They also have a long history of playing each other to qualify for majors. Unfortunately for Zeta Division, all of that history favours Falcons. I think it's happened 3 times in a row. Falcons have denied a major spot from Zeta Division. The only major that Zeta Division got to, or have been to since OWCS started, was actually the Esports World Cup last year. That's the only one. And they actually got to the final in that one. So if they can get there, they seem to do all right. But the problem for Zeta is getting there, and it is going to be no mean feat up against this Falcons team. I think we're going to say it multiple times, but it cannot be understated that the quality of players, the quality of investment in both of these rosters, the idea of missing out on the major is unfathomable for both teams. It's simply not acceptable. So this really is, every single marble is on this one.
Everybody will be spamming play for this series, no doubt about it, because there are far too many marbles on the line. The stakes are simply too high and the expectations simply too great. I'm really interested to see whether or not Zeta Division can finally shrug off this curse, their inability to beat Team Falcons when it counts. Every single time they have to go up against Falcons for a major qualification slot, it is Falcons that comes out on top. We've seen incredibly competitive series between the two teams. It's not like it's a roll. It's map 7 tooth and nail fights, but it's always Falcons coming out on top. We'll have to see now as we have a renewed format and a little bit of a renewed roster for Team Falcons as well. And same goes for the side of Zeta Division. We've got Alpha Yi playing main support now for this roster. Whether these changes impact the outcome of a very historic curse.
Can Alpha Yi break the curse? He was technically there before, but now he's going to be there every time. There's one theory I've seen being spread around some Reddit forums that perhaps it was Violet who was cursed all along, and Zeta Division were merely victims of having Violet on the team and therefore inherited the curse rather than actually being the primary target of the curse themselves. So we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, Falcons have taken care of Violet and in many ways have still denied Violet a chance to go to the major this year. But Zeta Division are going to be a different kettle of fish.
This is the toughest kettle of fish at the last chance qualifier. Of course, there is the history. There is the fact that Falcons, time and time again, they manage to edge out Zeta Division when it counts. But so much has changed about these rosters. Falcons have come off the rockiest stage they've ever had as a roster. Since formation, they have never had results as poor as what they had in OWCS Korea Stage 2. They have never had to come through a last chance qualifier before. Zeta Division, it's a similarly rough story for them. Typically, they come third in these tournaments. Now, they're fighting for a 5th or lower place slot. They are really being pushed out of the top. So both teams coming through very tumultuous stage 2s and once again needing to confront the same old matchup.
It can and will happen again. It's really a storied fixture at this point. Zeta Division, Falcons, it's been pretty poor for both of these teams. Zeta Division had a pretty strong start to the year in that early stage 1, in good form, looking in good condition, and people were wondering if this was finally the time Zeta could start hanging with Falcons and Crazy Raccoon on a more consistent basis. Felt like Flora was playing some of his better Overwatch in top form, but all of this, as we've gone through the year, it's kind of faded, and Zeta find themselves not just falling behind Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, which can happen to a lot of teams in the world, but they find themselves leading or trailing behind All Gamers Global, trailing behind T1. They might have fallen to 5th in the pecking order. Surely impossible.
we'll have to see whether or not they can actually develop and turn it around, because all of this new blood in the scene, it doesn't mean that the veteran talent, that the captains on these rosters cannot regain and come back into it. But we're going to have to wait and see. We're going to throw to a quick break, and we'll be back in a few minutes to talk through a bit more of this final fixture.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to the last chance qualifier. It all comes down to this. One game left, Falcons versus Zeta Division. Every last marble from both teams on the line, as only one key is available. Only one team can make their way to the main event.
One key, so many marbles, quite literally everything to play for right now. Falcons and Zeta Division, this is going to be a scrap for the ages right now. This is such a high stakes match and the expectations are outrageously high for either side. Neither team can mentally comprehend a loss here. This is such an important game for either side right now. You can see the players already face to face warming up for the series. We're going to be getting into this one very, very soon, Zeta.
Is really all to play for. Like you said, the amount of talent on these rosters, the investment, the expectations for these teams were so high. And these are teams that are meant to be fighting for championships, not scrapping it out for the last chance to qualify. So the idea that one of them isn't going to make it is almost preposterous. It couldn't be higher in terms of stakes. And I think we've felt from both teams so far, very serious approach to today. Minimal celebrations, all business from both sides.
What I really want to know, Xavier, these two teams, they've both come into the last chance qualifier with the expectation that they're going to face each other here in the grand final, in the final qualifying elimination match. I want to know, have these teams been hiding their strategies at all in the lead up to this final? We saw a little bit of a back and forth versus Vision Esports. We saw a competitive map 1 for Zeta Division in their qualifier game as well. Is it possible that these teams have been keeping a few tricks up their sleeves for this final qualification game?
I think for both teams, because their path to the final has actually been relatively straightforward, they were able to just overpower a lot of opposition. We saw especially someone playing a lot of ball in a lot of these early fixtures, which I don't really anticipate to see too much ball coming out from someone in this grand final here. So I think they had the option to not always play their full comps. But I think once we got to the sort of tail end, against Vision Esports, I'm not convinced that Falcons were hiding too much against Vision. I think they were pretty confident to just play those matchups. And I think when we get into this series, we will just see, Ram Kiri Lucio, Ram Bap Lucio coming out from the side of Falcons. So maybe a little bit at the start, but overall, I think we've had a little bit of a clue, a little bit of a hint from both teams in those semi-finals, what type of compositions they will be investing into.
It does feel like they weren't keeping too many secrets. The big thing that I'm wondering right now is about Symmetra. I know that Pelican has quite the Symmetra on him, and I know that Sim has been a very meta hero in the EMEA region. Korea, much slower to adopt Symmetra as a compositional archetype. So I'm really wondering whether Zeta has been keeping this in the back pocket, a bit of an ace in the hole. Another thing to consider, Falcons, their roster has really been constrained and shifted by the presence of Merit in the lineup. We are used to seeing the proper DPS, or rather the Falcons DPS line being proper and Stalker. But where is Stalker, Xavier?
He's at home. Many people, and I think they'd be right, when they tell you Stalker's probably the best player in the world. So it really is, in many ways, an embarrassment of riches that you can leave the best player in the world at home. But the Stalker merit experiment, we saw how Falcons did in Stage 2. It didn't deliver. So they brought in Proper, a great player to have at your disposal to bring back in. And the challenge here is Proper the solution. Is Proper the key to getting that key?
I see. The other thing is, it's not just the Stalker merit experiment. Ever since Merit was added to the roster, he has been a starter on the roster. The superstar duo of Proper and Stalker, it's disappeared. We never see these two players in the server together anymore. Merit's addition to the roster seemed final. It seemed as if he was an eternal starter. Someone was initially integrated into the roster and then subbed out for Hanban after some time, but Merit, he earned and kept his starting position. Something is going on the Falcons side where we never see Proper and Stalker together.
We can take a look at some of the groups now as well as we bring this graphic up. As both teams just getting ready, we can see a lot of the Zeta Division players away. These are the Esports World Cup groups, so this is for the main event at the end of the month. Obviously, the LCQ, bottom left of your screen, that is what Falcons and Zeta Division are fighting for. Winner gets that spot in that group. Not the easiest group I've ever seen, but better than not going at all.
Exactly right. I mean, just looking at these groups right now, the main event for the Esports World Cup is so incredibly competitive. Group A has been heralded by some of the more astute pundits as the group of death. Some of the most difficult matchups lie in Group A right now as we see AG, a team that came absolutely hooning out of the gates in Korea, dominating the competition. So strong with players like Aid on the Freya, really quick adopters to the Freya playstyle, really setting the meta on that character.
I think as well, when you look at a lot of these teams, they are also teams that have had success with Symmetra. I think AG, T1, Alcancia, TM, even Crazy Raccoon all fall into this category, even BP playing a lot of it as well. So very interested to see how relevant Symmetra will be and if we'll see it from any of our teams today. It was interesting when we were watching that earlier series when we saw Pelican actually playing a lot of Venture, very much heralded as a counter to the Symmetra in a lot of these situations. So it's possible Zeta Division might even be leaning away from that.
I think it's going to be really so good in the main event to see the clash of styles. You mentioned the Symmetra, and what you can see is that these EMEA teams, they're scattered throughout the groups. Twisted Minds in Group D, Alcacia in Group C, even Virtus Pro in Group A with AG, a team that is happy to play the Symmetra too. We have Symmetra teams scattered throughout every group, and as a result of that scattering, we're really going to get to see, can some of these perhaps underdog teams from the underdog region, EMEA typically not performing against the top dogs of Korea, are they going to be able to turn around the results with Symmetra? By putting Symmetra teams throughout all of these different groups, I'm really interested to see whether they can actually upset some of the traditional favorites.
It's going to be a tough test because really the only teams I think we've seen consistently do it are T1, Crazy Raccoon and AG, and maybe it's not too surprising that those are actually the teams that finish in those top 3 spots coming out of Korea. Falcons and Zeta Division may be slow to adapt, something that's maybe not a sort of thing we would associate with these teams typically, but up against each other, maybe there's going to be essentially a sort of unwritten handshake where neither team's going to play Symmetra. It's worth noting as well that there's also an additional award available for these last chance qualifier teams. There's the option here for the Jafonzo Award, which was named after Jafonzo, the player of EAFC, who came through the last chance qualifier in that competition last year in the Esports World Cup and went all the way to win it, and now plays and represents for Al Nassr, which is a football team, Max, which you might not know a lot about, but it's the one Cristiano Ronaldo plays for.
I am well and truly unfamiliar with football, but in terms of the Jafonzo Award, one thing to be said is that what we're witnessing right here in the LCQ, this feels like a team with respect to Falcons that could actually win it here in the Overwatch event. Team Falcons, they won the Overwatch World Finals at the end of last year. This is a championship caliber roster that has shown they are capable of doing it time and time again. If there was a team that was a candidate to win the Jafonzo Award, it would be Team Falcons because they've done it before. They've won these World Finals in the past.
They've really been the only team that have been a consistent challenge to Crazy Raccoon, and it's not up until this stage 2 where it felt like they really fell off that and were no longer the closest team to Crazy Raccoon. It was actually T1 instead who came closer.
Exactly right. And now, Xavier, do you want to take a little bit of a look at these groups for the main event and maybe just talk through a couple of the different teams that we see here, talk through the groups and describe some of their strengths, some of their weaknesses, where they've upset us, and just give viewers a bit of a rundown as to what everybody can expect coming into the main event?
Yeah, let's start with Group D because Group A is still to be decided by the fixture we're going to have after this. But Group D, a team where T1 come in as the highest seed in the group. And T1, if you don't know about them, really, they're the team with all the talent. Donghack, I think best tank in the world. Proud, one of the best hit scans. The support line has been delivering. The signing of Vigilante has really just pushed T1 to what feels like a brand new level. Even Zest, a player who has maybe been guilty at times of being one of the weaker links on T1, he is delivering, playing some of the best Overwatch of his career. Really for T1, the way I see him right now, they have all the talent to win this tournament. What they don't have is the experience. Crazy Raccoon, Falcons, these teams have won championships before. T1 don't have that major result. That is what we'll be hoping for here at the Esports World Cup.
I think the truth of a team like T1 is that you are always unproven right up until the moment that you do it. At the beginning of the year, people saw the T1 roster and they saw some glaring weaknesses. T1, they made the tiniest of adjustments. They changed out one player and suddenly they looked like not just a contender to be top dog, but a true top dog within the Korea region. Players like Proud, where their potential has for quite some time been recognized, but now it's really getting the opportunity to blossom. Proud has been a dominant force in the Korean scene throughout this year. And then, of course, you've got people like Donghak, who, for the longest time, even since 2023, playing on the Atlanta Reign as a rookie, has appeared to be an absolute monster in the tank role. If someone was previously regarded as the Hyperflex tank, as the man who can do it all, Donghak is the new guard of that. Top tier Winston, Wrecking Ball, Doomfist, Hazard. The guy can flex to Diva. He can truly play it all. He is the anti-someone. All of the heroes where someone has a little bit of weakness, Donghak has his ultimate strength.
They've also used that flexibility throughout their qualifications in this event as well. And I think when we talk about, say, the strength of Symmetra, particularly those EMEA teams who are going to lean very heavily on these type of compositions, especially TM, especially Alcad, the fact that T1 can not just only mirror the sim when the map demands it, but they also have these Bull and Venture players available. We saw them do a very nice strategy like Bull Venture on Runa Sapi, which not a lot of teams did, but using the Venture to anchor point, allowing Donghak to be free to get infinite value on the backline. Really a lot of options for T1, huge flexibility in the roster. We have to give some credit to Skewed as well, who very much known as a flex support who can play Brig. He can also handle the Lucio as well. So this T1 team is looking super well-rounded, and on talent alone, they are in with a chance to win it.
You're right, Xavier. The Skutio has well and truly surprised everybody this stage. But I want to talk a little bit about how T1 might match up with a team that, probably requires no introduction, but I will introduce them nonetheless. Twisted Minds. Everybody that's familiar with the EMEA scene is familiar with Twisted Minds. This is a roster that is filled with players who have won the Overwatch World Cup. Players like Yubi, who quite literally invented Symmetra in Overwatch 2. Real top dogs on this style of push and pull, flanking with Symmetra, constantly trying to push the boundaries of what is possible and defining the meta in the EMEA region. And I'm really interested to see how a team like Twisted matches up against a team like T1, because T1, they have a Wrecking Ball specialist. They have Donghak. Symmetra is such a powerful composition. It is such a powerful hero because it enables people to flank, to constantly be all over the map. It's so difficult to keep up with the pace of a good Symmetra team. But Wrecking Ball, one of the fastest characters in the game, so good at doing the exact same thing as what Sim does on DPS within the tank role, being all over the place, displacing people constantly. So if you've got Yubi teleporting over to the side on Symmetra, you might just have Donghak booping you away from that teleporter and catching a kill. I really want to see T1 versus TM in Group D, because it's going to be such a test as to whether or not the Symmetra style that EMEA has really pushed and excelled at can actually succeed versus a top Korean team.
It's going to be key for all of the EMEA teams. If the sim truly is meta, really can't ask for a better one for EMEA to finally perform well at an international event. I think we might have to go as far back as the Dallas Major last year for the last time EMEA got a reasonable finish. And if you're from the EMEA region, as I am, that is way too long. Hoping and praying that Symmetra stays meta, because Twisted Minds, they're so good at this type of composition. And what Twisted Minds have as well, with the experience of Yubi and Quartz and KSA and these players who have played in these sim teams for so long, is they have played it against everything. They have played it in the mirrors. They have played it against Dive. The level and knowledge that has built up over the years is really second to none in the world. So I think Twisted Minds are going to be a great litmus test for just how far the Symmetra can go, and T1 will certainly be the strongest test in their group. The next strongest test, probably going to have to be Sign. So you might not recognize Sign Esports. It's the Nightmare team, the American team that qualified in third place from North America. Sorry to bring it up, Max. But they qualified third in North America, and they have been signed temporarily for the purposes of Esports World Cup by Sign. So this is the team, probably Chronic and Painkiller, the biggest stars on this team, Max.
Yeah, those are the rising stars. Painkiller, he has risen to dominance in the North American scene in a very short period of time. In the span of a year, he has come from no competitive experience whatsoever to being a top tank in the North America region. The release of Hazard in particular really rocketed Painkiller up to new heights. As a new hero was released, and Painkiller was just dominating all of the competition on it, constantly putting on clutch performances, then it would be a disservice to the signed roster to not talk about Chronic. This is a player who's been in the North American scene for a little bit more time, but he has consistently had really solid performances on the hard hit scans. Signature for his Ashe and his Widow in the past, but the release of Freya this year really took Chronic to completely new heights. Massive upset wins for the Sign Esports roster in Stage 2 of North American OWCS off the back of the heroics from Chronic on the Freya.
Can't wait to see Chronic go up against some of these Freyas from across the world as well. I think in America, it wasn't the stiffest competition for top Freyas. But once we put people like Proud and Quartz into the equation, now we're going to see a true test of how far Chronic's ability to carry can go. This is going to be certainly the biggest test he's had so far in his career. And I really can't wait to see it. I think Nightmare, potential dark horse for this group. It really the best case for them if Freya is hard meta, if Hazard is really viable, which we have seen quite a bit of in a few regions. So there's a way here for Sign, and still a decent shot for them if they can upset them. Remember, the way all these groups work is going to be GSL groups, which essentially means you have to win 2 games. So Sign, they don't need to beat everyone. If they could just get one upset against a TM or even a T1, there's a great opportunity for them to snatch that spot in playoffs. A team that might have a bit more of an uphill battle is, of course, the Gatos Guapos Max, who come in as the contender from the Pacific region.
You're right, Xavier. This is going to be a very difficult group for the Gatos Guapos. And in fact, whatever group you place the Guapos in, they are going to struggle a little bit. Lots of players on that roster are very close to my own home. We've got Aki and Punk, who both hail from Australia, and Color Hex, close second, hailing from New Zealand as well. We've got Light, Nyang, and of course Rakatak, a familiar face for many a North American fan. So we have a real international mix here. Lots and lots of different players competing in the Pacific region here. But many of these players are actually people that they've converted to being streamers, they've retired, they've moved on from full-time competitive play. And then they come back into the Pacific region to clean house and just compete for the chance to be at the Esports World Cup again. Whether or not they actually want to push further into the group is another matter entirely.
It's going to be an uphill battle for sure, but one thing that is going to be proven time and time again is you can't stop Punk getting on that plane to the Esports World Cup every year. So he is going to be back representing his region, trying to keep his legacy alive, but 100% big underdogs for that one in this group, and it's going to be particularly tough for them, but I'm sure they'll do their best. And you never know, right? Last year at the Esports World Cup, one thing that was certainly true in the groups is a lot of these teams from smaller regions actually overperformed. Remember Bleed giving a couple of close games to teams last time around. Even Makers, probably in large part to you, of course, Max, giving Twisted Minds a run for their money. So there is an option for some of these smaller teams to cause an upset. By the time you get to these bigger LAN events, you know, there's the favourites, there are the teams everyone expects to win. But whatever happens at LAN, happens at LAN. You can't control that. It all comes down to who plays better on the day.
Of course. And I mean, it's hard to sleep on players like Punk who consistently upset teams, consistently deliver. No matter how much time off Punk takes, he always manages to come back in swinging. Last year, he's always good for it. The core of the Gatos Guapos last year attended the Esports World Cup, managed to take Twisted Minds to 5 maps. Twisted Minds, even back then, same old story. Dominant team, playing Symmetra, having solid performances, winning stages in EMEA OWCS, and Punk, even back then, was able to take them all the way to 5 maps. Maybe we should move on to another group now, Xavier. I wouldn't want to get too bogged down in D, as we do have 3 more groups to go. So maybe we can talk about Group C next?
Yeah, let's start with Group C. We'll start from the bottom up in terms of seeding. The first team is going to be Zocorp Esports, who are the South American team now going to represent here in Group C. Again, similar to Gatos Guapos, they are very much the big underdog in the group from one of the smaller regions. They had to battle their way through the lower bracket in the playoffs over in South America, but once they got to that grand final, they actually 4-0'd it. So a bit of recovery, a bit of life. Players that are maybe most familiar to people is going to be Canny on tank, Abs maps, and still Kiwi on support. A few people from EMEA might be familiar with Abs, flex support player who has played in that region before. And then on DPS, it's Love and Wilma Fist Fit on DPS. Love, also one of the imports there, a Swedish player that a few people might be familiar with. And really, success for this team, it comes in tiers when you talk about some of these weaker teams. You know, we talk about T1, we talk about Crazy Raccoon, championship or nothing. That is the goal. For teams like Zocorp, it's just representing their region as best as they can. Last year at the Esports World Cup, it was Rock Esports that had sponsored the South American team, and that team didn't win any maps. 0 for Rock Esports last year. So Zocorp, coming into this one, I think it's very much just, can they do better than that? Can they take a few maps? Can they make these series closer than a lot of these other teams in Group C will expect?
I do think that another team, not necessarily at the same level as Zocorp, but another team that would be coming into this group with tempered expectations would be Team CC. They actually were present in the China major as well, but this time around they've upgraded their roster a little bit. They've actually subbed out their name, previously Super Rich. I don't want to butcher his name too aggressively.
Ao Yo Chen. I think I've got it right. I said it with confidence, but immediate apprehension afterwards. I hope I got it right. I'll tell you what, I'm going to trust you to butcher the name, and I will just move on from even attempting to pronounce. But they've subbed him out, and they've thrown Unknown into the roster. And this has looked like a significant upgrade for Team CC. Previously, Team CC, it felt like they really couldn't punch up to the first seed in China. They couldn't go head-to-head with Weibo Gaming. But with this change in support line, they've really become more competitive. So Team CC, they're probably coming into the tournament with tempered expectations, perhaps not expecting to go all the way through to the grand finals of the Esports World Cup, but they're really looking like they could punch up and maybe overperform in this group here, 4C. I think for sure, this is a team, lots of teams have done it, where from stage 1 to stage 2, they basically cut their weakest link and replace that with a stronger player. Team CC are no different. They've replaced Hao Yo Chen on the support role when he's moved to coach alongside LNLD. Unknown comes in as, well, I guess a bit of an unknown to fall into a word trap there, but he's actually looked really good. He's looked like one of the better main support players over in the region, and this has allowed the rest of the roster to perform even better. They got into the grand final after knocking Rock Esports down into 3rd place, and they even took a map off Weibo Gaming, that famed Hangzhou Spark, that Team China core. The ones that are so good at dive, the map that Team CC won, a Winston and a Brig Mirror, if you can believe it.
I do believe it, Zadia, because this roster, it's not a series of chumps that have never played any dive. Many of the players on the Team CC roster are storied dive veterans. We've got Faraway 1987. You'll remember these names from the Overwatch League days. We've got Gaga as well. It feels like it was quite some time ago, but these are players that were in the league and were known for their dive chops back in the day. They've still got it, and despite being one of the older rosters in OWCS, with a couple of improvements throwing players like Unknown into the mix, it really feels like they've been able to come back to a solid level of form and actually have some respectable performances.
I'm really interested to see this team because it does feel like they've gotten a lot better since those changes come through, and they've got a couple of new faces. I think Unknown is a great one. They've also got Billadeng in the roster, who for a lot of people has been touted a little bit as the next up tank. To be frank with you, he's had a pretty big struggle in stage 1 and stage 2 so far, often filling a role akin to Liga or Max on their respective teams, where they come in for a certain type of map where certain heroes are available. And Billadeng has struggled on those maps. Team CC as a whole have struggled on those maps. I think Team CC, they do prefer to play in these dive competitions, get Gaga onto the Winston, or of course he's famed Wrecking Ball. And admittedly, that might be a little bit hard with the current meta, but there are options here for Team CC, and I think especially against teams like OWCS, who are going to be the Symmetra representatives for the group, essentially, it will be a big test in terms of how much value they can get out of that. But I think what we saw in the China region in stage 2 was a closing of the gap between Team CC, Rock Esports, and Weibo at the top. For a long time, it has been a one-team region. But I think Team CC, Rock Esports, they're getting closer. So Team CC, the challenge here is, can they upset one of the big dogs from either the North American champs or the EMEA champs?
I mean, talking about EMEA champs, we've got Al-Qadsiya here in the group. If Twisted Minds was the team that invented Symmetra play, Al-Qadsiya is the team that refined it. We've got Checkmate coming in from Korea and pulling out a Symmetra that has gone toe-to-toe and then perhaps even surpassed some of the performances that Yubi has been able to post up. We've got the newcomer. We've got Ziad on the Diva putting absolutely monstrous performances out, fight after fight, map after map, series after series. Ziad is without question the most dominant Diva player in EMEA right now. And Al-Qadsiya, they have really revolutionized the style of Symmetra play by doing it with the Diva so much more. Twisted Minds, they were always anchored to playing a Ramatra, playing the ground tanks, but Al-Qadsiya, they opened up the pool. They started playing the Symmetra with more and more flanking fast characters.
It's really been a big revelation, and Al-Qadsiya, we talked earlier about can EMEA repair their reputation on the international stage, and Al-Qadsiya have to be the strongest candidate to do it. I think you look at this team, Ziad, best diva in the world for me. He really seems to be hitting a level on that hero that we've not seen from a lot of teams. Likewise, Checkmate, after a disastrous 2024, if we're being honest, really back to his best. Landon should get a lot of props as well. I think Landon is also playing the best Overwatch of his career. No longer just the BAP guy. He can do it on Juno. He has been carrying his team on Kiriko as well. And we can't go on without mentioning Kellex, who was the player added to Stage 2. One of the winningest players in EMEA history. Since he's come in, he's kept on winning. Al-Qadsiya, really excited to see this team. There are some questions you maybe need to raise about them, just in terms of in EMEA, they do have a bit of a luxury where everybody's quite happy to play the sim. So they've not had the sim banned against them all that often. Similarly, everybody likes to play the Diva. Not the most Diva bans against them all that often. So there are no options for some of these other teams to try and lean in and exploit the bans against Al-Qadsiya in a way that hasn't quite been done by the EMEA region in the same way.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about Kellex being one of the most winningest players. If we're talking about people that are just good for it, Kellex is the definition of that player. This man subs into lineups, wins tournaments, and then disappears without a trace for year after year after year. This guy knows how to time a placement on a roster in order to take a win and then just step back and relax for another year every single time. Al-Qadsiya, they are so good at winning with Kellex because you put this guy in and he will transform your team. He is a rock solid presence. He is never the problem. Often when people talk about the main support role, it's a lot of situations of are they being picked? Are they making game losing mistakes?
Yeah.
And Kellex is the type of guy, he knows his limits. He never throws the game. But honestly, that's enough about Alcad. They are the Diva Sim team. Let's talk about Geek a little bit because they've got a little bit of a different style in North America and it worked well for them in North America. They love to pull out Kuffer on the Hazard on the Ram, Ultraviolet on the Baptiste, and then Admiral on Lifeweaver of all things. The Bap Weaver was well and truly pushed to its limits by Geek Esports, but this is in a region where nobody plays Diva. Very few teams play the Symmetra, and I'm not sure that Bap Weaver has any legs versus a team like Alcad where they have a top-level sim and a top-level Diva in the pocket.
Lifeweaver Baptiste, so good on some of the maps where your backline can just play really far away, quite safe, and the rest of your team can take these aggressive duels with a grip or a lamp to bail them out. But Geek, they have not ran into a Sim Diva team, because if there is a composition that's going to be good against Bap and Lifeweaver, it is going to be Symmetra and Ziad pulling up with these heavy rockets. So this is going to be a great clash of styles and will ultimately decide, I think, who's going to finish top of this Group C. But you shouldn't count out Geek, because they are a team, they are back-to-back champions in North America, and they have a team that you just can't seem to stop them. No matter how many times people try to kneecap this team, whether it's at the start of the year, where all of the players are passed up by some of the partnered organizations, they get together, they win Stage 1, and then Stage 2, their best player, their star player, Zera, the promised boy from North America, he is taken by Team Liquid. Then he can't, but it doesn't stop him either. They bring in Wimone, another EMEA player contributing to this Geek lineup, and they just go and win Stage 2 as well. You just can't keep these guys down.
Geek really is a roster that is just good for it, with or without Zera. On the topic of Zera, Team Liquid acquired Zera. They actually picked him up and they looked very, very solid in the North America region. To be honest, even in stage 1 of OWCS, Team Liquid looked like a formidable team. They were so good at these push and pull comps. Infected on heroes like the Malga was incredibly strong. Sometimes you would see issues where Knife would be getting picked a little bit early on. Perhaps they would struggle with certain compositions where a lot of team play and a lot of intense communication was required. But Team Liquid, even in the first stage, looked really solid. With the addition of Zera, it feels like Liquid reached new heights. They got a better Tracer player, a better Genji player, and the ability to communicate completely comfortably in English. Team Liquid, I was very surprised to see them go down to GK in those grand finals because they have a huge range of compositions that they can play. Infected, a monster on Wrecking Ball, on Orisa, on all of these ground tanks. And somehow, some way, GK were able to clutch it out regardless.
It's really surprising for Team Liquid because honestly, for me, this roster at the start of the year, this was the team that was built to dominate North America. It had the backline from Toronto Defiant last year. It looked like it should be set. They added Tree, they add Infected, all these top North American talent. They should be the ones dominating the region, but it's just not worked out at all. And I think when you look at their results so far, Team Liquid this year have had no meaningful result. And now they do get to the Esports World Cup. This is their chance to get a meaningful result. They should be good to get out of the group in terms of the relative strength here. But I think for Team Liquid, it needs to be sooner rather than later because this roster is, well, they've spent too much money on it and they've invested too much time and there's too much talent for it to keep failing to get these big results.
It's an intensely talented roster. I mean, you can even look at the core from last year. The backline for Team Liquid this year, they came second at the Esports World Cup last year. Vega and RuPaul, these are well and truly world-class top dog players. RuPaul came second at the Esports World Cup last year and won the Overwatch League in the year prior. These are top-tier players. But something is not clicking for Team Liquid. Something about when the lights get particularly bright for them this year, things start to change. Things start to be a little bit different. And they've made some interesting decisions as well. I was talking about communication, about language. They made the choice after integrating Zera into the lineup to keep Knife as a player in the roster that comes in for Symmetra comps of all things. And Knife, he's got skill on the Symmetra, but Symmetra is also a character that really requires lots of communication. So I thought it was a very interesting judgment to make Knife a foreign player and somebody that is known to have a little bit of an issue when it comes to talking in English, the player that is fully reliant on playing Symmetra, where you need to communicate with your team intensely.
It's a really tough position for Knife to be put in as well, because you have to do so much leading and so much decision making. This is what makes players like Yubi so good at it, because he is the in-game leader. He controls the entire team and their movements when he plays that sim. Similarly, even though Checkmate, also a non-native English speaker, he's very much the exception that proves the rule on OWCS, because again, you need to be a heavily vocal player. Checkmate, though, he has experience playing with RuPaul on Florida Mayhem, being a leader in that team on these English-speaking rosters. So he's got the history and the experience to back it up. Knife really doesn't to the same degree. And I think when you take these potential compositions and make them no longer a strength for Team Liquid, we kind of saw that in the NA Grand Final, right? The maps that Team Liquid won, they won the dive map, they won playing Ball on Saravasa, they won playing Malga. They're actually unable to win on some of the more meta matchups, and they were unable to stop the BAP Lifeweaver. So I think Team Liquid, they have a lot of questions to answer, but realistically, they should still be okay for the group, because a couple of the other teams in the group are on the weaker side. If we talk about Rock Esports, they came out third place in China. It's Belos, Ria, and Taejong as their Korean imports. Dia, Jinmu, Lengsa, and Chu to round out the roster, some names you might be familiar with Overwatch League. Chu, of course, a rename from Molly, who, of course, just about won the Overwatch League with Shanghai Dragons that one time, even if he wasn't the most integral part of that roster. But really, a very similar situation to Team CC, where we expect them to maybe finish around that third spot, and there is a chance to punch up. I think the biggest problem for Team CC really is the fact that a lot of the comps they're good at are stuff like Dive, which they're just not as good at as the Korean teams, and it's not very good in the meta. So they're going to get outclassed by the people who mirror them, and they're going to maybe struggle playing a non-meta comp into the meta in a lot of these situations. So Rock Esports, they still stand a chance. I think Chu has actually really been their star performer for a lot of this. So I think there's a chance, but far from straightforward for Rock Esports in this group.
Exactly right. And the truth is, the reason this group is so incredibly difficult is because it contains Crazy Raccoon, Xavier. Everybody knows Crazy Raccoon, best team in the world. So many times they continually clutch it out. They won the first major of the year in relatively dominant fashion. They won the Esports World Cup last year, the trial event for hero bans. Since the introduction of hero bans, Crazy Raccoon have looked even stronger than they did in 2024. They didn't need to make roster changes because they already possess so much depth. Falcons this year, they wanted to make changes. They wanted to shake things up. They introduced someone. They introduced Merit. Crazy Raccoon, they don't need to do a thing. They've got Lip on Hitscan, the most flexible of all Hitscan players, somebody that has been non-stop winning for his entire professional Tier 1 career. He cannot stop winning. They've got Shu on flex support. He won the MVP at the Esports World Cup last year. I will always be glazing Shu as he never stops dominating the opposition. He is so mechanically skilled. He is the best teammate. He is well and truly a world-class player that everybody wants to play with all the time. And then, I mean, you can talk about some of the younger players on Crazy Raccoon as well.
There's so much talent on this roster, and even Stage 2, I think in many ways, has been the stage of Max. Max has come in, he was a bit part player for most of 2024, coming in for the occasional map. Not you, Max, grow up. The good Max, the one who's attending the Esports World Cup. He's come in and played a really pivotal role in their Stage 2 success. And I think for a lot of people who might have been hating on Max or saying he wasn't a key factor, starting to really prove his worth in this Stage 2. And as a lot of the heroes that Jumbin prefers to play weren't as meta, has really taken over a lot of that role and a lot of that responsibility on the tank front. Likewise, Heesang, a player who was maybe criticised for some inconsistency last year, maybe getting gaps on Genji by Proper at times. It has been known to happen, but it feels like these players, they're maturing, they're growing, and honestly, there's no other way to say it. We have had 4 majors since OWCS has began. We have had 4 majors since Crazy Raccoon's roster formed. Crazy Raccoon have won 3 out of 4 majors. It's a Crazy Raccoon era, and there's no other way to describe it.
I mean, we have been in the era of Crazy Raccoon for the longest time. I mean, the only other team that remains in this group is, of course, Varel. This time around, for Stage 2 of Japanese OWCS, they bolstered their roster a little bit. They imported Slay and Top Dragon from Korea. Top Dragon, I remember visiting Korea after Stage 1 in our boot camp before the China Major and spending a bit of time with Top Dragon. And Top looked me in the eyes and he said to me, "Anta, I'm retiring. I'm done." And then 2 weeks later, the guy was on Varel. He lied straight to my face. He is a high-quality import for the Japanese region, though. Top Dragon is a player who he always struggled to break into those top-tier Korean teams because the level of competition is so stiff. But you throw him into a region like Japan, and he looks like a superstar. The rest of the Varel roster as well, KSG, Nico, Kyuki, these are players that have been around for such a long time. They have been on the Varel roster since 2021. This is a true core, a long-standing core. And they're coming here, perhaps not expecting to make it out of the group, but with the time that they've spent together as a core, working together, and with a newly bolstered roster with these Korean imports, they're expecting to punch up.
Yeah, look, when we went to the 2023 World Cup with Team UK, we were in the same practice room as Team Japan, so we played them all the time, and honestly, we weren't expecting too much. We thought smaller region, we'll just boss these guys in scrims, no drama. But honestly, KSG was insane. There was a lot of talent on this roster, and with the addition of players like Top Dragon and Slay, means they can lean into a lot of these double flex support comps. And if there is options for KSG to get onto Hazard, or even a Doomfist, maybe that's hard in the modern era, but if he can get onto these heroes, KSG can be a real difference maker. Slay and Top Dragon bolstering this team, and similar to how we talked about Zocorp, it's a lot about representing the region. How close can they get in terms of series? How many maps can they take? Is there even an upset there, you know? As far as upsets, Rock Esports, it's not the craziest idea to say this is one of the teams that might be most liable to an upset from one of the smaller regions. So I think there's a real chance here for Varel to try and pull one over. I'm excited to see them play because there's a lot of support for the game over in Japan, and this group of players, they have really represented Japan for so long now. So hoping for good things from them, and that's, you know, it's hard to be in Crazy Raccoon's group, but somebody has to do it. But in many ways, it's probably not even the hardest group, Max, because as a few people have managed to spot, Group A might just be the group of death.
Group A is so incredibly difficult. When what looks like the easiest opponent in your group is Virtus Pro, you know you are in big trouble within this group. The team up the top, all gamers. This is a roster where at the beginning of the year, so many of these players had not made their mark in OWCS Korea. They started out as the Way core, and they were really consistently causing upsets in OWCS Korea. Time and time again, players like Lee Sun-min, like Milgaru, were constantly causing a ruckus in Korea. Lee Sun-min, famous for his Kiriko. He's a main support player, but a new generation main support player. Traditionally, this is a role filled with players who play Lucio and they play Brig. They're not known necessarily for their mechanical skill, but more for their leadership and for their control of the push and pull of the fight. Lee Sun-min, if Yubi reinvented Symmetra, Lee Sun-min reinvented main support. This guy plays Kiriko non-stop in the main support slot. No need for a Lucio, no need for a Brig. How's about I go Kiriko, I flank, and I kill half of your team solo? So Lee Sun-min, main support, cannot sing this guy's praises enough. And I mean, I feel like you should talk a little bit about Aid, Xavier.
Aid really has just... It feels like he's been around for ages, but this year, it feels like we've seen the best of him. He has played a super high-risk style on whatever hero, taken all these flanks, and really, looking back on some of the AGG performances, including some of the ones when they were under the Way moniker, some of these maps were some of the most entertaining Overwatch we've seen this year. They really have a very aggressive style. Aid capitulates that perfectly, taking these high-risk plays, and really, once Freya came out, Aid has leapt to the top. We talked about Chronic earlier. We talked about him going toe-to-toe with Quartz and Proud and all of this. But really, Aid's ability to influence the game on Freya has been second to none so far. So I think he's really become a star for this team. A team that in many ways felt like it should have been in a GK situation. Who Are You left, Peppy left, some of their stars from stage one felt like they should have been weaker, but they've done the GK format where they lose their best players and then somehow get better because Sunjin's also coming to this roster, Max.
Oh, the thing about Sonjin is that everybody was expecting Sonjin to be a downgrade on Who Are You. You watched the Way roster in stage one and you thought, wow, Who Are You on the Genji? This guy's still got it. He is a dominant force when he gets on his best hero. As it turns out, Who Are You? Apparently, you replace him with Sonjin. Sonjin might just be an upgrade. Who Are You is the issue all along. Everybody thought Who Are You was their best player. He gets poached over to the EMEA region over to Gen G. Sonjin steps up to the plate and shows everybody that he was the god all along. So powerful. Sonjin, he was on a lower tier OWCS Korea team. He steps up to the plate and suddenly he's reinventing Venture. He's the best Venture in Korea. He's playing Symmetra, a hero that the Korea region historically is very tentative to play. Really insane performances from Sonjin time and time again. So good on the flankers as well, not just good for tricky heroes like Mei, Venture, Symmetra, also coming out on Tracer, stellar performances. Really, I think Sonjin has surprised everybody. But if you look back at his career a little bit, it might not actually be that surprising. He played in North America in the previous year for the Timeless/TSM core, and they accomplished their best result with Sonjin on the roster. He left, and the team fell to pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Sonjin was going to add flexibility to this lineup, where Who Are You, a specialist, Sonjin would come in a wider range of heroes. But Sonjin's not just been able to play a wider range of heroes, he's hitting this whole brand new level. And AG, even before they were AG, when they were still Way, they were very much a team that lent into their best style, like we see with Lee Min playing so much Kiri. And with Sonjin in the roster, they have just kept doing the same thing. They're very happy to be creative, to play their own style, whether that is the heroes they are selecting, whether that is the way they are playing the map, whether that is just leaning into some of their players' tendencies, like Abe's willingness or desire or need to take all these high-risk plays. So a lot of reasons to be excited about AG. They're one of the most fun teams to watch. The biggest worry for a team like this, honestly, their draft and their map picks feel a little bit dodgy. For a team with so many unique looks or twists on the meta, I really would like to see them lean into those strengths more often, whereas it feels like sometimes they can just get suckered in to just playing a lot of the default stuff. And we maybe even saw that when they took on Zeta Division previously in playoffs, or sorry, back in the seeding tournament. They go 2 maps down, playing very similar compositions, just letting Zeta Division play Orisa, and then they start to mix it up. They reverse sweep Zeta Division, and it must be said, this is the team with the last chance qualifier spot on it. And if Zeta Division get through, AG are actually on a hot streak. They've beaten Zeta Division 2 in a row, so Zeta's problems won't end today even if they win. But they're not the only hard team in this group, Max.
No, they're not the only hard team, but they're also not the only team where there are some worries. I want to talk a little bit about the Weibo roster, because Weibo, this was the once again roster from Stage 1, from the China Major. This is, of course, one of the most storied rosters in the history of professional Overwatch. We have the core of Guxue, Leave, and Shy. These three have been playing together for such a long time. But the thing about Stage 1 and the thing about the China Major where this roster looked so incredibly dominant was that Winston was incredibly meta in Stage 1. Guxue, he's been fighting for the title of best Winston in the world for what feels like the better part of a decade. This guy has been a dominant force playing Winston for oh so long. Sadly, with the release of Freya, with a couple of balance changes, the death of Winston, it has not been exaggerated. It has in fact occurred. You can no longer play Winston on a huge portion of the maps in the pool. Winston is so much weaker than what it was in Stage 1. Still, this Weibo Gaming roster was good to win China again. But I'm really interested to see whether they're going to be able to punch up internationally in the same way that they did in Stage 1, because their strongest tool, Guxue's absolute ace in the hole, has been gutted for Stage 2.
It's a really tough situation for them because there's clearly world-class players in this lineup. They've got so much talent, they've proven it, they've been able to beat some of the most successful teams in all forms, back in Overwatch League, at the World Cup as well. You can't really ask for a better set of players, but they're always a team that have relied on the correct meta. And I do have to worry a little bit as well. Now, previously they had Lengtser in the roster, a very established and quality Brig player. Since then, they brought in Mew, who isn't as strong on the Brig, but is stronger on the Lucio. So they've had to lean into this Kiri Lucio more and actually have a Hangzhou Major. And that's where they had most of their success, playing Winston, Kiri, Lucio. So I think they're a little bit more limited now in terms of their backline options, and this might cause some issues as well. More of a person they can target ban if you are one of the opposing teams up against Weibo. So there has to be a little bit of worry for them there. Mostly in China, they've been playing the Winston where they can, the Ilioses, the Dorados, stuff like that. But they've played a bit of Orisa. It has been Guxue playing the Orisa rather than Liga as well. But Hazard has actually been their key to their success. So for Hazard, Kiri, Lucio, if that remains a viable option, I think that might be the best tool for Weibo to lean into.
Exactly right. The thing is, their DPS have so much firepower. Leave, one of the hyperflex DPS players, one of the strongest DPS players in the entire game, famous for more heroes than can even be mentioned. And then we've got Shy, who historically has been one of the strongest hitscan players in the world, always going toe-to-toe internationally with the likes of Lip on these classic hit scans. The only question mark remains, can he do it on the Freya? I'd say he's largely unproven on Freya. I was told in the pregame that apparently he was struggling a little bit on the Freya in OWCS China. So I'm very interested to see whether the DPS line can still stand up to their former glory.
It was really surprising to me because Shy, such an established player, such a quality hit scan, but he was getting the worst end of it to Dia in a lot of these situations. No disrespect to Dia, of course, but there's going to be plenty of better hit scans than Dia at this as well. So big test for Shy. We'll see how he does. The final team, other than, of course, this LCQ team, is Virtus Pro in this group. The third place from EMEA, who have been overtaken a little bit by Alcad and TM, but still have a very successful roster. And if you even cast your mind back to the Soup Cup, if you can remember that far back, they actually played for Way roster at the time and destroyed them in that opening game. So there's a bit of history between VP and AG here that does favour VP.
VP, I do feel the issue for them is that in Stage 1, they looked extremely dominant in the EMEA region. Then they came to the international tournament, they came to that China Major, and they got blown out of the water. The only team that they were actually able to beat was another European team. Now they've fallen in the standings. They've gone from being the first place team in EMEA all the way down to third, looking much weaker, struggling versus the likes of the Ultimates to qualify here for the Major. And if that's the look that VP is able to put out on the current patch, I'm a little concerned for VP in this group. VP is a roster that I hold very dearly to my heart, very close indeed, but it's so difficult to cope my way through it for VP when they are in the group of death. They are going to have to go up against the likes of a last chance qualifier top tier Korean team, against a renewed Sonjunified AG, and of course Weibo, which absolutely dominated VP at the China Major.
It was really harsh, actually. That opening game between VP and Weibo, it was all Weibo. It was about as one-sided a game that we saw. In many ways, I think for VP, their best hope, even though they lost it domestically, was actually to lean into the Symmetra. They might be outclassed by Team and Alcad, but if Symmetra is powerful, maybe that's actually VP's best hope. But Max, it looks like the players are all settling down and getting ready for this all-important grand final and a chance to get into that group of death.
It could actually be time for us to play. Everybody's been waiting. Everybody's been hoping that we would stop talking about the main event and we would get to spectate
I just had so much to say.
again. I would say that, you know, you're free of us now, that you're sick of hearing the sounds of our voices. But unfortunately for all of the viewers at home, you are going to have to continue listening to us, just us talking about the current game rather than ones coming up in the future. All of the players are seated, and this is the decider. All of the marbles on the line. Everybody is waiting, and whoever wins this final series is going to be picking up their key and punching their ticket to the Esports World Cup.
Lijiang Tower to kick us off. It has been a Cassidy ban from Zeta Division following an Orisa ban from Team Falcons. So interesting that Falcons already leaning into the Orisa ban. I have to say for Bernard, Orisa, he's probably the best in the world, right? So taking that hero away from him immediately on a map is very good. Makes a lot of sense. We saw someone show a preference for Ramatra as well.
We saw the Ramatra preference for someone, but now we've just got base heroes hovered in spawn. Someone and Burner both hovering the
It's not on ball.
Two
No way.
players that do not play ball. I can't believe it. They were hiding strategies all along. Burner, the off-tank player, is rolling out of spawn on Wrecking Ball. And someone, the main tank player that is famous for not having the strongest of Wrecking Balls, is also matching it. Both teams hiding their secrets right up until the final, and it appears that both teams had the same trick up their sleeve.
We said it was all for all the marbles, but I wasn't thinking of these type of balls. Someone is dead already before the fight's even really begun. Tank advantage now for Zeta Division, and really trying to come back in.
Right back into this one as the cap goes the way of Zeta Division. Falcons already on the back foot, proper hiding over on the side, looking for an angle, looking for an engagement timing. But Pelican, he just keeps poking from the safe side over on the Mega over on the coast. What is going to happen though is Burner is going to lose almost all of his health and have to disengage as Flora comes in onto the point. No recall now, just a scrap taking place, but Flora's going to have to disengage.
Bernard slowly rolling back onto the point. Proper spam a kill onto Flora during all of this as Bernard looks for the backline. Slam comes through. Pressure onto the Freya. Needs a bit of pocket here right now. Does Merit. He's going to get booped through again. Trying to keep him alive through all of this. Bernard has to reset. They don't quite get the flip by Falcons. They're keeping it contested. Bernard comes in for one more swing through as these balls will meet in the middle. No flip still. Zeta Division desperate to hold on to this point.
Zeta Division, they've got to be happy with this fight. They keep point control the entire time. Proper now has no recall, and the beat comes out from Alpha Yi. Merit's going to be the first casualty, but Fielder trades onto Alpha Yi straight away. Myriad Kitsune rushes on the objective. They're going tooth and nail right now. Chio is on the run. You can see the skip chasing him down, but he won't secure the kill. Someone's going to catch a kill onto Finn, though, and that is bad news for the side of Zeta. Fielder's traded. A three-man beat for Falcons. Pelican pops the barrage and goes down to Proper immediately, and Falcons, they're clutching this one out off the back of a late beat from Chio. They've done it.
Oh, they had to do it as well because that point was contested for 70%. It felt like Zeta were on the back foot for so much of that. But Team Falcons, they finally get back on it. In many ways, it's for nature. Tracer, Bull, Kiri, Lucio, Lijiang, Garden. It is a comp and a map designed to keep stalling it out. So the flip is going to be so hard to come by. Zeta Division going to rely on their mines to clear a bit of space on point. But someone has mines ready to go to match that. So going to come down a lot more to these individual duels. Can they find a Tracer opening? Can they find a Farah connect somewhere on one of these flanks?
Already the minefield comes out for Burner, and he will catch an early pick onto Merit. Chio as well. Burner somehow doing it all by his lonesome. Someone doesn't want to give up the cap, though. He throws down the minefield on the point. This feels incredibly wasteful, as Fielder is also going to go down. It's going to be incredibly difficult for Falcons to ping-pong the point here. And with the mines from Burner blocking main, they're not even going to get it done. He's completely wasted his minefield. The Zeta division, they're right back in control. 76% and counting, Xavier.
Team Falcons have no option to make it work. No real ults to do it, just a proper pulse bomb. We saw him carrying up against Team Vision in the semi-final, but this is the real test. But Proper is good for it. Takes down Pelican immediately. Now someone trying to get on point, freshen his backline, force teams cooldowns out, sets up a few more kills, goes for the roll through, can't find it. Dunk underneath from Alpha Yi. Need more kills though, because the respawns will be coming through very quickly. Proper can't convert that one. Looks for it now. So low, can get it. Chio helps out with that. Proper now looking for more as well. The opening is there, but under a lot of pressure is Chio. He's going to fall. Looking for the trade. Flora goes for the pulse bomb. It's good. Flora clutching up on Tracer. He's getting pressured by Proper, though. He can still turn the kill. Pulse bomb from Proper. Just lobbed off the side. No connect. So low is Alpha Yi. He dies just before beat. Now, Falcons, they managed to claw their way back onto this point.
Oh, it's a timeless classic. Proper on the Tracer, clutching out when it matters most. Even though Flora, a valiant effort, good for 2 at a deficit, still not enough to save them. Falcons now, they've got ultimates in hand. Finn a little bit slow on the Kitsune rush. Chio a little bit slow on the beat drop. There's going to be an ult clash very soon. We've got to get eyes on Burner though. Last time he came in from the top ropes, he had an incredible slam angle and he opened up the fight immediately. This time around, need to be so careful not to be caught out by that again. Flora though, he's being chased by Proper all the way in spawn, but the flip has gone the way of Zeta.
Criminal that Falcons have let this flip go through. They have no choice. Beat comes in. Chio goes for the beat. Chio gets the beat. It catches everyone too. Kitsune rushes the vested from both sides. Pelican getting ever closer to that barrage, but it's Finn who falls first. Alfie is down. That's no heals. Falcons have clutched up again, but because they got the flip, they're going to have to do it one more time.
Oh, so costly for Falcons letting the flip go like that. That means they have to fight one more time. And the ult situation is dire for them. They're really relying on Proper to carry them through this one, as he's the only man closing on an ultimate. Pelican's going to delete his barrage and go Sombra for the final turn. He's actually opting to counter out Merit a little bit, make things more difficult for someone. Burner, he has a minefield, but he's re-engaging from main. He's not setting up from the top ropes this time around.
Proper goes to mark Flora on the flank. Flora tries to go past, but does get the Mega actually, so Proper having a hard time marking this. Flora's just ran right past him onto the backline. Burner still has his mines to invest, looking for it, wanted to force for cooldowns first. They back it up to point a little bit. Now Burner looking for those mines, blocks off the route towards the point, so someone's going to have to take over the touch. Falcons, they turn their attention onto this ball. If they can kill this ball, they can really threaten the point. Alpha Yi can kill the ball. Now the flip getting really pressured to dive on desperately from Falcons. It's going to be Chio taking over the touch. He is so low though, cleaning that up. Flora has the pulse bomb on the left-hand side. He's found Chio. He's looking for Fielder as well. Burner is good for it, finishes that one off. And Zeta Division, they're back into it. It's just Proper and a pulse bomb, but he's got to fight everyone. He saved his KD.
I can't believe what I'm seeing, Xavier. Burner on the Wrecking Ball is putting on an absolute clinic. I really want to highlight what he did in that final fight. Someone was not able to leave the point. If Burner put his minefield on the point, which is a classic play, put the mines down on the point and then the enemy has to come in and touch. But if Burner put mines on the point, he would have been able to counter slam that minefield and break it up. Instead, Burner, he pulls someone onto the objective. He makes him come and contest. And then he goes and throws his minefield out in the open. That completely splits someone from the rest of his team, and someone he can't counter slam the mines because he has to keep touching the objective. A clinical performance from Burner, and that's not even the first fight that he won for his team with the minefield. So a very, very solid performance from Burner on Wrecking Ball. Now though on Control Center, complete switch up. Tracer Reaper, and it's going to be Tracer versus Reaper, Tracer versus Venture here for Zeta Division and Falcons.
Merit on the Reaper, not seen that one in a while. We did see Pelican tearing it up on Venture, really looking like one of the best in class on that hero. Early Suzu has been forced out as someone turns around just to try and punch Burner in the back, punches him to death as well. Burner, one-way trip for him. Now someone can drop the slow, drop the shield, just trying to stabilize for his team. Merit wants to push for more though. Eyes on this Venture, confirms that kill, and a good fight there. Zeta Division really just going all in on that first timing, but with no immediate kills, it meant someone could just hold the line, block it off, isolate Burner.
This is so interesting to see Burner rolling out on the hazard here. Ramatra is very solid on control center because the slow is so easy in these tight chokes. Really, Hazard relies on getting an angle to push in towards backliners. And right now, someone is able to just play front to back and keep on blocking Burner. You see the slash comes in for Burner, but someone, he's already ready, throws down the slow, throws in the form timing. But look at this Pelican on the side. He forced someone into a spot of bother. He's caught Merit in the same breath, and now there's a huge advantage for Zeta. Beat comes out from Chio in response. Zeta Division, they're going to lose Alfie. It's a 3 versus 3. Pelican, he doesn't want to let it go. 3v3 out onto the point, fighting it out with Proper, but Proper is immortal on Tracer. He will finish the kill. Finn uses the Kitsune Rush. Burner finds a trade. The fight just keeps on going, Zap.
Still in control of a point. Falcons proper comes in. Can't quite get the touch in time. Honestly, it was a bold move from Gio to beat there, but killing Alpha Yi, stopping any beat coming out of response, it gave him a chance. Very least it forced out the Kitsune Rush from Finn, leaving it's a reasonable situation. Blossom advantage for Merit Bow as another ult trade. Kitsune Rush from Fielder. Alpha Yi's going to mirror the beat, catches everyone. Downpour available for Burner after this, but with Blossom already. Merit doesn't find any kills. Now the Downpour comes out. Anyone locked up? I think the Reaper's locked up. Alpha Yi confirms the kill. Annihilation on point to try and turn it. And someone, he is turning it. He's punching them up. He's forced Pelican underground. It's just for supports and Pelican, and they're forced to try and stall. Pelican is alive on the coast, proper and trying to fight these two, but they can actually live here for Zeta Division players.
Hugely expensive fight there for Zeta Division. They threw huge, crucial ultimates into it, and they've got nothing in return. They're straight back onto the point, though, keeping that tempo high, and you can see someone, he's lost so much health, he has to pop the form, he has to throw up the hands. The flip is already being threatened by Zeta Division, but Flora's gone down! Someone in kind. It's an unfavorable trade for the Falcons. You hate to lose your tank early on. Pulse Bomb lands on Burner, but he can block most of the damage from that one regardless. Comes flying over the wall now, slashing a Cheer, but can't quite convert the kill. Finn drops the Kitsune Rush from the high ground out onto the point. Cheer with a beat drop. Proper with a beat drop. You've got to be so careful for that one. Zeta Division, they have secured the flip in the chaos. And Falcons, they haven't converted a kill with the beat. Burner finds the trade onto Merit, and it might just be a wrap for Falcons in this turn.
There was a moment there with the beat timing, but again, it doesn't quite find the value Falcons were hoping for. Historically, Falcons are always so good with these beat pushes, but not converting here on Control Center. Now Zeta Division, double DPS ult, beat in hand, really tough fight for Falcons. Might even have to consider a kite at some point in this, because they're at a big deficit.
Falcons, they're such a good team when it comes to kiting. With Zeta Division, their composition, it's so hard to kite because Pelican, Flora, they can both TP, burrow in, and get off angles. You see the TP comes in now from Flora. He goes for the Blossom. Beat to re-engage and keep him healthy. Fielder is flipped onto the objective in all of this, but he will go down. So Falcons, they're at a deficit. Zeta Division, they can turn this into the last fight if it drags on. It's a 4v4 as Flora will be traded. Downpour from Burner onto the objective. TP from Merit. Someone good for another kill onto Finn. Merit traded. It's a 3 versus 3 now. Pulse from Proper onto the tank yet again. When will he learn? Alpha Yi taking all the damage in the world though as someone takes him left, right, good night. And it is Zeta Division losing this fight by the numbers.
Burner is so low on coast. Pelican's going to uncloak, tries to get there, but the wall from Burner actually causes problems. Suzu, though, Pelican's not dying yet. Someone can't turn the kill. Pelican, he's living in every pocket. The beat comes through to finish the job, though. Now they're pushing forward. Falcons have to win this fight. They've got a 2-player advantage. They will be able to win this fight. Finn trying to invest the Kitsune Rush, but this time, the beat gets the job done for Chio. There's still one more fight. Oh, they're going to try and stagger Burner.
Oh, Burner's going to die a little bit late. Look at the ult situation right now, Xavier. There's nothing in the tank for Zeta Division. Falcons, they've got Pulse and Merit's Death Blossom. Death Blossom is one of those ultimates that's really feast or famine. You can clutch up and kill everyone, or you can put yourself in a very terrible position with such an ultimate. Proper over on the side, trying to block Pelican, but Pelican's just going to drill right up to the high ground. Now Zeta Division need to be concerned with the touch. Overtime is about to begin. Already we've got Flora with no shift being chased out by someone. Someone's on his case. Alpha E, Flora, they're both going to go down. And Falcons, maybe not even going to need to really capitalize on this ult advantage to clean up this final fight.
Really nice. Proper's going to finish the job potentially with a pulse bomb there, and that is going to be no further touches for Zeta Division. They tried to go quite early with the Blossom, actually. I think there's two ways to do it, right? You either take a neutral, trade your cooldowns, and set the Blossom up as the final blow, or you just hit the Blossom button, pocket, invest your own Suzu into it, allow the Blossom to force all of these cooldowns, and then just push aggressively afterwards. And that's the key there. Don't just use your ultimate and then get forced back, but instead capitalize on that cooldown advantage from using that early ultimate. Falcons do it there, and we are tied up 1-1.
We're tied up 1-1. I am so confused by the matchups we witnessed on Garden. Ball versus ball with two players that I wouldn't have expected in a million years to be playing ball. Now we're here on Night Market and it looks like we're back to the ground tank, something a little bit more familiar. Speed ring out of spawn for Fielder, but he will be swapping over to the Kiriko, and Falcons more of the same. Ramatra, Zeta Division, Burner playing to hard carry on the Hazard. I think the Hazard's a little bit better on this map compared to Control Center. He can climb over those walls in the Garden and get lots of off angles that way.
Pelican and Finn already foresees a couple of their cooldowns defensively, so Falcons have a bit of initial space, but a chance to try and push back now. Pelican just stuck in main, looks to try and isolate this Reaper, pushes Merit back, but then turns his attention onto someone, has to slow it down, forces the Wraith out, but now Pelican has to duck behind the Mega. Falcons, they have the territory advantage, but no meaningful kills yet. They're going to swap back to point. They try and isolate someone in main, but it's Pelican who actually gets isolated by Proper. Flora is diving in, trying to push this advantage, but can't find it, and now the form comes through, and Proper from behind, doing so much work.
It's all coming up Falcons right now. As Falcons, they take the position and then they take the kills that come with it. Now they're in control of the point, and Zeta Division, they're not going to make any changes either. They're dying on the sword of Flora on the Tracer. This is something that we saw at last year's Esports World Cup. Flora being forced into a position where the hit scan was not very viable. He couldn't play his best on the Sojin, and he had to flex over to the Tracer. Happening now again versus Proper. That's not what you want if you're a hit scan player. You don't want to be forced to play the Tracer. Chio and Fielder both have support ultimates already, and Falcons, they're just controlling the chokes out.
They're trying to flip it around to point now. Kitsune rush from Finn and Fielder as match. Chio has beat Alpha Yi, still needs a few percent. Pressure comes on. They one-shot Finn before now. Alpha Yi really low. Can he use the beat? They're a player down already. I think they're just going to cut their losses. Flora goes for a pulse bomb to turn it. Pelican just finds one. Alpha Yi beats now 3v5. He's moved off the edge. He can't TP up. Burner has knocked him off. Clear still fine for this one. Pelican goes down. Alpha Yi ducking down, trying to play his life. He's so low. Burner weak on the coast now as well. Trying to hold on. Someone also weak. Burner ducks down. Alpha Yi flies back up. Now Burner, he has to accept. He's going to reset. A lot invested there for both sides.
Glimpses of brilliance there for Zeta Division. Alpha Yi, the flex DPS reroll on the Lucio, booping the Blossoming Reaper off the map, seeing the window of opportunity and popping the beat to clutch, but it just wasn't enough. Now Zeta Division, all they have left is Burner's Downpour, and Falcons, they've picked Finn in spawn! Grow up, mate. Proper going absolutely gangbusters right now in the spawn. Someone getting aggressive. Downpour comes out from Burner. This is last fight already, Xavier. He will be locking up someone and preventing him from pushing any further, but Proper's in the spawn again. Look at him go.
Proper doing so much in the back here to force these cooldowns. Flora has used them early as well. Merit's going to pop that Wraith. Regroup with his teams. A little bit isolated here, but Zeta, they have no choice but to go to point. They do get over to point, but here come Falcons. Player advantage. Big slash onto the Reaper. Going to try and force it down, but he's got so much pocket. Merit ends up getting the kill. Now no tank. They have to keep committing into this. Chio's going to stop Alpha Yi getting the touch. And Falcons, 2-1 map number 1.
Dominant performance on Night Market. Felt like things were a little bit rocky at the beginning for them. And frankly, the comp that Falcons are winning with right now, it has Proper Stalker written all over it. Does it not? Reaper Tracer? This is a roster that won with Reaper Echo at the World Finals last year. Merit is not, he's no chump on Reaper. You've seen it here now. But is he a world champ on Reaper? I'm not too sure about that. But ultimately, if it works, it works. That's a map 1 win for Team Falcons. We can't keep asking where is Stalker, because Merit's here and he's clearly come to play.
It's interesting, isn't it? I felt like, even though there's been a lot of talk about Proper Stalker and their ability, one of their key advantages last year was playing double flex DPS. And it felt like we've barely seen any double flex DPS this year compared to last year. But all of a sudden, as we come into these crucial games in the last chance qualifier, we are seeing different looks. And it's actually Flora who finds himself being put into these uncomfortable positions. Really, Tracer, Reaper, not heroes we always associate with him, but he's been forced to pull it out. Trying to do his best. He had that one clutch moment on Tracer, but I think as we go through the series, probably looking for opportunities to get Flora back over to the hit scan where they can.
I'm thinking about what would be good in the future for Zeta Division. Where do they want to go in this next map? And to me, what makes the most sense is to go somewhere like a New Junk City, somewhere where Tracer is not the best pick and Pelican can really flex onto some of his strongest heroes. Play characters like Venture, like Symmetra. Protect Ban for DPS, or don't even bother with it because you have options, because you can play the Sim or the Venture, and Tracer can match up into both of these on that map. Overall, though, I do think that it's going to be a difficult difficult situation for Zeta Division, whichever way you slice it, because there's so many different ways to exploit the fact that right now they're having to put Flora on Tracer, something where historically they have struggled when this is the case.
Yeah, it's not their strongest look. If they can take it to something like a New Junk City, there's probably a world where you would expect Hambin to come into the lineup for Falcons during that. And then even potential, I mean, Bernard's not going to be afraid of playing the Orisa, but there's a chance that you can even just ban the Tracer out or rely on the map to do it. Something where you can force Pelican to maybe even play some of this Symmetra or some of this May. Heroes where he can have actually a more significant advantage over Proper, because if Proper's just allowed to play the Tracer for Genji, these are Proper's best heroes. A New Junk City, ban a Genji, force more brawly DPS, maybe force a Venture Mirror even, maybe, you know. We've not seen too much of Proper on Venture historically, but last time he played it, it was up against Crazy Raccoon, and Heesan kind of gave him the business on it. So I think really if they can keep Proper on Tracer and Genji, this is what Falcons want. Chance for Zeta Division to interrupt that though.
There's another side of the coin for Zeta Division as well. Because they have Alpha Yi on main support, this is somebody that will excel on aim-heavy flex support characters. Think back to the Vision series. The way that Falcons lost a map, it was by being taken to Circuit Royale, by having the flexibility of Chio exploited a little bit. Zeta Division can do the exact same thing. They can take it to Circuit, they can ban out the Lucio, and they can just let Alpha Yi go nuts on a hero like Illari. Really interested to see which approach they choose to take. Do they want to lean into their support flexibility a little bit and their dominance of Alpha Yi on aiming characters? Or do they want to play more for the fact that they have a tricky flex DPS character that can play a little bit of the Venture, a bit of the Sim?
I think the nature of how these series go sometimes is there's also the option that the push and the Flashpoint maps, they are all quite similar. So if you leave those towards the end of a series, you can always just try and pick out some of the more difficult maps. This is why we see Vision so keen to pick Circuit Royale at their earliest opportunity, for example. So there's a chance to do something like that, or if Zeta Division have a different solution, they could just lean into that as well, because it feels like actually we're just getting those. They're going to go to Atlas, actually.
Oh, well, we are going to Atlas, but before we talk about what's going to happen on Atlas, we're going to have a quick break. I'm sure you could do with a few seconds of not speaking, Xavier. I know I could, so we'll see you shortly.
This land is calling. This land is calling.
welcome back. Highlights here from that map 1, and it was only map 1, but it's lining up to be a good series, Max.
Very close series, but the tides turned a little bit on the final round of Control. 100-0 victory for the side of Team Falcons. Of course, the teams want to change the matchup a little bit after a result like that, and we are being taken to Atlas as the next map. Have we seen Atlas so far at the Last Chance Qualifier? I don't think we have.
No, not really on any of the broadcast or any of the key games as we got to this single elimination part of the bracket. So a good look between two of the best teams in the world on a brand new map. Should be very exciting to see. And we did see a lot of Reaper on map 1, but none on map 2 as Zeta Division have used their ban first and they are going to take away that Reaper.
I quite like the Reaper ban. It just prevents Falcons from playing something where they were having a very strong performance. Again, this is one of those rosters where it's so difficult to actually exploit major weaknesses with the bans because everybody is so flexible. And the same can largely be said for both sides. One of the biggest strengths of Team Falcons historically was that they had this proper Stalker DPS line where they really could not be banned against from the DPS perspective. Now, Falcons actually have Merit in the lineup, a hitscan player that is a little bit less flexible. But this is matched by Flora. Flora plays the Tracer, perhaps doesn't look like he's world-class. Merit, probably not going to see him playing the Tracer for similar reasons. So now these teams are almost completely equally matched in terms of their DPS line flexibility.
Expecting very much as well. With Orisa no longer banned, has already been burnt on map 1. Chance that we're just going to get an Orisa mirror, which I think will end up being a key part of this series. Bernard, I think for most people's money, best Orisa in the world. Zeta Division going to want to lean this out where they can. I think it's fair to say they also have the hazard advantage over Falcons, almost regardless of which tank they have in. So there are options for Zeta Division here where they can try and put Bernard in these situations where, well, I think for most people's money, I keep spending everyone's money, but for most people's money, I would say Bernard probably the best player on a Zeta Division roster. So anytime they can get him into a position where he can carry a series, it has to be good news for them.
Exactly right. I also think that for someone, the Orisa is a little bit of a weakness for him, historically speaking, and then seeing, even in the earlier brackets, some situations where he was getting caught out a little bit. So really wondering, are they actually going to play an Orisa mirror, or are they going to try and just put someone back on the Ramatra? Because he's shown he's really solid on the Ramatra, but I'm not sure whether he wants to play it when Burner's on the Orisa. Orisa's a little bit of a soft counter to Ram unless more characters are being used to make life miserable for Orisa. So much damage can come out onto an Orisa if you play heroes like Kiriko, like Symmetra, but we're actually going to see a Kiriko ban coming into effect, which is only going to further enable the Orisa.
Two options, really. Most teams will go to Baptiste, Lucio on these type of maps when Kiriko is banned, and that's certainly in the locker for both of these flex supports. But we have also seen Falcons earlier today actually go Moira in response to this as well, which was buffed in the most recent patch, even though we've not seen a whole lot of it. And the little bits we have seen haven't been very successful, looking at you, Geeky, in that one. So, interested which way Falcons are going to go. Going to go for Moira or going to go to the Baptiste? It's still a new map, but I feel like the Baptiste is probably slightly better on this map, a bit more open than, say, a New Junk City or something like that.
Yeah, I do think with this particular Flashpoint map, there are so many tight flanks. So you can play the Baptiste and you can jump up to lots of different accessible high grounds. There's lots of verticality on Atlas, but with all of the short flanks, it can also be quite difficult for the Baptiste to survive just because there's so many different places that a flanker can be coming from. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a Moira Gambit as well, just for the sake of survivability. Moira is a character that may not have the same impact in the neutral, not all of that front-loaded damage, not like having a Baptiste gun drilling you in main, but it is a very survivable character, and if you're dealing with lots of flanks, lots of pressure, sometimes Moira is the only option for you.
It does certainly have that survivability, and the Coalescence, I think, quite an underrated ultimate, especially into things like Window, is really effective into High Noon. Again, can get a lot done with that Coalescence, especially with a Ramatra or something combined with it as well. Chance to be very aggressive and a lot of unblockable or difficult to avoid damage if those two are used in tandem. So options for both teams here. I think this map is going to be quite pivotal in determining where the series will go, because if they can't win this one here, Zeta Division, they are up against it, and are going to have to rely on a different course, maybe a Circle Royale or something like that. Worth noting as well, Hambin has taken his seat, which very much does just mean we're probably likely to see some Orisa from Falcons as well.
Yeah, subbing in Hanbin is generally a tell that they want to get over to Orisa, that they want to play a ground tank-centric style. Hanbin, this is his bread and butter. This is what he is known for in Overwatch 2. And I'm not really expecting a Junker Queen Gambit or anything of the sort, so really expecting to see an Orisa mirror here, or maybe Orisa versus Hazard. Again, thing about this map, lots of short flanks, lots of verticality, that leans into the Hazard quite nicely. Hanbin, not really known for his Hazard, but he does seem to be warming it up in Spawn, so you do never know. Overall, though, I really do feel like this is probably going to be a tale of two Orisas here on Atlas.
I want to keep my eyes on Pelican as well. He's played a lot of Venture so far in the latter stages of this tournament, and he has looked mega on it. But you have to bear in mind, on that Lijiang Tower, Cass was banned. Cass, one of the go-to counters to really neutralize a Venture's impact. So will Pelican still try and make the Venture work on a map like this, or with Cass available? Or is he going to lean a different direction? Tracer, Genji, all also viable, or even that Sim potential. Maybe even Mei as well. We talked about maybe not wanting to play more of a Ramattra where they can, but Mei, decent matchup into the Orisa still, can't get the same number of freezes, but that left click damage still goes through, and the Sim especially can just be an Orisa shredder if Pelican wants to lean into that side of things.
I think we should talk about the stakes of this particular map, Xavier. Not just the match, but this map in general. This is a first to 3 series. This is not a best of 7. If you lose this map, you're down 0-2. You drop one more map, you are done for. We were talking about how if they were to lose this, they could go to Circuit and they could change the pace a little bit. That may be true. But if Zeta Division lose this map, already they are so low on options, and they need to win a disadvantaged matchup because they will already have used some of their most valuable bans. The thing about these matches is you lose your bans early on in the piece. By the time you get to the 5th map in a series, the bank has been drained. All of your most valuable tools to win in the draft have already disappeared. So it's really important that Zeta Division don't go down 0-2.
Since the introduction of the ban system that actually started at the Esports World Cup last year, it has become an increasingly important part of the game. When you get to pick the mode, you get to pick the map, and you get to use the bans to dictate what type of matchups are available, you need to convert these advantages. We saw Team Vision earlier today up against Falcons, a team that should be massive underdogs, still able to convert it. So Zeta Division, they really can't afford to go 2 down in this series. As we saw that key, it is all to play for, but Falcons have taken the first step towards it.
Falcons already stepping up right now, and it is going to be Ramattra versus the Hazard. Burner really in a position to carry right now. He needs to look for these angles, but you can see Falcons, they're not giving him an inch. They're playing very safe and very behind, which means that it's actually so hard for Burner to find a flank, find an opening. Hanbin's going to be walled off by Burner as well, but Finn is taken down early by Chio. How does this happen? 2 trades from Zeta, forget the Finn death.
Player advantage now for Zeta Division, don't have their main source of healing, but a lot of mobile characters who can be independent, and Falcons are just going to reset after losing Fielder as well. So first fight to Zeta Division. It's really not the sort of comp we often associate with Zeta Division, but early success here, really their primary target in a lot of these fights is going to be Fielder.
Fielder is the target, but Flora is the first pick as Merit gives him a nice early trim. Burner comes flying in though. He wants to find a trade. Doesn't look like he's going to manage it. Alfie hooning in like a bat out of hell, looking for a trade as well, but just not able to make it happen. Falcons, they're going to secure the flip, and they're going to start cleaning up these kills. A rough start for Zeta as the skip gets his head taken clean off.
As soon as you lose one of the parts of your dive, really looking at Burner, Flora, and Pelican in this, it is, of course, going to be even more difficult to convert these kills. You saw the wall come out onto Merit there, but Merit was able to slide over it, and without a Tracer to pinch or a Venture in the position to try and hit from a different angle, cut the exit, Merit was able to survive pretty comfortably in the end, and this is going to be the game here. Can Falcons keep Merit and Fielder alive? If they can, they will just win the game for them, but easier said than done.
Easier said than done. The trade onto Fielder was crucial there to allow Zeta Division to step up a little bit, but already Flora's under so much pressure. Propper's on his case, chasing him down, forces the recall out early. Now he's on to Alpha Yi, giving him so much trouble. Recall forced out though, and Merrick pulls the clock up on the high ground. Beat comes in response to Finn's. Oh no, Finn goes down during the coalescence. Merrick just good for it. Such a good beat as well from Chio. And it's just cleanup kills for Team Falcons. They win this ult exchange by the numbers. And Zeta Division, they're scrambling for an opportunity here.
Great fight for Falcons. We talked about how difficult that coalescence can be to deal with, but one of the tools that can just get you out of jail against it is if you just have a beat to cancel out all of that damage. Get it there, allow Merit to get full value out of his overclock. He shuts down Finn, and that is first round quickly to Falcons, but beat advantage now for Alpha Yi coming into this next point.
Beat advantage for Alpha Yi could be huge. So important that Zeta Division can win a fight here. And beat pushes are so good with their composition. Burner can get in the mix. He can go flying across the map. Pelican as well, a very mobile character. They're going to be looking for an opportunity to engage here. Hanbin pops the form early. Pelican looking for a short little flank behind. Beat in main from Alpha Yi. He dances with death, but he will get it off. Field is in trouble. He will go down. Downpour comes out as well from Burner. That's 2 ultimates for the side of Zeta. And it is looking like an easy cleanup here for them, as Hanbin actually did invest the Annihilation into this fight. A little bit of an optimistic one, but Proper's trade onto Finn, very valuable because now Zeta can't hold forward.
You have to pick up Finn from spawn, meaning Zeta Vision won't have the same chance to set up. Just being annoying now, stalling out the point for a little bit longer as Proper continues to look for opportunities. Getting this early pressure, his primary targets are going to be Finn where he can, but also happy just to fight Flora. Window onto point down from Fielder, looking for Alpha Yi in the back. He's skirting around, but Alpha Yi, he turns for corner. Gap onto Proper, shuts him down. Now the Tectonic Shock, but can't connect any on the wall riding Lucio. Back over to point, and Hanbin is blocking up, but he is surrounded. And Zeta Division, they've conceded the point, but they will be able to get it right back.
Heroics from Alpha Yi to take down Proper early on in the piece. Falcons, they do manage to get a brief flip, but Zeta Division, they come away from that trade happy with the outcome. They're closing on a window from Finn, but that's all they've got. Falcons, they're having a much larger ult swing just around the corner. Chio's beat, massive. Merit's overclock, dominant. So really got to be careful if you're Zeta Division. If you take this fight slowly, you're going to lose to the ultimates of Falcons that are just building up.
Recall advantage for Proper now, has to trade it back, so Flora has held his own as Zeta Division try and reposition themselves onto point. Window nearly available for Finn, but Hanbin is swinging forward, keeping Zeta Division on the back foot, desperate for it. Merit's got the overclock first, trying to burn through the hazard, but he comes through to keep him alive. Pulse bomb as well, they'll just kill Burnout through everything. Window from Finn, but the damage, it might be done. Merit's going to clean up again with the overclock here, and it's just Finn left alive. He's going to have to die on point.
This is a good fight for Falcons in the sense that they've secured the cap, but if you look up to the ultimate scene, it's really a winnable one for Zeta Division. They are about to swing back into 3 ultis, and big ones at that. The beat push and the downpour both available. You even see Finn making the swap back to the Moira. The reason that he's done this is because he wants to get in there. They are going to beat push once again. Bap gets left behind. Moira, no such trouble. Slow, already invested by Hanbin. That means that they cannot ham up the push. Burner looking for the engagement angle. He slashes through. The beat comes out from Alpha Yi, but the shield has actually stopped Burner from receiving it. Flora, he's in the back on Merit, but he misses the pulse bomb, and somehow this beat push has netted absolutely no kills.
They went all in, but no kills. They're going to get themselves back over to point, and they do have Bernard's downpour still. Trying to force his cooldown. Doesn't even need it. The lamp is late. Merit is dead. Downpour to finish the job. Now make short work of everyone else in Zeta Division. Cost them all of the ultimates in the end, but they do tie us up 1-1.
Oh, such a dodgy beat push there from Zeta Division. They went deep, they used the pulse, they used the beat. Falcons used nothing, and somehow they survived it all. Ultimately, though, Zeta Division, they had the downpour, they had that clutch factor from Burner, who came flying in to take down Merit. You see, Merit's actually made a swap now. He's moved over to the Cassidy. This is an interesting choice, because there's more front-loaded damage. You can ham up the Venture a little bit, flashbang them out of their burrow, but at the same time, you are a target. You are less mobile, and it can be a little bit dangerous on the Cassidy.
Have more people to look after now. Fielder and Merit both quite vulnerable to these engages from Bernard, so a chance for him to have a large impact. They need to keep that pressure off their backline. For now, they have the window and Annihilation to keep Zeta Division at bay. Proper's going to have his recall force. Flora's going to hang on to his, actually, as they look to set up this dive. Form force out of Hanbin. The window in the back from Fielder, looking for more of this. Tectonic Shock still coming through. Flora dies off screen. Pelican's been forced underground, still looking for his backliners, but he's booped back by Chio, keeping him at bay. And now Pelican, too far from the action, runs into a Remarker, but that's not who he wants to fight. Burner has lost all of his HP on this as well. And Falcons, not only do they survive everything, but they only use the window for it.
Falcons, they get to cap it so lean. One ultimate and a cap that is so important for them now. It means they can keep on rolling the snowball, building it up, keeping Zeta Division locked out of this fight. And on the next turn, Zeta Division, they're going to have quite an alt swing for themselves too. They are going to have a Coalescence and a beat. It's going to be so difficult for the backline of Falcons to survive if Chio can't hit a good beat drop. The beat drop is so crucial to counter out Finn's Cole, because otherwise they can just push deep. You can see already Zeta, they're swinging up. Slowed from Harmbed, it goes very late, but already Finn's taking so much damage, he needs to be careful not to go down. Chio with the counter beat. Alfie has a beat available. He pops it again, Dancing with Death. He gets it off. Alfie is the king of the margin of error, and somehow, some way, Zeta Division, they've won this fight using only their support ultimates.
Really well played from Zeta Division. Finn kicks it off early, forces that earlier beat out of Chio, allowing Alfie to get a better beat. It was a scary better beat, but as long as it goes out, it's all good. And before Hanbin can even respond with Annihilation, the fight is over. Now Zeta Division a chance to set up early, good starting positions for Pelican and Flora. Hanbin has the Annihilation, but the key for Falcons won't be if Hanbin can survive, is whether they can keep Fielder and Mirror up through this oncoming downpour.
Downpour's going to be deadly. You can see already Falcons looking for a flank angle, but Pulse Bomb comes out. It catches Merit. He rolls into Chio. Flora good for it. Downpour comes out now. Proper has traded Flora in all of this, but the Downpour, it's caught up Harmbin. They need to shoot him in the back. They need to take him down, but he's blocking, and Proper is chopping through the back line of Zeta Division. Burner will finally kill Harmbin, but the damage might just be done. Proper, Merit, they've weathered the storm. They've survived it all, and they've got it done. They've got the flip back. 70%. Zeta Division is going to be a desperate last touch.
Can't understate how hard it is for Fielder and Merit to survive in some of these situations, because Zeta Division's comp is designed to ruin their day. They do such a good job there. Loads of the ultimates burn, and now it's a desperate race towards the point. But Zeta Division, their comp is fast. As long as they can get the touch, they can stall this out. Flora get into position for the first touch, triggers the overtime. No ults just yet for Zeta Division. Getting close to that Coalescence though. Just trying to stall the point out. Bernard's going to make a bit of a move. Flora ducks behind. Merit trying to mark that one out. Has force for recall. They've lost Alfie on point. Fielder's had his lamp force now. They are vulnerable. Finn still needs 5%. They are 2 down though. Finn has to fade away. Still doesn't have the Coalescence, and they just won't get it in time. Falcon should be good to clean this one up now. And Finn, he's got the Coalescence now, but it's too little too late.
So close there for Zeta Division. Flora, he gets the touch. He manages to blink on and off the point. Doesn't need to use his recall right away. He recalls a little bit later. Such good ping pong of the objective, but Zeta Division, they needed so much time to charge up that Coalescence, that Tectonic Shock, and there was not enough time in the world for it. So Falcons, they close this one out, and now they're on the run again. Pelican's gone down. Chio traded out Coalescence from Finn in main, but it looks like he's not found any immediate targets. Merit now in his sights as he will be beamed down, but Harmbin trades out Alpha. Harmbin goes down, so Zeta Division, they are going to take this fight. Coalescence for nothing. A little bit of a scrap off the objective here, as now the unlock comes through, and Zeta Division get first cap for only Cole.
Such an important one for Zeta Division. You see the power of Coalescence when it's not a beat to counter it out. And now Zeta Division, 4 ultimates for this next fight. Slight beat advantage for Alpha Yi. Chance for, again, for their DPS to set up early, make Fielder and Merit's life very difficult. You can see Prophet trying to pressure this Tracer out, relieve a bit of pressure for his team to move into position. Robert has for Pulse Bomb as they swing round, but Flora's coming behind. He's got Pulse Bomb. Pulse Bomb is out. The stick is good. Fielder is dead. Chio's low in the corner. He's not getting to this beat. And Zeta Division makes short work of it.
Tremendous fight for Zeta Division here. They really needed to keep the snowball going. They couldn't afford to lose the cap, but one little bit of pessimism for them is that this was expensive. All they have is Burner's Downpour, and Falcons is coming up on an absolute treasure trove of ultimates. If Zeta Division take this next fight slowly, they are going to be in for a bad time. You can see they know what's going on. They're setting up forward. Everybody is flanking right now. Everybody wants a fast engagement, but Falcons, they flanked around to the back. Huge slash from Burner. Downpour comes out. He's caught Merit. Merit is in so much trouble right now, but nobody connects the kill. Finally, Chio goes down. Field is in a spot above them. Merit goes down as well. And Zeta, they might have just done it, but it's not over yet because Falcons, they're trading. Fielder goes down with the window, but Harmon and Proper are alive. Harmon has the Annihilation in the pocket. Zeta Division, it's 2 supports and Flora. Alfie dies to the Proper Tracer, and it's a 2 versus 2, but an Annihilation on the point. It's so hard to clear that off. Falcons get the flip.
Finn and Flora still here, but Finn needs to play his life. They need to regroup with the team, but they have a Coalescence ready to go with, and Chio now does not have the beat to respond with for this one. Finn here, if he can find Coalescence value, this could seal the point for Zeta Division. All eyes over to him. Fielder and Merit's life's about to be made very difficult. Proper with a Pulse Bomb, a chance to maybe turn it, but now the Coalescence is ready to go. Up against the window, trying to go through it. Proper is looking for a trade. Pulse Bomb in hand, but he can't stop the onslaught from this Coalescence. Lamp has been forced out now, but Alfie dies on the way through. More pressure coming
coming in. 2 of them have died. Falcons, they've dealt with it all. Finn, he has to reset off the map. They know they only have one more fight.
World-class kiting ability coming out from Falcons there. Fielder, he plays the furthest back position. He pops the window on high ground and he preserves his lamp for so long. He manages to survive through almost the entirety of that coalescence, and the damage is done as Falcons come in from every angle, pinching and trading out kills. Zeta Division now, they've got nothing for this final turn. Proper has a pulse. Merit nursing a high noon in the back as well. Zeta Division, they need to be concerned with the touch. As Proper, he comes in on the side. He's once again on Alpha Yi's case. The slow comes in but won't connect the kill. Recall's forced. High noon in the back. Won't catch Alpha Yi. Both supports are dead for Zeta Division. Burner, as always, is good for a trade, but it's just not enough, Xavier. Alpha Yi and Finn dead early on in the piece. And Falcons, they 3-1 Atlas. They close out Morocco. They're 2-0 up in the series now.
It's a real masterclass from Fielder. Cannot understate how difficult his life should be on Baptiste on a comp with Venture, Hazard, Tracer, Moira, Lucio. These coalescence pushes should be slam dunks if there's no beat. But time and time again, Fielder, you can see 9K. Pat on the chest already. He knows how good it was. Even that last fight there. The fight's coming in, the push is so aggressive. And we see Fielder popping his lamp towards the end of the fight. Such good work by both Chio and Fielder and everyone really, just to relieve this pressure. 3-0 has been predicted now as well. And Falcons, they're on the verge, Max.
Falcons really are on the verge. We were saying before, we need to see Zeta punch back here on Flashpoint. If they go down 0-2, this is not a first to 4. This is but a first to 3. One map away now for Falcons. Zeta cannot drop the ball ever again or they will be going home. And they will not be going home with a key in their hand. It's all on the line right now. Everything to play for. As Team Falcons, they are just one map win away from punching their ticket. We've seen this matchup so many times before, and typically it's an absolute dogfight between these two rosters. But this time around, already a 2-0 lead for the side of Team Falcons. It's going to be such a tremendous ask to request that Zeta not only break the curse, but reverse sweep in the process.
It's a tremendous ask from Zeta Division here, and ultimately, when you look at the type of compositions we've seen so far in this series, if we just cast that ball out of our mind for a little second, these are the type of compositions that Falcons have had their biggest success on throughout the years. You think about when they were actually on top of Crazy Raccoon, it was that Malga meta, and before that, it was an Orisa meta, Orisa Lucio, again, these big push-pull metas. This is what Falcons are best at. You see some of it here with some of these incredible kites and the ability for Fielder and Chio to live situations that quite simply most support duos wouldn't be able to. So now Zeta Division, you have to feel it's time to go Circuit Royale or something. We need to play double flex support. We need to change the nature of this matchup.
It's not so much that Alpha Yi is lacking in the main support role either. On Atlas right there, I witnessed multiple beats that were absolutely game-winning. It feels like if Violet were in Alpha Yi's shoes there, it would have been a classic Violet court situation. Hands in the air as he Ajaxes yet again. But Alpha Yi, he was playing that ever so slim margin of error and he was clutching it out time and time again. The difference is not so much that Alpha Yi is being exploited on Lucio, but Chio needs to be exploited now by Alpha Yi's ability to flex. Right now, nothing is going right enough for Zeta Division to edge out these crucial moments. They need more carry power. So I think Circuit Royale, it's the only meaningful option that remains for them. They will have to reverse sweep playing more Lucio mirrors, but take it to Circuit, get Alpha Yi on a hero where he can really shoot his gun and take it from there.
One step at a time. At this point in the series, 2 maps down on the verge of elimination. Some of what you need is just to reverse the momentum a little bit, because we saw Falcons afterwards. All of that seriousness, that business-like approach that we saw earlier on, even when they were playing teams much lower in the rankings than them, like Invaders, it all seems to have like smiles, 3-0 predictions. They can taste victory. They feel like they're on the verge of securing their spot at the Esports World Cup main event later this month. They are so close now, and they have complete control of this series. Zeta Division, they can pick the next map, but that is the last map in the series that Zeta Division will be allowed to pick. So really, at this point, it is Falcons to lose.
that's really the worst punishment. The part of going down 0-2 is that not only do you need to reverse sweep the series, with the current format of Overwatch, with pick and ban, you lose the ability to ban first for the remainder of the series. You can get one map in, but thereafter it's always going to be playing to Falcons' best, to Falcons' ideal first ban scenario, their map choice. Falcons, all they need to do is edge out one more map win, and they surely can manage this one.
Don't go anywhere, though, as we see map 3 comes up. Zeta fighting for their lives. We'll see you after this short break. Welcome back. Falcons are one map away from punching their ticket to the Esports World Cup. And Zeta Division, they've got one more chance. We're expecting Circuit Royale, something like that, to enable double flex support, but it feels like Zeta Division, Moby Dick and the coaching staff, they don't agree. They want to go to Esperanza instead, Max.
Apparently they have a completely different theory when it comes to the nitty-gritty. Really thought we were going to see an escort map come out next. Really thought that we were going to see Alpha Yee's biggest strengths pressed, but instead, Esperanza, a push map, and a first ban of Tracer. That makes sense. That feels sensible. We all know how Proper can be on the Tracer. Problematic is one way to describe it. But at the end of the day, I'm just not sure whether this is going to be the difference maker for them, because they've really been struggling in these matchups.
I really want to see Flora back onto Hitscan as well. He obviously has been playing a lot of Tracer, banned out now, so he won't be. Could still go the Reaper direction, but I think, but not just about Flora individually on Tracer versus Hitscan, but I think just about the type of compositions Zeta Division normally excel at. It is normally when they are playing these more Hitscan standard ones, and as much as Flora gets a lot of flack really over the years because he is up against some of the best Hitscans in the world, playing up in Korea so consistently, I think that Flora is a player with inconsistencies. But when he hits form, he can go toe-to-toe with the Lips, with the Merits, with the Stalkers of the world. So, chance for Flora, maybe onto a more comfort hero, something we know him for a little bit more, especially on the cast if he leans into that. So, hoping for more from Flora here.
It does actually seem rather sensible to take us to a map where we can ban out the Tracer. That the fact that Proper has been running amok for so long, and not just that Proper has been performing on the Tracer, but the fact that Flora has been forced to match him on it. Taking that out of the game completely seems very sensible. Maybe on Escort, there's just many options available for the side of Zeta Division. They can play Diva on a more dive-heavy map. They can play quite literally whatever they like on a map like Circuit Royale. They have many options. But the problem is really the fact that Flora is being forced to match Proper on Tracer, and Proper is arguably the best Tracer in the world.
It's no mean feat at all, and Proper is getting through loads of work. Lots of questions coming into this event for Falcons about the decision not to bring Stalker at all and to lead with Proper instead. But so far, so good, honestly. This has been one of the most convincing Falcons performances against another top team that we've seen in quite a while.
It's been a very convincing performance, and ultimately, I think even though this series is already a 2-0 lead for Team Falcons, you do have to give props to Zeta Division. This is not a blowout. This is not some sort of domination. This is a very close series. The initial cough, 99-99 dogfights across the board. Flashpoint, 3-1, very close. 99-99 consistently on the objective meter. But I mean, both of these teams have faced immense challenges throughout the stage. Rerolls of DPS over to support, integrating new players into their lineup. But right now, it's sink or swim. It's time to really show which team can come and rise above the competition right now. So I do think that Falcons, historically, this is their moment. This is where they always close it out against Zeta Division. This is where they prove time and time again that they are the world-class roster that everybody hails them to be.
9K running over there last minute, talks to Sparkle, message passed on to Fielder. So even though it was all smiles at the end of map 2, Falcons not taking it for granted. They know they can't afford any sort of slip-ups, and at this point, you're 2-0 up in the series. Do not give them a sniff. Do not let them build any momentum. Do not give them any hope. Close it out before it even begins, because Zeta Division, they're on the ropes right now, as we do seem to be having a few issues here just sorting out on the Falcons side. But we should be getting into this Esperanza sooner rather than later.
Oh, looks like we are having some technical difficulties as the headset will be ripped from someone's head. But it appears, as he is continuing to smile his way through it, that it cannot be all bad. Surely we're ready to get into the action any second now as he reseats his headset. His coaches step back to make sure that they're not interfering in any capacity. But I mean, just look at the spirits of the Falcons roster right now. This is one of the highest pressure scenarios they could be in. Single elimination. And they are all smiles. They know they're good for it right now. Nothing but confidence.
We're going to head into the game now, but we always talk about Crazy Raccoon as the plot armor team, the team that always clutch it out. But the only reason that reputation doesn't belong to Falcons is because Crazy Raccoon's plot armor is just that bit thicker in more situations. In reality, Falcons so often rise to the top. They so often win maps, even when it doesn't feel like they're going to, as we actually watch the action unfold. But now, Falcons, they've been in this situation plenty of times before. High stakes games, important moments. They've delivered before, they're delivering so far. Really, the onus is on Zeta Division to step up and change the course of this series.
They have to do it, Xavier. It's now Zeta Division's game to lose, or rather Falcons' game to lose. Zeta Division, they need to completely change their approach at this point, because what they've done up until this point has not worked. We're actually going to see Proper rolling out of spawn on the Symmetra, and so is Pelican. So we went almost the entire tournament without seeing a blink of sim from either Korean roster, and then when it's all to play for, finally the Symmetra is revealed.
Worth noting as well, Diva has been banned on the other side of this by Falcons. Don't think that's going to change all that much. Really, with these sim mirrors, it's going to be Bernard who's going to be under the most pressure here on the Orisa. So we'll see if he changes it as we go through. Would most likely be to a Ram, if anything. That versus Kiriko in the mix too. But for now, Falcons have slightly more position around the payload control, but it is a slow neutral as both teams are just poking and probing.
just lots of poking right now, looking to see if anybody can find an opening. So much damage actually coming out from Proper, but Flora swings and pokes out Merit immediately. So now it's time for Zeta Division to step up a little bit. Shield invested by someone, and straight away Burner, he's going to spin in, he's going to get aggressive, but Fielder, angle up on the high ground, he's going to find the opening pick onto Pelican. He's still up there on that high ground, juicing in damage. Window comes out from Finn, he doesn't want to let this one go. Then the hammer from Flora, a desperate attempt to turn the fight, but it's just not happening. Someone actually push to the wedge, it is happening.
Fielder's going to Kitsune Rush. Falcon's going to commit to this as well. Fielder is so low. Burner is also slinking away with the robot as well, but he needs help. Not enough pocket to get him through all of that, but Kitsune Rush does get it done in the end. They're able to turn it. Dangerous one for Falcons there. Someone dying at what felt like could have been a crucial moment, but the ult advantage, too much. Now, over to the ult charge, though, because Falcons beat charges even, but look at this symbol advantage.
Huge Simul advantage right now for Proper. Pelican was the first death for Zeta Division, so it makes sense that he's a little bit behind on charge. Merit up on the high ground right now. He's just juicing damage, but someone, a crucial slow in the choke, and Alfie is finally going to be caught out. It's been so long since we've seen an unforced error, but there it is. Perfect boop from Chio on the high ground as Zeta Division try to TP on, and it's just Falcons all the way. Overclock invested by Merit. He wants that checkpoint desperately, and he will get what he wants. Zeta Division, they are being taken to the cleaners here on Esperanza.
Yeah, honestly, didn't even need that overclock. The boop was so good from Chio. It put all the squishiest targets right in someone's lap. And it's a quick and decisive fight for Falcons. And it's checkpoint and more already. Zeta Division, they have to get a foothold. They have to find a way to stabilize. But Pelican, he still doesn't have this symbol. Falcons have significant advantages. They drop behind. But Falcons, they're just trying to flip. They're just trying to walk away. They're gaining meters all the while. And someone, symbol, annihilation to keep going as well. High noon and a beat going out. Flores taking a beating, but he's got so much protection. Can he find the kills? No. Blocked up in front. Someone trades the kill back. Pelican's going to drop a symbol and he wants to clutch. Someone's pushing for the kill, but he's out of form. Chio is stuck in there as well. He can't escape. Pelican is turning it with the symbol, but all the while more meters on the board.
Oh no, Xavier, we're approaching that critical juncture. Merit swings back in. He takes down Pelican. On the run is Finn. He escapes up to the high ground. Alfie is all over him. But at the same time, Falcons, most of the kills are going their way. They have close spawns. They're going to be right back into it. They're only 4 meters away from having a 100-meter lead, Xavier. We all know what that means. As Zeta Division, they've lost 100 meters consecutive. Fielder has a Kitsune Rush to keep the good times rolling. But Falcons, there's just no pressure on them.
Someone holding the corner now, looking for it. Shield will be forced and form as well. Someone TP for him to get out, but Bernard is blocking the TP exit. Someone can't get out. He can't get the TP. Kitsune Rush to save someone's life, and it does save someone's life. Trying to push back, but Finn with a window onto the high ground, trying to find a kill. Now Bernard trying to walk forward, but they've lost Pelican on the way in. Merit trying to take over, nearly has the overclock. Gets the kill on the way out. Bernard finds the trade, but it's barely a trade at all. He has to die on point. If he can get another one, it's a miracle, but he can't. Falcons foot on the throat of Zeta Division.
Absolute catastrophe for Zeta Division right now. They've squared up in the sim mirror and Falcons are walking all over them. 125 meters and counting. A 2-0 lead for Falcons. Qualification to the Esports World Cup on the line as Proper TP's over to the side, looking for a little angle to keep on poking, making Zeta Division work for every last inch of space. But Proper, he will fall. A spear from Burner and a cleanup kill, and Zeta Division, finally they have an advantage in a fight.
Someone flanking now, trying to find a trade all over this. Freya kills Flora and gets out. He's robbed the bank. He's going to try and get back to the payload as Zeta Division continue to move forward. But they're a little bit surrounded right now. Someone with the angle, pressuring the back line. And Zeta Division, they need to group up. It's an awkward position for them. Alpha Yi is low. Fielder TP's back. Overclock from Merit. Beat from Alpha Yi to try and keep Burner alive. But he's taking so much damage. Now the beat comes back. TP is to try and run away. But it's player advantage. It's everything advantage for Falcons. They just need to clean up these kills.
Even without Proper, Falcons are able to soft kite back. Bowler shot from Flora will once again take down Proper, but Falcons, they've mastered the art of playing slow. Fielder this time around goes down, but the trade, Merit onto Flora, these trades are deadly for Zeta Division. Falcons with close spawns, they come back so quickly. Even if they die here on the payload, they're not going to lose their close spawns. They're all going to be back so fast. They're going to be able to contest the card with high ground, Xavier.
Flora over to the Sojourn now. Kitsune Rush Terror Surge, nearly a symbol from Zeta Division to try and take this difficult fight. They are underneath now, but Falcons have a lot of ults to mirror it as well. Drop down from someone to try and anchor the point. Slow on the TP. We'll just beam that one down. They have flipped the point though, Zeta Division. Kitsune Rush, but Falcons, they want a kite. They want to play for a later Kitsune Rush, and the kite is good.
Such a good kite. Now the ults come out for Falcons. Symbols on either side. Terror Surge from Burner, but he goes down as he pops it. Merritt now, he is so good for it as Proper is beaming inside the ultimate. Someone is swinging for the fences, and it's just all Falcons in the kill feed yet again. Zeta Division now, they're going to have Burner make the swap over to the Ramatra, but already they've conceded 127 meters. Already the close spawns have been re-enabled for Falcons. Flora in main being chased. He goes down. A rail, a slow. It's falling to pieces. Perhaps it's already fallen apart.
Falcons now so close, even with a Ramatra swap. It evens up the matchup, of course, but look at someone. He's just taking all the liberties in the world. He's on the backline. He's forcing them into spawn. They're on the back foot. Bernard, he has to anchor the point. Alpha Yi slightly advanced. And Zeta have stabilized, but it has to be perfect from here for Zeta.
Oh, no. Imperfect immediately as Pelican is picked by Fielder. So close to a full push at this stage. Merritt takes a lot of damage, but someone, he's in the enemy team. Spawn, Zeta Division, they don't stand a chance. Finn chased down. Someone beats him to death. Gio pops the beat. Huge health advantage. Alpha Yi goes for the beat, but cannot get anything done with it. Flora is down. Falcons, it's all the way for them as they surround the objective. They shoot Burner from every angle. Overclock comes out from Merritt. He cleans up a kill onto Finn once again. Pelican is dead as well, and it is going to be Falcons full pushing Esperanza 3-0 against Zeta Division, punching their ticket to the Esports World Cup in style.
Cannot say they didn't deserve it as well. Great performance from Falcons. Not easy comp matchups in a lot of these situations as we see the fans celebrate as well. Happy to see their team make it to the main event at the end of the month here, but great performance from Falcons. We saw the Stalker Merit version of a roster struggle in Stage 2, but Proper, he's back in the lineup and he's helped lead his team into the major.
I really thought that the Symmetra picks would be the difference maker for the side of Zeta Division. Apparently, it wasn't the difference maker that I had in mind. As we can see, Proper here, the MVP, hoisting the key, hoisting his ticket to the Esports World Cup. He has well and truly earned it. No surprises to see Falcons making it all the way, keeping the good times rolling, once again reinforcing the curse that Falcons never lose to Zeta Division in a match that matters. And look at them, just look at the faces on this roster. Everybody happy to have earned their ticket, happy to have earned their key, ready to go all the way at the Esports World Cup in the coming weeks.
Has to be said as well, normally, sometimes you get a last chance qualifier and it's pretty rare for the team to then be that much of a danger going into the main event. But Falcons, convincing win over Zeta Division, few new looks, some of the really top performances on some of these compositions, right? We saw Fielder, especially on that Baptiste over on Atlas. We've seen Proper just back on Tracer. Really great performances, even someone looking a lot better than he has done on his roster so far. So I think Falcons a real contender, honestly, once we get to the main event.
Falcons is for sure a contender at the main event. There's a reason that pundits have coined Group A the Group of Death, and it is because Falcons, despite coming through a last chance qualifier event, is the type of team that is geared to take it all. I was a little bit skeptical about whether or not a Korean team would pull out the Symmetra, especially a team like Falcons, which is known for having such a powerful Tracer player. Proper on Tracer, he's a dominant force, but he pulled out the Symmetra here for Esperanza and he was an absolute beast at it. So I really think if this Falcons lineup can integrate a little bit more of the Symmetra, keep these compositions working for them, they could have a deep run in their future at the Esports World Cup.
Really is what you want from a roster like this. The point of having a big roster, the point of having so much talent on the roster is so you have this flexibility and this ability not just to play every comp, but excel at every comp. And that has been missing for a lot of Stage 2 from Falcons, struggling to excel on any situation. And still, there's holes, right? The Hazard still seems to be a big gap in their tank roster in particular, but better looks on the Orisa, a stray ball even from someone as well, and all of a sudden, starting to look like Falcons maybe regaining some of what their fans and everybody expects from them.
Exactly right. The revival of Ramatra in the meta as well, that is a huge boon to someone. he is a legend on the Ramatra. Anything that he lacks on Orisa, he makes up for twofold on the Ram. And Ram is a hero that pairs extremely well with the Symmetra, so you get to see it here as time and time again someone is running down backlines, hitting game-winning slows, drawing so much aggro and creating so much pressure for the enemy team's backline. Here we see a highlight reel of backline kills as time and time again the Zeta Division backline being caught out by someone pushing deep, rails from Merit. Just superstar performances across the board from the Falcons lineup.
Really can't have asked for much more. Merritt coming to his own in key moments, proper looking good. Again, a world-class performance from Fielder, I think, throughout all of this. Deserves a lot of praise, as does Chio. Really, when we talk about some of Falcons' peaks, you think back to the major that they won back in Stockholm. We were so often talking about the Juno and Brig gap that Fielder and Chio were able to pull over Crazy Raccoons. The fact that they would survive more of these incredibly difficult situations. Examples of that on Atlas, on the Lucio BAP as well. This is some of Falcon's greatest strength. They managed to get back to form here. They're the ones who get to go to the major. And really, for Zeta Division, this is so tough. This is so tough because this is a devastating result for all of the players. They finished second at the Esports World Cup last year.
To go from second at the Esports World Cup to not even qualifying through your local region event and then to being blown out in a final at the last chance qualifier, it is beyond devastating. These players, they have such high expectations on themselves. And here, I mean, this has to be an enormous disappointment for them all. I will say, the level of competition in the Korea region, it's extremely high. The fact that a team like Falcons, again, world champions at the end of 2024, can find themselves at a last chance qualifier event nearly 6 months later is a testament to the player quality in Korea, to the level of competition in that region.
It's incredible, really. All of a sudden, there's 5 teams in Korea that could all make a pretty strong case for being maybe even top 5 in the world, or at the very least, all in the top 10. Really hard to compete with a lot of these teams. It's obviously going to be the challenge for Weibo and Virtus Pro in that Group A, having to face up 2 of those Korean teams, Falcons and All Gamers Global. It's going to be really hard. For Zeta Division now, though, I don't even know what's next. This core of players, they've been together for so long. Alfie obviously has had to move role in that time, but you look at potential problems with this, and I think, you know, it's hard to pin a lot of this on Alpha Yi. I thought he played really fine, especially considering he is still moving over the role. It just felt like a gap across the board in terms of win conditions of the comp, better kites in more situations, more ult value, and I don't know how you really try and repair that if you're Zeta Division.
I really do think that Zeta Division, they're in such a difficult spot now. If it was a case of we need to rebuild the roster, that ship has sailed. If you wanted to pick up players and change your roster around, the time to do that was after Stage 1 when people were unsigned. But now that ship has sailed. Everybody is contracted through to the end of the year. So Zeta Division, I feel that they are very much stuck with what they have unless they want to take huge gambits on talent.
It's a problem for Zeta Division to solve. Fortunately, silver linings and all that, they've got lots of time to think about it for reflection and what their future move is. Of course, though, that is going to wrap us for the day. Congratulations once again to Team Falcons. We will be seeing them at the Esports World Cup starting on the 31st of July for all the Overwatch action. So do not miss it, because that is going to be one hell of a tournament. Excited to see more of Falcons and how far they can go. But thank you very much for everyone for joining us today. Thank you to Hunter for casting with me. Thank you for Avast and Avril for really being the best warm-up act we could ever ask for. And thank you, of course, to Uber Production who helped make this possible. Good night, everyone, and we'll see you at the Esports World Cup.
watch a man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch a man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger, this come on, new one's better. We ain't in a mix, no grubber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Ex ain't me real, that's a real bone capper. Pass don't matter, build strong, still pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, to the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, they ain't back in beef, got the phones out. Watch where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl, same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say, got a queen and that she crazy. Please never play me. He said, please never break me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you for the dark and all my days, but you just never break me. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-biz, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-biz, come on, new one's better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel it safe now. They see a pretty bird, but I don't want to cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine, I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry, river shit don't dry up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up, I don't mind up. Ain't lost nothing that ain't mine, cause it's a playground. Better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-biz, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-biz, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, got shots over time, like to shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground, bitches got a ring and feel it safe now. I see a pretty bird, but I want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-biz, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-biz, come on, new one's better.
Time's supposed to heal. Why do I feel like I can hear for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. You say it'll get better.